Big belly. Big belly. Big belly. Why does he look like that? Oh, you smell so good. No, you're going in my nose. You're going in my nose. Okay. Can you chill? Can you go lay down? Can you go see pee? Can you go see? Can you go see? You're CP, right? Can you go to sleep? Oh, is that Charlie? Oh no. Look what you did. You got your brother out here. Why do you keep laying like that? What a weirdo. Right, Trapania. Oh my god. That kiss is still in, like, the circulation, but we get 3 other ones. 3 other ones, right? So we still get the grandma peck. Whatever, it's fine. It's him. And then we get that one. Ah, the duality of Gale. Hand on the chin. I love the hand on the face. I just think that is just so sweet. Well, now that we're done with that, you guys want to see my Renegade? Alright, do you guys want to see any some of the other Switch confirmed? The duality of Gale. Red's Queen of the... Oh! Lesson comes. Oh my god. What, you mean next week? I literally have Dick Sprout right now. I has drinks, but I'm not drinking them. Why the fuck not, Vicky? Treehouse? Wait, is there another one? Or just this one up here? No. Ah! I disconnected my monitor. Alright, it's back on. I disconnected my monitor and it's back on. Don't worry, it's fine. Sure. Shit, my cock! It's just a tutorial, but still. Oh god, there's another one! I'm gonna die! Okay, I just want my right hand this time. Hi! Happy Thursday. It's Thursday today, because I didn't stream yesterday. This is gonna trip me up, guys. This is gonna trip me the heck up. Hi, everybody! Happy Thursday. Happy DBD. Or Friday, because, you know, we got some European/Kiwis in here. Hi, Lydia! Hi, Lydia. You said hi to Lydia twice. I like Lydia. Hi, everybody! Who was first today? Spoiler alert. Mwah. Spades first. No way you got first. That's awesome. And cute as a button. Not first. Cute as a button. Mwah. English. Mwah. Supernova. Mwah. Mr. Ware. Mwah. Kelly. Also, I'm so sorry. I forgot that I had my alert box muted because of the Amazon stream that I did on Tuesday. But I see your resub. Thank you for the resub for 29 months. 29 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your stoppage. Mr. Cafe. Mwah. Ren. Mwah. BJA. Mwah. Cool Cam. Mwah. Mira. Mwah. Thank you for the 40 kisses. Happy illegal Thursday stream. I know. I was all ready to stream yesterday, but I went out with my dad yesterday, which was super needed and super needed. And I was exhausted from, like, peopling, because, you know, I left my house. And then I streamed on Tuesday, so that exhausted me because it was on Amazon. I was on Amazon's website for Gunner, and that was, like, really stressful, and that, like, took a lot out of me, so I knew I was going to stream today, because, like, I didn't want to stream yesterday, and then not stream today for the event, and then stream again on Friday. I was like, I don't know. You know what? It was okay. It was okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's very sweet, Supernova. I need my pics. Dab. Hi, Slasher Buddy! I don't know why I put him in a headlock when I said hello to you, but hi, Slasher Buddy. I just... But how's everyone doing? Hi, Raven. Hi, Wofi. Happy almost Pride weekend. Oh, is it? Ooh. Ooh, happy Pride. Yeah, he just likes attention. He's such an attention. He craves the attention. Happy birthday to Entity. Thank you, spoiler.
Daily Dino Fact Dino Dance. Did you know the Falcarius was an early therizinosaur that shows the transition from meat-eating theropods to plant-eaters? It lived in the early Cretaceous and had a mix of sharp teeth and leaf-shaped teeth. It was 3.5 to 4 meters long and had an elongated neck and small head. Dino Dance, Dino Dance, Dino Dance.
My favorite thing about Brian is that he says Dino Dance instead of Dino Dance. She said hi to me twice. Yeah! Holy shiitake mushrooms spades system. First name spades, last name system. I just fed you dinner because we're streaming early today, so I fed them dinner early, and he hasn't even touched it yet. Just saying. So if you want to eat, are you hungry? Go upstairs. Go eat. Go eat. Yeah. Are you hungry? Oh. Go upstairs. Go eat. He wants the T word. He's being a brat. He's being such a brat. Thank you for the 38 months. Thank you for the 38 months and enjoy your 9 emotes to add free view and your sub badge. Thank you very much for the Dino fact. You got Cabaret March Barbecue Vendor Mart plus Queerioki. What did you get? Are these wines? What did you just list off? Use a button. Wait, what is that? Also, Space, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Dino was the name of the dinosaur. That's so funny. I just watched a clip on TikTok of the live action Flintstones. Wow, what a fever dream that was, wasn't it? Fun fact, I dressed up as Dino once for Halloween. It was the cutest costume ever. Awful Gamer. Mwah. BJA. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. Mr. Wherefore, thank you for the 5 stream streak. We streaking. Wofi. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. 20 streams is crazy, BJ. Thank you so much. Oh, it's Pride events. No way. And you're going to all of them? Heck yeah, brother. Jade. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, we laid down. You're not going to eat. Okay. Happy Thursday. Has anyone started playing the event for Dead by Daylight? Did you guys see that Dead by Daylight has broken its total players, at least for Steam, like 3 times today? Like, it just keeps breaking the Steam concurrent player record just over and over and over and over again. How cool is that? That 10 years later, they're still beating their player record. Like, how cool is that? I love my stuff. I was so nervous, Jade. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so glad. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much for supporting me in my Etsy. You're going to all events? I'm on the committee. No way! Okay, so they're all like local events to you? That's so cool. Gay. No way, Lydia, you too? Okay, when was the last time you played, Lydia? Do you remember? Play the event as well. I know that a lot of people are really upset, rightfully so, that they saved that 10 million blood points from the code, the DBD 10 birthday code, to like get cakes for the event, and they did what they did last year, DBD, where they made the offerings for the event like super rare. People are best, and I totally understand. I totally get it. I already used my 10 million blood points, so I'm okay. You're screaming! Oh my god. I'm so happy. I wasn't sure if you drink G Fuel, But I was like, well, this is cute. So it's like, and it was the limited edition one. So you can't even get that anymore. Last May. So a year ago. Wow. I need blood points. Yes. If you weren't in the if you're not in the Discord, because I streamed on Amazon on Tuesday, we took yesterday off so we could stream for the event today. Yes, that's what I heard, Spades. But like, who wants to do that? I don't want to do that. I don't have time for that. Shinobi! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. Also, happy Thursday. Charlie is laying his head on my leg right now, and it's so cute. Hello. Are you hungry? Go eat. Your dinner's upstairs. Why do you sit when you upstairs? You know what upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go eat. Oh, okay. What a brat. Oh, you need a Discord invite. You know what? I can get that for you. We can make that happen. Oh, and in case we missed it, we did pull the Discord winner for the Jason DBD DLC as well. Not really too seen for me. When the Silver Scream came out, they really came into their own. Max number uses 1 use. Copy. Hey, Paul! I'm gonna send you a whisper on Twitch! Alright, cool. And that is the Discord invite. Why is my audio already messed up? Not for you guys, but for me it is. It's pissing me off. Hi, YBZ! I think YBZ is going live tonight. If he's not already live right now. Okay. The event's actually pretty fun. Spawning into a match on a plate with a hand sticking out. Oh, I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen a single thing for it. I'm so excited to load into the game and see everything. Let me fix my audio really quick. It's pissing me off. It's fine for you guys, but it's not fine for me. It's pissing me off. So, uno momento, por favor. Hello? Oh, that's so much better. It was only like half a second delayed. I don't know. Maybe I'll just turn it off. I might just turn it off. It's pissing me off. Skills, nice skills, nice skills. Am I live right now? Can I have someone say hello to me? Because my internet's been acting really fudging weird today. Can I just like make sure that I'm live right now? Hello? Okay, cool. I just wanted people to say hello to me. Thank you. I just wanted the attention. Cool. Thank you. I'm so nervous because my internet's been like freaking out today. Oh, you know what? I was actually thinking it was a good thing I didn't go live yesterday because it was storming so badly yesterday. I ended up sleeping for like most of the night anyway, so I don't know if my power went out or if my internet went out, but if there was a night for my internet to go out, it would have been last night. So. What's up, Ghost Loops? Ghost Loops, happy DBD anniversary day! Ghost Loops, mwah. Panda Monster, mwah. Thank you for the forehead QC. Panda Monster, was it your birthday the other day, or am I stupid? Really? Oh yeah, because it's like 30-something degrees Celsius, right? I don't know. I only speak in freedom units. I know. I'm the worst. No, of course, Shinobi! Shinobi, thanks for joining the Discord. There's no expectation to chat or stay in the Discord, but happy to have you. The first of hell's and it was, and I got really... Oh, God, babe! Did you really? Oh, my God. Ah! Everyone say happy birthday to Panda Monster. I hope you had the best birthday ever. And hello, welcome in, Raiders! Hi, you Goyo Kills. How was your stream? Everyone say, hello, you Goyo Kills. Happy Thursday / Friday, depending on everyone's time zones. You Goyo, how was your stream? Chloe, mwah, thank you for the forehead Kyushu. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, all good. Ghost Loops, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Let's heckin' go. Oh, I just got 10,000 steps. Sitting on my ass streaming. Thanks. I worked out today. No way. Happy birthday, Panda Monster. I hope you had the best birthday ever. Hey, chilla. Happy Thursday. That was Were you doing the DBD event? What were you up to? How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm really tired today. I mean, really, you know, it's fine. It's fine. We're here. You were? Hell yeah. Was it fun? Did you have the best time? Did you get a lot of blood points? Because it's like 110% blood point. Not you. Hee. You're so cute. Who are you stealing it from? You stole it from Amy. On VIP, Amy. VIP, Mr. Ware. Congratulations, Mr. Ware. And your VIP status. We are going to be playing some DBD in a little bit. I'm going to open up some Pokemon cards first. It's so weird now streaming and rating to you since you're on when I get off now. Oh, your stream schedule's changed? You're so sweet. Oh, really? It's not like a Steam DLC or something? I can't wait. It's Shane, right? I don't know why I'm like blacking out right now. But it's Shane, right? I cannot wait to play as him. No? What? That's so crazy. So you can only get him in game? Is it like only with RX cells? Oh, enjoy your lurky turkey. Oh yeah, there's something special going on with Fortnite tonight, right? You buy him an interesting. It is wait, yeah, it is. It's Afterlife. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna get him regardless. So I'm very excited for that. Very excited to play as Shane. I'll probably play as Shane a lot today. Probably spending a lot of blood points on him. And of course, Ghostface, I still need a P100 him. Ugh. This emo, oh my god, Ghost Loops, your rock on emo is so good. Oh my god, that's so cute. Everybody go follow you Goyle Kills. You Goyle, please. Make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and babbies. Go eeka pika puka, stretch your drink. And if anyone's new here, welcome in. My name is PixelxKitten. We're going to open up some Pokemon cards. I have quite a few that I got from Wally World. Sorry, I washed my hair today, so like my hair is like shedding, and it's driving me crazy. But I got this box of Pokemon cards, the Charizard EX one. I got this. Do you want to know where I got it? Yes, at Walmart. But I was buying these. There was another Pokeball, but I already opened it because I have no self-control. But I was buying these and one other Pokeball. And I was my dad and I were leaving, and we're in the self-checkout, and there's this cart there that was like full of like, I guess, restocks. And I asked the lady there, and was like, and I saw this like under a bunch of shit. All I saw was this. This is all I saw, and that's all I needed to see, because it was covered by like a bunch of clothes and like a bunch of other miscellaneous shite. And I asked the lady, it was like, what's in this cart? Like can we buy the stuff in this cart? She goes, oh yeah, we're just restocking that stuff. I'm just like, and my dad grabs out of the cart because he saw it too, and he grabs the cart and he goes like, she's gonna buy it. She wants to buy this. And I was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this. And I was like shaking because I can't believe I found this in the wild. Oh my god. And out of a restock cart. Oh my god. I was just like, I was just gagged. I was completely gagged that I was able to get this. So I really, really, really want to keep this sealed because I feel like this is going to only go up in value just because it has a Charizard on it. But because Charizard's one of my favorite Pokemon and I collect Charizard cards, I really, really want the promo. Not only finding it in the wilds, but finding it in a restock cart, which means someone was going to buy this and then decided not to. But there is a limit. Like, so Walmart has a limit for how many items you can buy. Like, even, like, their self-checkouts will, like, stop you if, like, you try to buy, like, too many of, like, the same SKU. So maybe, I'm thinking that maybe someone forgot their wallet or their credit card got, like, declined, or they hit the limit and they bought too many of them. And this was their overstock or something. And they were going to put it away because, you know, they bought too many of them. So, either way, I can't believe I have this. And we're going to open it last. But we have Pokeballs and these knockout boxes to open. So we're going to open a lot of Pokemon cards today. And then we're going to do the event. It literally meant for me. Oh, 100% Lydia. Yeah. I'm going to play a Raid trailer for you guys really quickly. And then I'll be right back. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere. Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage. I'm sorry.
Pixel! Pixel!
It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I'm anonymous. Follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Also, there's new sprites in Fortnite. So can someone tell me what a sprite is in Fortnite? Because I've heard people say that they have, like, sprites in Fortnite, but, like, I'm not sure I know what that is. With a yellow butthole as a logo? Is that what you call, is that Walmart? Is that a yellow butthole? I never thought of it that way. It was probably that. That's so funny. I forgot to take my allergy meds. Hold on. Ugh. It's a buff. What just fell on my lap? It's a buff to your character that you can carry and extract. Oh. And you can equip it before you get into the game? Or is it something you pick up in the game? Sprite like the drink? I actually hate Sprite. Magic! Called the Walmart butthole. You know what? I'm gonna have to look at like a Walmart logo. Okay, like so I felt something like fall on my lap. What was it? What's gonna bother me? Okay, well it wasn't my phone, so I guess it's important. You can equip before. Cool. I really enjoy playing Fortnite, but the last time I tried to stream it, my PC like froze. So. Oh, they're so cute. So you equip it like how you equip like your backpack or your like your umbrella or your whatever. It's so cute. It looks like a watermelon. That's so cute. And I guess there's like a lot of different ones and you can only are they like timed event things? Like can you get like can you unlock so and so sprites between like this day and then once that's done they're gone forever? Is that how it works? I have no idea. There's different ones and different kinds of each one. Whoa. Some of them are timed. Ah, see, yeah, okay, that makes sense. One of my friends on the stock team put a skeleton with a Walmart vest on. One of the autos. Shut up! No! Oh my god, one of those auto scrubbers almost ran me over. Scared the hell out of me. I was turning the corner and I heard it. And I turned the corner. I was like, oh god! Scared me! You can collect them daily till the season resets. How cool. Oh, I like how it said no you. That's so funny. What's up, Leon? Leon, I hope you're doing very well. Happy Thursday. I hate them. They're scary. I don't know. Anything automated scares the hell out of me. All right. Oh, actually, hold on. I might do an ad read first. Do you guys mind? Because, oh my god, Mira, you're gonna love this. Any of my mods that are listening to this right now are gonna love this. So you know how I told you guys that Gunner, was canceling? Yeah, oh my god, it's about Gunner. You guys know I told you guys how Gunner was canceling live streams, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna pick up some more, of the Twitch sponsorships. I'm gonna be watching a trailer for Jackass to get, $40. Very excited. It's worth it. And, I told you guys I was gonna, pick up new sponsorships. And then I was like, oh, a couple weeks, or, a week or two later, Gunner's like, oh, no, we're gonna start doing the live streams again. Okay, well, we got another email, yesterday, saying, hey, you're gonna be only streaming, once a month, or once or twice a month now. It's like, any sort of consistency. I pray for any sort of consistency. Ooh, Amara. Spades, if you can hear me right now, there's an Amora. Your little dinosaur is in chat. Your little ice dinosaur's in chat. Yeah, it's just don't get me wrong. I love, we'll get it. This command doesn't exist. But yeah, so I don't know. I would just love some consistency, you know? Like, there's a group chat with the Gunner streamers, and we're just like, either take us off or leave us on. Like, literally, but whatever. Gonna make some ramen? Yummy! Also, sweetie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Leon! With the treat redeem, thank you for making Charlie's day. He's been waiting so very patiently for a treat. Say thank you, Leon. Boo, you gonna come here? Boo, you gonna come here? No, Boo, you have to come. Boo, come. Boo, right here. Right here. You're such a... She's so lazy. Charlie's so gentle. Unless you're a stranger, then he'll eat you. But sweetie, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss you. Guess who has 2 thumbs, is a Mexican indigenous, and has a code for shit. Sweetie, did you already load into the game yet? I'm probably gonna play Shane almost all day today. No way, you got the Amara, whatever. Yeah, I should have used an Ultra Bomb. Numbers in the bottoms are a location. A location for what? Wait, don't tell me. I wanna open up the game first. Hold on, don't tell me. If I don't get, I'll cry. Oh, Spades, no! No! Oh, now you want to come up. All right, well, sit. Paw. There we go. You have to make up for you not earning your treat earlier. Oh, no! That's all right. He'll still be there. He'll still be there when you move in. This is the end. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Space, you'll come back. Oh, but that's what I was gonna say. We're gonna watch a trailer, sponsored thing. Watch a trailer for Jackass, the new Jackass movie, which I'm very excited about, by the way. You guys know I only pick sponsors if I actually care about it, and then and then we'll open up some Pokemon cards. Sweetie, thank you for the 5 strip. So cute. You're so cute. All right. Okay. Do I have to watch the trailer, right? Or do I just read this thing? Alright, well the channel skin's live now, so everyone be on your best behavior. Yes, there's a new Jackass movie! This one is coming out... Oh, does it say on your screen when it's coming out? Oh! Only in theaters June 26th. Oh, okay, so starting tomorrow. Starting tomorrow will be in theaters. Did they do musical chairs again? What are you doing, you weird boy? Okay. Awesome boy. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. All right. Hold on. It's like, don't I have to watch? I'm trying to see, like, I should have pulled this up before stream. I'm trying to find the link to the trailer. Oh, there it is. I was like, I'm trying to find. Okay, oh my god. Okay, there we go. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, wait, not yet. No, don't play it yet. Don't play it yet. Wait, I'm not ready. Hold on. All right, we're going to watch the trailer for Jackass. I'm going to read something. I did, Poe. Let me finish this sponsor thing, and I'll get back to you.
Moon, plead, moon, plead, moon, plead, moon, plead, moon, plead, moon, plead.
Yeah. Moon Cords, thank you for the 40, what? 42 miles. Thank you for the 42 months! Oh! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh my god, welcome in! What's up, random Nautilus. Hello, Ghost Gremlins. I have to do this ad for you guys really quickly because I have a time. I have to do this within 5 minutes, and it's been like 3.5 minutes right now. I have to do this really quickly. Do you guys want to watch a trailer with me? The Jackass trailer. Everyone go follow Ghost Gremlins! Thank you so much for the raid! Oh my god. We gotta watch this trailer really quick because I have a time limit. I have to do this. I'm so sorry. But thank you for the follow, Boca Man. So this is the trailer for the new Jackass movie that comes out tomorrow. Hold on.
Welcome to our last film.
One last party. Don't say last. Don't say that.
I hate bulls.
Oh my god, Chris Pontius, yes! Oh!
Only in theaters June 26th.
No, we gotta watch it again. Watch it again, hold on.
Welcome to our last
Oh
film.
my god, Chris Pontius is so cute. I can't get over it. He's such a cutie. Oh my god. Johnny looks so good with the gray hair, though. Can we talk about that?
I love him.
Oh my god!
Only in theaters June 26th. Get tickets now.
Oh my god, that is so funny. We cannot wait. He really suits the gray. All right, I'm gonna read this really quickly, and then I'm gonna catch up on the Raiders. Raiders. All right. This is the final Jackass movie. That makes me so sad. But celebrate how much you love Jackass and express what it means to you and your friends and family. Where were you when you watched your first Jackass movie, and who are you taking to see this final movie? How were you and your squad showing up to the theater? Oh god. Share your genuine excitement to see the Am I supposed to be reading that? Am I supposed to? Yeah, I'm supposed to be reading that part. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't press the start. I did it again. Where I didn't click that I'm reading the sponsored part right now. Okay, now I'm reading the sponsored part. Okay. I did this last time too, where I read it and then I didn't click. I know. It's like my first time streaming. Okay, so here we go. This is the final Jackass movie. Celebrate how much you love Jackass and express what it means to you and your friends and family. Where were you when you watched your first Jackass movie, and who are you taking to see this final movie? How are you and your squad showing up to the theater? Oh my god, can you imagine just like in the beginning of the trailer, like everyone's like shows up in like diapers or something? Could you imagine that? See Jackass, best and last, in the theater surrounded by your best friends. A reminder that comedy is better with a crowd. Tell your group chat we're doing this one in theaters. Jackass, best and last is saying goodbye to iconic franchise. Oh, I'm gonna get emotional. It's saying goodbye to an iconic franchise that we all grew up on. It's the franchise that gave people the permission to be a jackass again in a world that focuses on making you grow up. Some movies are watched. Jackass is an experience. This is a movie that deserves the biggest screen possible. Get ready to laugh your asses off. R-rated comedies are back. Celebrate how Jackass brings audiences together through comedy, slapstick humor, and friendship, all while delivering some of the most iconic pranks and stunts that have defined generations. Remind your audience how Jackass invented its own genre in their own way. We want to hear your takes on why Jackass... Oh, Wait, am I supposed to be reading this? Wait, I'm supposed to be reading this part, right? But, okay. Get your crew together and get tickets to Jackass, best and last, only in theaters June 26th. So I didn't know that this was going to be the last movie ever that they do. So I have a question for you guys. When did you guys... Okay, first of all, raise your hand if you've ever watched a Jackass anything. Has anyone ever watched a Jackass anything? Also, Ghost Gremlins, if you're still here, I hope you had the best stream ever. Thank you so much for rating. I'm sorry I had to read that. I had a time limit on how quickly I had to read that. You've never seen a Jackass movie? Never? Yes, you have. You've seen all of them, Icy? Yeah, Alice? 55? Yeah, but for non-for-off. He looks so yummy, though, right? Also, Alice, for Nompermomph. Mwah. Stellar Bear. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kisses. Oh, you were playing Dead by Daylight. Oh, Ghost Gremlins, if you're still here, which you better not be, because you better be getting that post-stream self-care. I hope you had the best time doing the event. I can't believe it's the last movie ever. I'm so happy to see Chris Pontius in it, though. Jackass is giving away a life-size Wee Man popcorn bucket. No, he didn't. Is that real, Poe? Are they really doing a life-size Wee Man popcorn bucket? Nah, no way. No way. Are they really? 20 years. It really does. It is 20 years, isn't it? I used to watch the show. Yeah. You did. You got came from 34 to 41. No way. Also, Icy. Mwah. Thank you for the 6'7" forehead kisses. No, they're giving such daddy. Like, Johnny Knoxville looks so good. Also love that in the trailer we saw that he was doing his old man costume again, which is funny because he's like an old man now. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that 55 is old man, but like 20 years ago, you know, when they made that costume. Also, Ghost Gremlins. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. You weren't allowed to watch it when it first came out. You saw it a few years later, and it was weird. So weird. I think that was one thing that's like, how celebrate how Jackass brings audiences together through comedy, slapstick humor, and friendship. Because you can tell that these guyses, first of all, that have been friends for how many years, and how many dick tattoos have they done to each other? How many like branding? How much like pain and misery have they put each other through, and that they're still friends through it all? I think it's very impressive. My partner's cooking dinner, and they've been taking care of me all day. Oh, yay! I'm so glad for you. W partner. I love that for you. I may have seen Jackass a little too young, but yeah. I definitely don't think that my parents knew that I saw Jackass at the age that I was when I first saw it, which I can't even tell you, like, what age I was when I saw it. But, because time is weird, and I don't understand how time works. But I don't think I should have watched it when I did. But I used to watch, because wasn't there like a 30-minute episode TV show like a couple times a week or something like that? Otaku, mwah, thank you for the forehead QC. They have also been through both addiction, death, yeah, a lot of it, yeah. Because, was it Ryan Dunn passed away, and that was so sad. He didn't care, he thought they were funny. Oh, that's awesome. I don't think my parents would like anything that Jackass does. Oh, it's a TV show first. Oh, okay. Because I saw that. I'm trying to think of some of my favorite, like, stunts that they did. I know the giant hand in The Office is, like, one of the funniest ones. When, like, they're filming, like, some of the, they're filming some of the Jackass crew, like, walking into the office. And, they have that giant hand that, like, smacked them with, like, I don't know, was it, like, baby powder or something? That was funny. And then, like, each time someone got by that prank, they watched the next people get got by it. I don't know. That was probably, it's probably, like, one of the funniest ones to me. I love Jackass. My friends watched it when it came out, but my parents were like, "You were 8. Oh my god. Dressed as pandas in Japan. I don't know if I remember that one. I could picture it in my head, but I don't know if I remember that one. I might have to go through a Jackass rewatch. I'm thinking. I think it's really funny to have this come out and then this movie come out. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it. Someone type it. I think it's cool to have that come out. Was it the sixth one? 6? Was it 6 or 8 that just came out of that movie? It's 6, right? And then now Jackass. I think it's the era of slapstick humor. 6? Okay, cool, thank you. Yes! Oh, thank you! W Raw Raven, W Mods. Yes, it is an hour. An hour. And I changed the music to DMCA free as well. Just in case. Just in case. It's telling me that I didn't do it. It's telling me that I didn't do the ad read. Hold on. I might need to read it again. Oh my god! I have to read it again. It didn't go through. Do you guys mind if I read that again? Wait, what? I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. I'm taking a screenshot of this because I might have to file a complaint or something. Because it's saying an unexpected error has occurred. And I have a clip of it, so I might have to go into the Discord, the partner Discord, and be like, because I read it twice. Sunny! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Because it's telling me that I didn't do it. And... Oh, there we go! Okay, no, it's working, okay. Alright, I have to read it again, though, because it didn't work the first couple times. If they get me in trouble for this, I'm going to show them the clips of the first 2 times we read it, because now this is my 3rd time reading this. I'm so sorry. Okay, so we watched the Jackass trailer twice, because this is the final Jackass movie. I know, I'm sorry. I'm reading this again. I'm so sorry. What's up, Zidarnet? Yeah, so we're hyping up the Jackass movie that's coming out in theaters starting June 26th, aka tomorrow. Also Canary, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Jello, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. This is the final Jackass movie. Celebrate how much you love Jackass and express what it means to you and your friends and family. Where were you when you watched your first Jackass movie, and who are you taking to see this final movie? How were you and your squad showing up in the theater? Share your genuine excitement to see the final movie. I know! Wait, okay, so question. Who is going to go in theaters to see this? And, okay, when it says, how are you and your squad showing up in theaters, do you know, like, those TikToks where they have the movie theater guy who's, like, doing the tickets? They say, what movie are you going to? And then it pans to the people that are, like, obviously, like, dressed as or cosplaying as what movie they're going to. I wonder, if people are gonna dress up, because, like, what are they gonna do? Dress up as, like, in diapers or something, too? Like, what would you dress up as? An old man? Like, one of those old man, like, rubber masks or something? Oh, I don't know if you could wear rubber masks in theaters, actually. You don't have a theater nearby? Oh, that's unfortunate. You can't? That's unfortunate. Brad Pitt in the gorilla suit. Oh my god. Or a panda? Yeah, I'm thinking diapers would be really, really popular one. Apparently the UK needs to prepare some serious rain and thunder tonight. I had that yesterday. It was bad. I was actually glad I didn't stream yesterday, because I think that if I did, I would have lost power. I don't know. I was asleep though. Some movies are watched. Jackass is an experience. This is a movie that deserves the biggest screen possible. Get ready to laugh your asses off. R-rated comedies are back. Let's see. And we talked about my favorite Jackass memory, which was the one where, if you guys just join us, I was talking about my favorite memories, like when they're filming all, like, the crew coming into the office, and they have, in that small hallway, that one doorway, and they have, like, a giant hand primed and ready to just slap them. And I think they got, who did they get? They got Wee Man, they got Steve-O, I want to say, right? And they got Johnny. There's a bunch of people that they got with the giant hand thing. And it's probably one of the skits that stands out the most. Oh my god, no. No, when Johnny Knoxville dresses up as the old man, and he has his balls hanging out of his balls. They're not his real balls. They're fake balls. Oh yeah, I see, they did get banned. They had his, like, fake balls. He was carrying food. I remember that. But when another one, is it called Bad Grandpa, where he has, like, his fake balls coming out of his, like, shorts? Johnny's so funny. Johnny is, like, peak Jackass. Oh, did you guys see that they were in Pride? They were in a Pride parade, and there was, like, I saw pictures on Twitter of Johnny Knoxville flipping off the people, like, protesting the Pride parade. That was awesome. So, W Jackass. But the release date is tomorrow. Get your crew together and get tickets to Jackass. Best and last. Only in theaters June 26th. How sad, though. It's coming to an end. My mother-in-law didn't know Johnny Knoxville was in the Jackass movies. Where does your mother-in-law know Johnny Knoxville from, if not from Jackass? Hello? Hello? Mr. Ware, thank you for gifting us up to Lydia. Mr. Ware, thank you so much. Lydia, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to add for review and add your sub badge. It's so funny how people are like surprised that the creators, like the crew members and creators in Jackass are pro LGBTQIA+. It's like, have you ever seen what they do in these films and this TV show? Like, have you never seen Jackass ever? Like, there's so much homoerotica in there. Like, how can you not know that they're not LGBTQIA+ friendly? You know what I mean? Oh my god. Oh, did you really? Okay, so apparently there's a Wee Man bucket. Popcorn bucket, you said? Hold on. You put it in memes? Shut up. Jackass best and last for a chance to win a one-of-a-kind life-size Wee Man popcorn bucket. It's Wee. Oh, it actually is Wee Man size. Oh my god! Wee Man's such a cutie too. That is so funny. Oh man. Oh, and then like Chris Pontius and his what is like you know, banana hammock. That was always a highlight for me because he's so handsome. No, go get the heck out of here, Shinobi. I thought you already left. I thought you were already playing Fortnite. Go out of here. Go play your Fortnite. Squish stick ping pong. No! Oh my god, wasn't there one where they were like, they were sitting like with their legs spread and they were like, was it they were chucking, was it pool balls at each other's nuts? I feel like I remember that. Yeah, the party boy. Oh my, yeah, when he has like his little collar and his like little wrist cuffs. Oh, we love him. I'm trying to remember that one, Rylu. I don't know if I know the was it, what did you say? Squished dick ping pong. Yeah. Yeah, Poe, we talked about that earlier. I can't talk about that. But you guys can. Yeah, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the movie. Oh my god! Maybe that's why I love Ace so much, Raven. It's because he reminds me of Chris Pontius. Oh my god. Can you imagine how much, like, not shared footage they have of all the Jackass stuff that they've done? Can you imagine? I don't know if I remember that one. Between the plexiglass. I don't know if I remember that one. I know they, like, dressed up. Was it Johnny's penis as, like a bunny or something, and they had, like, a snake bite it? Oh, I don't even have a penis, and that scares me. I remember they had it, like, tied up on a string, and they had a snake bite it. Oh, hello. Sorry, I'm talking about snakes. You can't do that. You can't come up here and do that. Jordan, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Pontius, was it Pontius then? I don't remember. It may have been. Someone's pee-pee got bit by a snake. Do they really, Poe? Whose show? Not Johnny, it was Pontius? Oh my god. I don't know how I didn't remember that. But you guys know which one I'm talking about, right? That's so funny. I never really have anyone to talk to about Jackass stuff. I feel like... Well, there you are. I feel like no one I know really, like, knows about Jackass, so it's nice to talk about this. It's been a long time since I've watched anything Jackass, though, so I'm very excited to see this. Was also the Godzilla dick puppet. That I don't remember. I'm sure if I, like, saw pictures of these, if I had like a visual to see, I'm not gonna lie though, I'm not gonna Google that. I'm not gonna Google Godzilla Dick Puppet, you know, but I would probably remember, because I've watched those over and over again. Oh, gotcha, Po. Ooh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I remember watching this show in high school. That's what that's what safe search is for. Oh, I don't, when was the latest Jackass movie that came out? That's not this one. That's coming out tomorrow. Yeah, I used to watch that all the time. Almost every day at high school. Forever? Like forever ago? Wait, when was it though? No, sorry. What year was it?
Hello.
Thank you for the follow. Oh, I just kicked you. I'm sorry. What year is it? You guys are killing me. Oh, okay, there we go. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on. 2022? Oh, I did not see that one then. That's so lame. What's up, Ranger Neil? Welcome in. Yeah, I definitely didn't see that. Also, New Day. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. What the heck? Human Raptor, thank you for the 15 bits. What? Thank you. Oh, that's so nice. What the hecky? No, I didn't see that one. Is this where the Godzilla dick puppet was in Jackass Forever? Who turned my chat filters on? Shit. What did my elbow do to you? Do you want to come up here and say hello? Because you're being a little snot right now. Oh, come here. I can open up some Pokemon cards. Ugh. Okay, so that's probably why it doesn't sound familiar then. Thank you for the bits. What the hecky? A New Day, thank you for the stream streak. Joopy! Dog or cat? How did you know? How did you know that she redeemed that? That is so funny. Do cat. Yes! And that'll teach you, mister. No, go away. All right, go away. Come here. Oh, yeah. You see him grab it out of my hand? What's up, Max? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. It is Jasper. Come here. Up. Right on my leg. Come here. Ow. Okay, he bit my finger a little bit. You know, go away. Go away. Go away. You're scaring the cat. All right, up. Go away. There you go. All right, the dog got some treats too. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Oh, the bulls! Oh, that one's so scary. I'm not, like, super crazy about any of the ones that involve, like, animals. He goes right back upstairs. He's like, I got my treats. I'm happy. Yeah, I'm not, like, super crazy about the ones that involve animals, but as long as the animals don't get hurt, I'm okay with it. Sorry. Like, not to bring out, like, my Karen or anything. Like, I'm not, like, gonna boycott or anything. I just get scared. I don't want any of the animals to get hurt. Of course, I don't want the people to get hurt either, but I care more about the animals. What's up, Dark Ragnar? I'm doing alright. How are you doing today? Yeah, so I'm hoping that there's less animal stuff in the movie tomorrow, but we'll see. We shall see. Not good? Hugs. Hugs for you, Dark Ragnar. And anyone who needs it. If you guys don't want it, you guys can dump it and give to the next person. Like, I'm not gonna say I wouldn't do it. 100% would, just with shits and giggles, but it always had me worried. Oh, the bull run? So the bull one that I'm thinking of is when they did, like, what was it? Like, the streets of Barcelona, when they're doing, like, the bull run or something. That's what I'm thinking of. I know there's a couple other bull ones, too. No, yeah, definitely Raven. I think I would trust them over, like, some other, like, studios. But still makes me nervous, you know. Marshmallow, 151? Pokemon? Thank you for the forehead kissy. Speaking of, do you guys want to open up some Pokemon cards now that my brother's here? There's so many bull ones. There really are. Lots of bulls, lots of snakes. Slaps Pokeballs out of the way. Yeah. We're gonna open these first, because I'm really excited about these. Oh no! Hopefully you're not in too much pain, Ragnar. That sounds awful. How do I open this? I guess I gotta just rip it open. Beyblade, let her rip! You're in a lot of pain. They didn't give you any, like, painkillers or nothing? What are you doing in the Twitch chat? Go lay down. Please go take care of yourself, Dark Ragnar. Get the heck out of here. Ooh, Suicune. Pretty. No, seriously, but please go take care of yourself. Twitch streams, not important. Managing your pain, important. Yes, a Suicune is my favorite of the 3 legendary dogs. It's Suicune, Entei, then Raikou for me. Not that I have anything against Raikou. I just prefer Suicune and Entei. I love Kyogre, though. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love Groudon, too. But Kyogre is just, like, so dope. He's so pretty, my little big fish boy. Oh, is Entei your favorite? He's a cute boy. I do love the sticker that's just like the Pokemon card. I think that's just such a cute sticker. It's the whole ass Pokemon card. I think they should do more stickers like these. Those are way too cute. Also, it looks like it comes with, each one comes with a Surging Sparks and a Twisted Masquerade. Subnautica. I don't know. I haven't really watched much gameplay of Subnautica, and I won't play it because I don't like wide open underwater spaces. Oh, shite. You know what I need to do? Hi, Zombie! Zombie, aren't you live right now, homie? Aren't you live right now? Yes! Everyone go follow Zombie Magic. Who's doing, like, what was it? Like, 30 days in a row, 10 hours a day? Dead by Daylight? Crazy, man. Everyone go follow Zombie Magic. I hope you're having a great stream, homie. What? I totally forgot. Oh, actually, I'll do this after the sponsor segment. I lied. All right, Pokemon first. Thanks, Zombie! I'm so excited to open these. Surging Sparks and Twisted Masquerade. I don't have a lot of these at all. I love the games, but I have to go into cheating mode to beat the first game because it was terrified. I won't even know. I don't even know. I think it's first person, right? I do know that it's first person. I was gonna be like, is it first or third person? It's first person, right? Ah, Zombie, mwah, Leon's moans, mwah, thank you for the forehead QC. Mr. Ware, are you enjoying your VIP badge, by the way? Your VIP? Hi, Leon's moans. You're just in time for our Pokemon balls. Yes, it looks good on you. Can you stop screaming at me, child? Alright. Is this only one energy or one Pokemon card to the front? Alright, it is. You guys guessed the Pokemon, or the energy card. Man, my bangs were looking so good, and then I don't know what happened. Now it looks like shit. Crab squids are the bane of my existence? I'm afraid I didn't know what a crab squid is. Is it anything like the squids in, what are they called? What are those squids in, Skyrim? They're so annoying. They're like mud crabs or something. I hated those. Oh, Dance Balls, let go! How are your feet? Fire, grass. I have thalassophobia. I absolutely hate the Subnautica games. But I have them on my... Oh, do you really? What's thalassophobia, if you don't mind me asking? It's a fist. This is how we do it. Oh, what am I opening? Twisted Masquerade. I don't really know what Pokemon come in these packs. I've only opened. Is it? Oh, I wouldn't say I have a phobia of that, but it definitely makes me uncomfortable. I definitely wouldn't say it's phobia status. Oh, yeah, that's creepy. Yeah, it definitely makes me uncomfortable. I don't think I've had phobia though. Deep water, yeah. I think deep water, yes. I would say I would go into full blown like phobia panic mode, but open water, I think I'm okay. No, I don't know. Water's not great. No, I think I'm with you on that, Rylu. I feel like that's a very rational thing to fear. Also, Destiny. Think with a forehead kissy. But oh, okay. Yeah. Really? Well, I guess that works, right? I'd rather something only scare me in video games. I think the things in the water are scarier than the water itself. Nah. I fear the water. I think the water will kill you faster than a thing in the water. What? What? Why are you the way you are, my child? Go. No. Go. 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 Anybody want a cat? Oh, okay. So, I've only opened 2 packs of Twisted Masquerade ever in my life, and both packs had a full art or illustration rare Diplin in it. So, if I get another Diplin in here, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket or something. Nose pass. Seeking! Oh, this is so pretty! Sunkern. All these cards are gonna be new to me, so I'm really. Oh my god! Oh, and then there's this ugly guy. Heracross. Oh my gosh. Oh, a love ball! Oh, Pinsir? Timber? Oh, Mira! Mira, it's your boy! Oh, I finally opened a pack that didn't have a full art or IR Diplin in there. Diplin. The Abra is so cute. You're Surging Sparks. Which I also haven't opened a lot of, but I've opened more of these than I have of Twisted Masquerade. What energy would you think is going to be in this pack? I'm going to guess electric just because it's Surging Sparks. So it's making me think electric. Wookie, wookie, wookie. It's electric. That Abra was so cute. The Seeking was so cute. The Sunkern, I really like the Seeking. So cute. I'm going to go with electric. Wookie, wookie, wookie. Oh, that's alright. We have more tries. Capsicid. Sigilyph. Duraluda. Sizzlipede. Passimian. Colberberry. Whaleren. Whoa! Speaking of deep water, let's go. We got a hit. Brooksish. And who the fudge is this? Rabska? Oh, it's like one of the dung beetle Pokemon. Okay. No way. How pretty. Even if chat is PG, can we still say the word jackass? Yes! Yes, we can, Tom. Also, hi, Tom. Tom, are you live right now? No? I'm checking. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Why do you worry yourself? And why doesn't it say what you last played? What? I can't tell. Is Tom live right now? I can't tell if he's lying to me. Oh. Huh. Oh, we're gonna open Twisted Masquerade. I'm not live. Were you live? I'm gonna guess grass. Fisting again. Earlier today, were you playing the event? Applin. Oops. You are in the wrong pile. There we go. Swirlix. Litwick. Puchiana. Florgus. Bellybolt. Hassel. Caretaker. Quarterfish. Whoa! Another hit! What is happening? Holy moly, guacamole, artichoke. Blood Moon Ursaluna. Holy hits. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. Dusty, how are you doing? Wait, you hate it as both survivor and killer, or were you just doing one or the other? Capricorn, mwah, think with the forehead, QC. So both Twisted Masquerade packs we've had hits, right? No. Wait, what? No, that was Surging Sparks. Okay, just kidding. One from Surging Sparks, one from Twisted Masquerade. Hi, Capricorn. It's not fun for either role? Oh. Oh no. I'll open this pack ugly too. I'm gonna go with Metal for this one. Got my Robin! Yum! Oh, nice! Don't yell at me, I'm trying to pet you. Come on, go in your box. Go in your box. Alright. Metal. Oh, I thought I was right for a second. Mazel tov in the groceries, though. I got groceries yesterday. I got 40 lychees, whatever you guys want to call them, for $2. And I had like 10 of them yesterday. They're so good. I love lychees. They're so yummy. Togetic! Cute. Very cute. Missing Tricks. Is this our first year without Tricks? That's fair, Tom. Not bad. A 50. I'll take a 50% pull, right? I'll take 50. Oh, I could see that. And I think they have the consistency of grapes too. I could totally see that. What's up, Mad Eye? Mad Eye, happy Thursday. We got some Pokeballs to open too. Yeah. It feels so much longer ago, doesn't it, Capricorn? And it's only been a year. Surging Sparks, perfect order, and Twisted Masquerade. So we have more chances. We have more chances for my Mega Collab SIR. I'd happily have her back over the teleporting survivors who go invisible and heal instantaneously mid-chase. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I haven't seen anything, Tom. I haven't seen anything about the gameplay yet. I hope you're doing so good, Matt. I hope work's been very well for you. What are we opening? Surging Sparks is what we're opening. Well, I hope you have fun. Yeah. Yeah. Water. Oh, I should have stuck with Metal. What am I opening? Oh, Surging Sparks. I keep forgetting. Surging Sparks is a spot. Okay. Fanpy. Work's been yuck. No! I'm so sorry to hear that. 6 seconds of not being able to break pallets. That's virus can also just go pick up. What? Oh, look at this starfish. So cute. I am so intrigued, but like nervous for the event now. Wo-Chen. Whoa, I've never seen this guy before. Huh. I've never seen him. I've seen this guy. Gimme ghoul. Applin. Whoa! Hydra. Why are you yelling at me? Hydreigon, no way! So pretty! Wow! I love dragons! Even though this dragon Pokemon is, like, kind of silly to me. I don't know. It's a really pretty card. It's so pretty. Wow. We've been getting some good hits tonight. It's nice opening packs I don't normally have, because I normally open, like, Perfect Order and Chaos Rising, and that's all I get. But we have Perfect Order, and we're gonna hope that we get our Mega Capable SIR. The pallets, like, become armored. You can't break them, and survivors can just pick them up when they want. What? Crashing Headbutt, does it? Oh, it does. Imagine the move is called Crash Out, and it's like, me. Drampa, no way! Drampa's so cute. Drampa's the one that looks like, the Never-Ending Story dragon, right? Oh, no way! What kind of sleeves did you get? By the way, Oh, yeah. So I didn't read the email. When is that supposed to be coming out? I think I saw someone tweet that it's going to be in August, but I did not, look. Soft sleeves and top loaders. Slay. Slay, 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 slay. Oh, we got the whole evolution line here. Holy moly. I don't care. I've opened a million packs Perfect Order. I just want Mega Clefable SIR. I don't care. Twilight Masquerade. Tom, have you ever seen Jackass, the movies? Oh, hi, Music Kid. Music Kid, happy Thursday! I have, they're wild. I can't wait to see this one. Although now I'm gonna have to watch, what was it? What were you guys telling me? Jackass Forever. Because I've never seen that one. Guess who's D-Pip to lowest rank in Valorant? My bestie that rhymes with pupsic pit. What? Music Kid? Oh man, that's so funny. It definitely was. I love eating me's, by the way. He's so cute. Whoa, look at this guy. Brute Bonnet. Was that like a Mugus variation or something? Oh, I hate this evolution line. It's so dumb. Whoa! Another Ursaluna! What is happening with these hits? We're getting some crazy hits today. I'm definitely taking a break. I can't do the I'm so sorry. There was an email that we got like a day or two ago. I don't know, my time's been like all messed up. Where they sent an email updating us on the delivery day for the email. After I open up these packs, I can check my email if you don't have it. Maybe I go back to DBD. Now would be the time. Not there either? Okay. I'll check it after this. Did you get a box too? I did. Put it on the credit card. Yeah, it was the FOMO. The FOMO. Oh, I was about to say, did I not get stickers? Jasper, you're actually starting to piss Mommy off. Like, Mommy's actually, like, getting pissed off. Just so you know. Just so you know, child. Not you guys. My furry child. Yeah. I don't know. I'll check in a second. Oh, this Oh! Well, this is different. This one comes with Journey Together instead of Surging Sparks. But that's fine, because I still want the Clefairy. Oh, yes, Poe! I did. I spent a lot of money. I spent my entire... I'm gonna do... in this order. I'm gonna do Perfect Order first. I spent my entire, like, last Gunner livestream paycheck on Prime Deal stuff. And I got a lot of cat litter, dog food, air filters, groceries for Amazon Fresh. Basically all stuff that I need. I think I got 2 things that I wanted. 2 things that were wants, and all the rest of them were needs. But yeah. Oh, do you see the email? Oh, you got a new water bottle? Yeah. So I didn't really get anything that like I wanted. It was all things I needed. But that's like the life when you're like a broke bitch. You know what I mean? What did you guys get from Amazon Prime deals? I didn't get anything. Man, well, you still have till tomorrow. Yeah, I definitely saved a lot of money on the adulting stuff. Like, I got, like, what, 4 months worth of... Hey! I already have this. I got 4 months worth of cat litter. Yeah, it ends tomorrow. Prime Day. Yeah, oh, and I did get almost everyone in my family, almost everyone in my family's birthday and Christmas presents done. Do you really? That's so funny, Tom. What kind of what did you get? Can I see a picture? Send it to me. I want to see a picture of what you got. No, exactly. Lydia, and that's why I spent as much money as I did, because I literally spent my entire Gunner Livestream paycheck on everything. You don't have to, Tom, but I want to see your water bottle. But it's all stuff that I buy regularly. Like, it was all stuff that I buy. Oh, I got a new eyeliner. Well, not a new eyeliner, but that's the same one I usually get. But it was on sale. It was like $11 cheaper. I was like, fuck yeah. Alright. Actually, you're pissing me off so much. You're good. No, oh, get out of my house. Get out of my house. I don't know you. But everything that I bought is all stuff that I have, like, on my subscribe and save. And so now I get to skip my next couple months of, like, subscribe and save stuff, because I actually might get another bag of dog food now that I'm thinking about it, because it was like 19% off, and I was like, that's such a good deal. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Whoa, Tremors? No way! Oh, hell yeah. But yeah, like, it sucks that I spent, like, so much money all at once. But that's what credit cards are for. And it's all stuff that I need. Like, I need this stuff. What am I opening? Oh, this is Journey Together. Journey Together. So, I just want the Clefairy. I don't care what else is in here. I just want the Clefairy. Give me Lily's Clefairy. I saw that Mina streams pulled it. I'm so happy for her. I'm so happy that she pulled Lily's Clefairy. So happy for her! One day, but it is not this day. That's alright. That sounds really cool though, Poe. Oh my god, Spades get it. So happy! That's literally me right now, Mr. Bear. Oh, that's right! In the 30s? Wait, where did you send that? In a bonus clip? Slay. Slay. So many fisting. So much fisting going on right now. What the hecky? You get the body, bro! So cute. Man, I remember when their HP used to be like 40. What happened to that? This is Twilight Masquerade, okay. Tangela. Shinx with his little booty out. Booty, booty, booty. Another love ball, Glamora. Ariados. Oh, I like the art on him. Another one of whatever the fuck this is. Oh, you're so cute. Ugh, I hate this evolution line. I think it's so stupid. Like, what do you mean there's a Pokemon for matcha tea? Like, so stupid. I don't know. Like, Pokemon like Klefki, Vanillite, Garbodor, Sinistea. Such stupid Pokemon. Like, I like it better when they're like animals. Alright. It's time for the big one. It's time for the Charizard EX box. Nikki! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, wait, Tom, did you see the email? You said you looked it up on Twitter. Did you see it? What's your least favorite Pokemon? Oh my god. Yo, yes! Lydia, me! I hate all the ones that are based off in an... Okay, I'm gonna change it. I hate all Pokemon that are based off of man-made objects. I think it's so silly that Pokemon are man-made things, like matcha tea. or Klefki or Vanillite. I think that's so stupid. If you're out of ideas, just say you're out of ideas. No one's saying that you have to make 10,000 different Pokemon. So you hate the sword Pokemon? Ooh, those are actually kind of dope though. Ooh, I'm a hypocrite. Okay, so maybe it's not all man-made things. Alright, Jasper, you're being such a cunnilingus. See you next Tuesday. We're still sponsored, so I have to be nice. They're so cute though. I like the I do like the Dewblade egg slash whatever. No, don't come back down here. I don't know what his problem is. I fed them. I did their litter box. I don't know why they're so mad, or why Jasper's so mad. But he's actually. I'm gonna close my basement door because he's like I'm literally getting like pissed off. And stream is like just started. I'm not trying to get pissed off so early in the stream. Look at him! No! Look at him! Oh. So cool. I'm so happy that we got this box. I can't believe it was in the restock cart at the checkout. Magearna, yes. I'm not a fan of Magearna. I think her design is cool, but I'm not a fan. Ooh. Ugh. There's a bunch of animals. Oh yeah, the trash ones! Garbodor and Trubbish. Hate those. They're so stupid. Although, so I like Muck and I like Grimer. But I'm not gonna say that like Sludge isn't like a is a man-made. I don't think Sludge is like a man-made thing. I think some people are not gonna like that sound. Sorry. Sorry for anyone who doesn't like that sound. Sorry. Alright, so we got Journey Together, Surging Sparks, and Twilight Masquerade. So here are the 5 packs in this box. School agenda. You are so funny. Be more of a mom. Jasper's what the fuck is that thing? No Chick-fil-A thought? The future Paradox Pokemon? I don't know.
Hi,
I think those are cool. Cookie Dough, thank you for the 10 months. Tier 3. Cookie Dough, I have a very important question for you. Dog or cat? Also enjoy your 110 emotes. Count them. Your 110 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudge? Mommy. Oh my god, so Raven, all my mods were like watching my, dog got you. All my mods were watching the Amazon stream I was doing for Gunner on Tuesday. And Raven, typed in chat. And it only showed up as Amazon user or Amazon shopper user or something like that. And was like, oh, I don't know who this is. And she just types in, it's Maple Mommy. I'm so glad that that's just like your alias. Oh my god, Alice. I love the reverse. It is a little like uncanny valley seeing my face reverse though, isn't it? Yeah, it was so funny. I was like, oh, hello, Maple Mother. I don't know, I just thought it was so funny. Oh, that was you! I wasn't sure! Because, like, I assumed it was you, because your name's Destiny. But I didn't want to, like, assume. Marble Mother, by the way. I did know. Would Ghost Pokemon count as... No, I don't think Ghost Pokemon count as man-made, because a man did not make a ghost. That's my thing. I think Spiritomb was okay. I think Yamask is okay. I think those are okay. I guess I have a lot of gray area. There's a lot of inconsistencies with me. Oh my god, I love the reverses. We're gonna open Journey Together, Surging Sparks. I'm gonna do Twilight Masquerade for last because I get some pretty good hits from Twilight Masquerade from the very few that I've opened. So we'll do Journey Together first. So I'm gonna move the perfect order out of the way. Oh, I opened it ugly. Alright, after this, I'm closing the basement door. I don't want this cat down here anymore. He's actually, like, literally pacing me off. He's just being so naughty. Agua! Oh! Oh, good! Oh, well, not that you forgot your meds, but I'm glad that you had a good therapy session today. I had a really bad anxiety thing. Was it, like, either last night or the night before? I can't remember. But it was really not great. It was awful. And so I just went to bed. Shelgon, I love him. Milcery. Oh, okay. So you want to hear about hypocrisy or hypocrites? I think Alchemy is like one of my top favorite Pokemon. Oh, hello, lovely. I already have this one though. But what's up, Cover Time Pete? But yeah, Alchemy is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. And I would argue that he's man-made. Oopsies. She's inconsistent. Cover Time P.O. for doing so good. In the Gen 1 Pokédex, Kadabra is said to have a human child who lost control. What? Oh yeah, and he's holding spoons too, right? What's on the schedule for dinner today? Mama J. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Mama J, is Mimikyu your favorite? Please and thank you. Oh, right. There was a thing to have to do next week. How often do you go? No, you're totally good, Cookie Dough. I know who you're talking about. Salmon and zucchini. Oh, yum. Oh, that's right. Tinkaton. That's right. He's that little pink fuck, right? Sorry, he's that little pink. Oh my god, I just realized I'm still in the sponsor segment. I have to be nice. Am I still in the sponsor segment? Do you guys still see sponsor stuff on the stream? Corviknight. I love Corviknight. Oh, I love Greedent. He's so cute. Love him. Yes. Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I already have this card too. But she's my favorite. Oh, I love her so much. Yeah, I'm such a hypocrite. This is Alchemy. She's one of my favorite Pokemon ever. She's definitely top 10. Maybe even top 6. Literally, right after talking about her, what are the odds that we pull an Alchemy? That's so funny. And she's so cute. She has like a bunch of different forms too, based off different desserts. But out of all the Pokemon cards, you really only see like her strawberry cream form. But she has like a matcha cream form, and she has like a bunch of other like cream forms. It's so cute. Other favorites are the Eevee and her evolutions. Do you have a favorite evolution? Oh, did it really just end? No way. So I dropped the F word 1 minute before the sponsor thing ends. That's so... Oops. Mr. Where know you? Yeah, I mean, it was a jackass sponsor, right? No, I don't think so. I really don't think they watched the entire hour. Oh, yeah, Po. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me. I think it's like the stupid man-made items, like a thing of keys or trash. So, I know, again, that's subjective. Yeah, exactly, Chilla, right? Oh, Vaporeon and Leafeon? Aw, you're so sweet, Tom. Don't be nice to me, I'll come. Electric. Damn. Or a magnet. That's right, magnet. For is Magnezone, right? Oh, what did I just open? Oh, it's a Surging Sparks. Surging Sparks. Ugh. Surging Sparks. Look at this Diglett! So cute! Ooh, the Tauros is sick. Latios. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Are you fucking joking? Are you joking? So if you're just joined us, the reason why I'm laughing is because our first hit of the day was this fucking fish. So, I've gotten 2 Brookfish. What the fudge? That's so funny. I have the weirdest luck, man. Shut up. You did not just say that, Bees. Alright, everyone go follow Beeswax if you wanna... If you want to follow something that looks like this fish. Oh my god. Jasper, on God, pissing me off. Go away. Go, 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 go. Maple Mother, come and get your cat, because he's honestly pissing me off. Would fossil Pokemon cows man-made? No. They need to be revived by people? No. Oh, thank you for the shout-out! Is that the... Oh, not you have an emote for that, by the way. Is that the Ghost Loops? The hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, and my favorite person in this entire room right now? Serving cunt. I'll show you. I'm actually about to... I have 2 more packs to open. And then I'll show you guys all of our hits. That's the one. I called Jasper during the sponsor stream a cunnilingus. Cunnilingus. Because I couldn't say the word cut. And so I had to get creative. What are we opening? Surging Sparks. Oh, doesn't Surging Sparks have Butthole Pikachu? Because I think that's what Fancy Man wants to pull. If I pull Butthole Pikachu, I'm so gonna, like, send him a message. Be like, look at Iga. Oh, look, it's Beeswax. Look, it's you. Sandy guess. Oh, I think this is a dumb one, by the way. I know it's not man-made, but, like, it's dumb enough.
Less than 3.
Oh, oh, ah! Slothbag brought the luck. Flygon is one of my favorite Pokemon. Let's go. Hi, Slothy. Slothy, I love you so much. I myself am quite a cunning linguist. Happy Pride. Oh my gosh. Sloth, thank you for the 29 puppies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes ad free viewing on your sub badge. I saw there was a pink redeem. Pink. Alexa, turn front basement light pink.
Okay.
Okay. Ooh, pretty. Hold on, I missed some chats. I actually saw you were live from the high energy tag. I'm modding and noticed they had no streamer tags, and that was the one I... Oh, no way! Well, I'm glad to give some inspiration. That's awesome, Cover Time Pete. Every time I hear that word, I think of the dinner conversation from Nutty Professor, where they were talking about something inappropriate, and someone said, can we not have this discussion here? And the immediate response was, what, a little cunning lingus? Another cunning lingus never hurt nobody? I don't remember that! Oh, I totally forgot we're listening to the DMCA free music right now. I guess I won't change it if it's a vibe, though. Raven, come and get your cat. He's driving me crazy. But Slothbag, I hope you're doing so good. Slothy, are you streaming tonight? Lovely. Thank you for the shout out for Slothbag. Will I have good luck? Last pack magic? Last pack magic? Can I get a kiss? Thank you. Clefairy, can I get a kiss? Mama J, can I get a kiss? The next Overwatch is being heavily teased. We have another. Ooh, interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Mama J. Can I have a... I'm joking. Oh, I just run the risk of the live strikes. Yikes! Last pack magic. Twisted Masquerade. Twilight Masquerade. Twisted. Fisting. Damn it! That's right. We always love a little extra electrostimulation. Did you just tune in Tokyo? So I'm Italian. I speak with my hands. Whenever I talk about nipples, I like to do this. vocal stim. It's like a hand stim. Yeah, I'm tuning the radio. Did Ace Ventura do that? You too? Oh my god, what are we opening? Twisted Masquerade. Seeking. Oh, this is like the exact same pack we got. Oh, okay, it's different. Look at the melodic. Whoa. Also, my stomach is growling so much. It's pissing me off. Maybe that's why I'm a Krabby Patty right now, because I'm hungry. A Glaceon. Pretty. Oh, and shit. Yeah, so thanks a lot. Thanks for your bitch-ass kiss. Thanks for your bitch-ass kiss. Mama J, thanks for your bitch-ass tits. No last pack magic. we did a Glaceon and a Melodic, though, so I'll take it. We had some really good hits. Hold on, let me show you guys our hits. Go away!
Give him a nibble.
You give him a nibble. Who's giving me money? Oh, Cookie dough, what the heck? Also, I didn't forget about your doggy. I'm just waiting to clear off my desk before I do your doggy. Oh, I'll do your doggy right now, actually. So, we opened... Ugh. I'm not gonna lie. Our hit rates were so good until we opened that bitch-ass Charizard box. So, we opened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 packs. And we got 1, 2, 3, no, those are promos. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, actually. That's not so bad. Alright, so let's start off with the promos. Will you fuck off? Fuck off. You're so annoying. I gotta eat something. I'm such a Krabby Patty right now. I'm fine. I'm fine. Oh, I already opened them all, Salve, but I wish. I don't have any Prismatic, and I don't have any, Ascended, and those are the only ones you can get God Packs from. But I would love a God Pack anyways. No, do you want him, Lydia? Do you want him? I do. I don't know if I want a big-ass meal, though. I think I'm just gonna get, like, a snack or something, like a banana or something. Did I say thank you for the bits, by the way? Cookie dough, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way. So here are our promos. Wait, Mooncourts, are you here? Oh! Jasper was my third cat, and I regret it. I regret you. Oh my god. I'm just joking. I'm just being a bitch. I have him tattooed on me, okay? I obviously love him. You're so wet. I've squirted him so much. He's so wet. That's a wet pussy. He could be a third a second time. You guys can have him. I'm joking. Alright. Well, if Mooncourts wants to see the hits, I will show them again. Sorry, I just want to clear off my desk. Oh, and we did get these promos, too. I should put these in sleeves as well, honestly. I'm getting in the car right now. Chill, chill. Raven's like, don't you dare give away my cat. Okay. Alright. Promos. Alright. So, there's 5 promos. We got Kyogre, Suicune, Charizard EX, Charmeleon, Char. We got Flygon EX, Alchemy EX, Mimikyu EX, Lapras EX. We got Ursaluna EX. We got Hydreigon EX. We got Ursaluna EX, Blood Moon. Ursaluna, right? Blood Moon? Yeah. And then we got Bruxish. Oh, wait! There's more! We got double Bruxish. Yeah, but Lydia's got to cross the pond. Sorry, was that offensive? But that's not so bad. That's so bad. It was actually nice to open some, like, different packs than the normal Perfect Order, Chaos Rising, Perfect Order, Chaos Rising, Perfect Order, Chaos Rising. I don't know. It was nice to open something different. So it was nice to open some Twisted Twilight. It was nice to open some Twilight Masquerade and some Searching Sparks, because those are pretty new to me. What's up, squad? Squad Mystic, how are you doing? Happy Thursday/Friday. Do I make another rice bowl for dinner? What kind of rice bowl? Like, what's gonna be in there? All right. Do you guys like my balls? I'm joking. Sorry. That was immature. All right. Cookie dough! Not with that attitude. I feel like that sounds familiar, but I don't think so, Tom. I'm gonna go with no. Cookie dough _ 102. What do I want to do for your doggy? And this is the doggy that has like a slight cat shape to it, so I'm gonna have to make it like obvious that it's a dog. Amazon said these were dogs. Oh, I have to make my G Fuel now too that the sponsor thing's over. Oh, and tomorrow we're gonna play Minecraft again too for the sponsor thing. I know. Lots of sponsored shit. I know. But your Goyle is broke because she spends all of her money on Pokemon cards. Nice! Thank you, homie. I was like 6 million VP, only got like 100 cakes. Yeah, I heard it's really bad right now, the cake ratio. You had cook? Grape tomatoes, cheese, chicken nuggets, and cilantro. Oh my god, cilantro lime rice. Cilantro lime rice. Oh my god. Lime rice is amazing. Yes. Oh, really? And you sent it to me? Slay. All right, Cookie Dough, what are we going to do for you? Oh, you know what? Okay, I have an idea. Okay. Oh, cute. Okay. Oh, no. She's making something super cute. Oh, this actually looks like a dog. That's crazy. Willow has been super clingy lately. She also likes you because she just left my phone. Tell her pss, 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 for me. Ugh! I would go with you and hold your hand and watch funny TikToks with you, Mama J. I'm so sorry. Wait, what? What squad? I'll go and you relax. Oh, Destiny, you real one. Yeah, okay. This is actually super cute. Oh, I know what I'm gonna have you hold. Okay. Okay, this might be like my favorite. Hold on. I know I say this a lot. Oh, but it's so cute. You guys will see. Don't worry. It's so cute. Alright, it is kind of looking like a bear, though, so we gotta put a collar on him. Okay. Well, that did not help at all. It still looks like a bear. This is so cute. So I kind of took inspiration from, like, teddy bears. And it's, like, holding a little heart that says, hug me. But there you go. Thank you for the tier 3 resub. What the fudgy wudgies. Thank you so much, Cookie Dough. I did think it makes it look a little bit more like a dog, though, instead of a cat. I think I might use this mouth for the dogs. Yeah, I think the snoot came out so good. I'm gonna have to use this for the doggies. I haven't peed for a while. I'm not thirsty. Wait, hold on. Ugh. So anyways. That was weird. What's up, Jinx? What's up, Bruce guy? I have a dog sleep next to me. Brag about it. Jinx, I hope you're doing so good. I'm doing okay, Bruce guy. How are you doing? Oh my god, who wants this cat? You're stressing me out. Oot. You're making me Canadian, eh? Come here. No, come here. He's so wet because I squirted him so much. All right. I have a new G Fuel to open. Sour cherry Fanta. Don't you wanna Fanta? Cookie dough. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Da 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 da. We have Final Boss Sour. Did you want to come up here? Like, I don't know what you want from me. You have food. You have a clean... I literally cleaned litter box right before stream. And the windows are open, too. Like, I don't know what more you can want from me. Oh, really? What did you request? Give him cuddles? Do I have to? I'm joking. He just wants my love. Why does he keep running away from me, then? What the fudge is this? What? Final Boss Sour, level 3, sour Shirley Temple cherries? What? Is this actually candy? Oh, wait. What did I get, Tom? Oh! Should we try it? My mouth is already salivating. Oh, wow. That smells like actual cherry. And I would know because Amazon Fresh has cherries for the pound for going for $1 per pound. So I got 4 pounds of cherries in my refrigerator right now. It's a lot. But I'm going to eat them all. Don't worry. I've already eaten almost an entire container already. Oh my god. Roosky. Think about the forehead kiss. See you? It says made with real fruit. I'm excited. Lapis. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, I wonder how sour it's gonna be. It says it's 3 lemons out of 4 lemons. Oh, they look like they're actual like dried up cherries. It tastes great. It's actually not that sour. I know my face looks like sour. It's actually not that sour. Hold on. It's actually not. It's not that sour. It's really good. It's really, really good. I wouldn't say it's 3 out of 4 though, as far as like the sour level. I'd say that's like a 1 out of 4, which is good. That's not a bad thing. That's good because I do not like sour stuff. Ew, sound like it farted. Hi, Squishy Panda. Oh, thank you, because I feel like I'm not looking pretty today, so thank you. Okay, Ruskite, but I'm really sensitive to sour. Oh man. Oh, you think? I understand, Tom. I understand what I'm picking up what you're putting down. This is super cute. Cayman! Think of the forehead, QC. I requested Snow Cone 2.0. The LA, yeah, Rabbit Escape. Well, which one's Rabbit Escape? Oh, I need to ask for the candy beam too. I asked for the hat. The scary movie hat. And I think the hat's coming either today or tomorrow. Ruskay, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Those are really good. I want to eat more of those. Wait, like shakers like this? Really? Like this? Whoa! Okay, you know what I love about this? Is all the pixel stuff. Nuh-uh. So we, like, can't... What? That's so dumb. Blender bottle can go suck my toes. That's so rude. This is really pretty. I really like this. This is nice. I like it as plastic too. That's so dumb. So did G Fuel get like a cease and desist or something? That's so stupid. Oh, like the metal ones. I see, I see. That's right. I like them both. Level 3 Sour Shirley Temple. Meet me in the alley. As soon as I go upstairs to get a snack, Jasper's fat ass is coming with me because I'm so done with him. And I'm gonna lock the basement door so his fat ass can't come down here. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! Ugh. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Oh. Oh. I'll have to see that in person. What's up, Nox Nip? Welcome in. Whoa! The color on this is insane. It's like such a deep, like, purple color. It smells good. I got pretty much scooper luck. Yo, what's up, Shrek? Shrek, how you doing, homie? Happy Thursday. Looked like a booby. I don't know. I'll refrain judgment until I have it in my hands. Oh. That's really sweet. Is it too sweet for Pixel? We'll see. We'll see. Oh, cookie dough, let me know. I have 2 questions for you. Are there any flavored things that you're just like, ugh, I hate? Like, for me, I hate coconut. And my other question, are there any flavors that you're just like, oh, fuck yeah, like apple or something? Or are you just like, nah, just pick something? Oh, whatever. I'm good chilling. I'm doing alright. I can't have caffeine. Cool. Then I will look at the hydration flavors. From the hydration. Let's see what's in stock. If there is. Keeps yelling at me. Oh, the Supreme Hydration's all sold out. Okay, well then if I have to pick from the Hydration plus Focus line, because that's the only thing that's available that doesn't have caffeine in it right now, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna pick Lemon Limelight. Because Lemon Limelight is so good. It is my favorite of the 4 flavors, because you can either get, what is it? Tangerine orange, white peach, strawberry, or lemon lime. And the lemon lime is so good. So I'm gonna go with Lemon Limelight for the hydration, because that does not have caffeine in there. Low-key might ask Ethan to swap the snow cone to Pinocchio for the present. Or you could just ask him to add it to your order instead of swapping out. I love Corsola. You know, fuck it. No. I want it. No? I'll send him a message. Be like, hey, can you add this to Tom's order? Just be like, worst case scenario, they could say no, right? Alright. So here is first try of the final boss sour, Sour Shirley Temple level 3. If you just heard my cat scream, I'm so sorry. Him screaming. Oh, it smells lovely. It tastes just like the candy, but not very sour, which is good because I do not like sour. Oh, there's a little bit like a sour aftertaste, I guess. After something. It's not bad. I think I like the candy itself more than the G Fuel. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I wouldn't say it's bad. I would not say it's bad. I'm looking at you, Sonic. What was that one Sonic one that was ass? The Party Punch. That one was bad. But this one, I wouldn't say it's bad. I just wouldn't say it's my favorite. I would probably give this one away. Because it's just like, meh. It's meh. What's up, Demon Voorhees? Demon Voorhees happy. Thursday/Friday. What does Shirley Temples taste like? I've never had them before, but I've heard that they're good. What is it? It's like strawberry, or no, it's like cherry with like, what, like Sprite or something, right? No, don't swap it. You're so... Cherry lime, yeah. Something like that. I think that's what it is, what Destiny said. Yeah, cherry 7-Up, yeah. I actually have some alcoholic Shirley Temple upstairs. Should I go get some? Should I go get it? Here, I'm gonna go get that. Tom, can I bother you? Tom, can I bother you to change my Goffle of the day to Final Boss, por favor? Slushy's like, fuck yeah. You were in my dream last night, Slushy. So oh my god, I tweeted out that I dreamt about seeing a bunch of homies at TwitchCon. Slothbag was there. Slothbag I gave the biggest hug to. Oh, and I'm like, I want to like cry right now. Like, what I would do for a fucking Slothbag hug right now. Oh my god. But Slushy, you were there. Gold Rush was there. Red Wolfie was there. That was weird. Rootsy was there. Stop it! You drive me crazy. Come here. And some other folks are there, and we were just hanging out at TwitchCon. What were we doing? I remember hugging Sloth. We were walking around. We were outside. We got like a stretch limo or something. I don't know. It was a cool dream. It was nice. Oh, thank you so much.
Go on. Give him a nibble.
Hello? Thank you for the 200 bits with the fudgies. Thank you so much. That's so sweet of you. Pixel, what do I tell my haters that are picking on me? LOL, I'm getting picked on because I don't have Jason yet. Oh. What? Some go fuck themselves. I don't know. No, Slushy, I like literally I need it. I crave it. Toad, thank you so much. 200 bits! Thank you so much. Oh! Not a dream, but I had a panic attack in the shower because I was washing my hair and couldn't stop seeing bad imagery. But I couldn't open my eyes to get away from it, so I was freaking out. That is absolutely terrifying. That would send me spiraling, I'm not gonna lie. Who picks on people for not owning a character? Shitty people. Shitty people. Honestly, Tom, I'm so sorry. Hugs. Hugs, because that's fudging terrifying. One of these days I'll make it. TwitchCon is so close to me, but it always comes when I'm most broke. Oh my god. There was one year, one of my friends, I think it was Rootsy. Rootsy went one year, but she didn't get a ticket to go, so she just, like, hung out with people, like, outside the convention, but never actually, like, made it into the convention. Amelito! Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. That sounds really scary, Tom. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'm gonna grab one of those alcoholic Shirley Temples, and I'm gonna send this fucker packing. He's going upstairs, and I'm closing the basement door, because I'm sorry, but you're making me Krabby Patty. You're making me Krabby Patty. Do you want to say goodbye? Come here. Oh my god. Everyone say goodbye, Jasper. Everyone say goodbye to the bad boy. Look how mad he is. He's like slapping his tail around. Everyone say bye. Say bye, Jojo. Say bye. Worst boy ever. Worst boy ever. Come. Come. Okay, so I grabbed a lot of snacks. X-Men G Fuel. What? Yes, Spades. I love all the shit that I do at the con. But I'm not bragging, Spades. I'm not pulling a sloth bag, and I'm not bragging. But the partner stuff is so nice because, like, all Heatley and I did pretty much the entire TwitchCon convention was just like hang out in the. No, we have so much more benefits. No, I'm not gonna argue that. Like, we have so much more benefits. Like, just being able to hang out in the partner lounge and not have like screaming. I know, and not have like screaming and lights and things like that, and have like these like not one-on-ones, but like almost one-on-ones. Oh, DJ Slushy almost partner benefits. But yeah, it's I would not have had survived that weekend if it wasn't for the partner lounge. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, you can do a lot at TwitchCon as a non-partner, but it's just there's so many more men and men as a partner. Like, I'm not trying to flex or brag or anything. I'm just trying to like be realistic. They just posted on Twitter an X-Men one? Shut up. Bye, Ruski! Ruski, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Like, my closest friend that I didn't meet on Twitch lives 6 hours away, so TwitchCon is that one time a year where I get to hang out with everyone, and it's just such a stress reliever. Yes. Which is why I'm so more than happy to, like, go so many, like, days early and make it, like, a whole, like, event, vacation kind of thing. I think those are, like, intrusive thoughts. Being able to not being able to, like, open up your eyes, but then, like, not being able to open up your eyes in a shower is terrifying. I will definitely not be able to afford to go to TwitchCon. I don't blame you, especially considering it's out of country for you. Also, Slushy, are you streaming tonight? You have to be, right? You gotta be. Being curiously curious. That's totally fair, Spades. Totally fudging fair. What day would you go? Did you really? I already scheduled my flight to fly in Tuesday before. I'm gonna have to look into it. I still have to, like, get, like, stay accommodations or whatever, like, where I'm gonna stay. I gotta figure all that out. Okay, so I grabbed, the remainder of my cherries. Okay, there's a little bit of water at the bottom, so I can't, like, but I grabbed the remainder of the 1 pound of cherries that I started. I still have 3 more pounds of cherries. They were $1 each! $1 per pound of cherries! In this economy, that's egregious! Like, I couldn't not get that. So yeah, $1 per pound of cherries. So I grabbed those for snacks. And then this has been my safety food recently. Hazelnut spread Uncrustable. It's been a nice little, like, safety snack for me. And these are, like, my go-tos. I love these things. But the good news is I did my math right. I should be. Shut up! When is the... Oh my god. I'm gonna have fucking chills. When do you have to get those next 2 days, Slushy? For Patna? No, seriously, Raven. That's one of the reasons why I didn't, that's one of the reasons why I wasn't, like, super upset about not going to the DBD party in Montreal, because it's, like, traveling outside the country, it just scares the fudge out of me right now. Well, not outside the country, but, like, come back in and, like, I just know that something would go wrong. Ugh. The Nutella, I actually have some bananas upstairs. Those are, oh, so you guys love this too? These were on sale. Amazon Fresh. They were on sale. So I got 2 boxes. They're 4 each. I'm gonna try one like pan-seared. Really? Oh, like in like a skillet? Yeah, Destiny. Oh, you know Ball. These are seriously like some of my favorite little snacks. I only get them when they're on sale though. Oh yes, mates. Yeah. Oh really? Raven, that's true. That's true. Oh my god. Oh, that does help. That actually does help a lot of anxiety. Is that my first initial days haven't even rolled over to the third. Really? Have over a month to get 2 streams. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, then easy peasy lemon squeezy, DJ Slushy. Especially since I know everybody in the stream followed him. Everybody in the stream followed DJ Slushy. Right? If you guys didn't, I'm not gonna wait. Salted Loki just did a kissy. Oh, and Ban! Ban did a kissy too! So sorry. I got distracted by food. Super Ban! Mwah! Salted Loki. Mwah! Think of the forehead kissy. Sigh! Enjoy your lurky turkey. Enjoy your lurky turkey. Here's the Dirty Shirley Classic Cocktail. Cock! 5.9% alcohol content. Should I try it? Oh, that's right! Yeah, that's right. Was it when Slushy and I were playing together? I think Slushy and I were playing together. And D-Strike went into his stream. We'll go hang out with Tom. No, I remember that. Because I think we were in voice chat when that happened. Oh, that gave me chills. I don't know if those are good chills or bad chills. Oh! Extra fancy! It's not bad. It's not bad. I know I'm making a face, but it's alcohol, okay? Kombucha girl moment. I still haven't had any more kombucha since that first time. I'm too scared. After you guys told me that makes you, like, shit your brains out, I haven't tried it since. Because I'm scared I'm gonna shit my brains out. The voices in my head. Oh, there's a song that goes there. Alright. Shit! Do you guys want to play some Dead by Daylight? These are really good, by the way. These are really good. I'd eat the fuck out of these. 105 calories? Oh, but serving size is 1 ounce. Okay. Yeah, these are really yummy. I definitely like these better than the actual, like, flavor. The flavor isn't bad. I'm going to reiterate that the flavor isn't bad. It's just, I get so much. Like, if I bought it, I wouldn't be disappointed. I'm, got it for free, so I care even less. But, like, if I bought it, I would drink it. But I think because I have so much product, and I can only drink so much G Fuel every day for days, like, there are other flavors that I would drink over it. So I think that's where I am with that. So it's not terrible, and I would tell you if it's terrible. I know I should sleep, but the voice in my head say, go what? Go party? When was the last time you slept, Mama J? I love the pure joy in your face. Are you kidding me? I love candy! This was really good, too. It's definitely one of those where it's like, you wouldn't eat all of them at once. You would just, like, a little bit. I had 2. It was very good. Alright. Oh, right! DBD anniversary event. Oh, there's drops. Oh, man, I should have been on Dead by Daylight this entire time so you guys could have got drops. Sorry, guys. Drops. Monster. Alright, so I'm going to open up the game, and I'm sure there won't be any lag. Yeah, I just checked and they're all the Supreme Hydration sold out. No lag. Oh, I have a new shot glass for the day too. It's my Canada shot glass that Wawaven gave me. Everybody do the dino dance, dino dance. Everybody do the dino dance. Thanks, band, for the dino dance. It is not a weed, it's a Canadian maple. I actually do owe you guys a shot, don't I? From War from Monday? What shot do you think War would make me do? Probably tequila, right? Because he hates me. I'm not Canadian, shut up. Liar!
Help is on the way, dear!
Huh?
Hello.
There's no way. Oh, wait. I'm so sorry. Wait, why is my thing like this? Oh, it's the YouTube! Or is it this? Sorry, hold on. Hello, Raiders! What the fudge? Eileen. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, so you tweeted that you were going live today, right? You are so beautiful. It hurts me. Do you guys need... Okay, you guys need to see... Hold on. You guys need to see her going live picture. Hold on. Like, I literally... You... Oh my god. Told us everything about you? Hopefully not everything. Hold on. You guys need to see this picture. I'm like... Thank God it's Pride Month. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this angel. Look at you! Insert feral dog gif. Me anytime Eileen posts something. Like, I'm telling you, like, happy fledging Pride because woof. All I'm saying. Oh my god. You got me kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Oh my god, but seriously, welcome in, Raiders. How the heck in Honkin' Hooterin? What's your stream? Welcome in. Who's got you smiling like that? Oh my god, I just started drinking this Dirty Shirley extra fancy classic cocktail. So, cheers to you. You know what? Eileen, I got a very important question for you because I was about to take a shot out of my Canadian shot glass. And Raiders, you can influence too, but if Eileen gives an answer, what she says goes. Very important question for you. Because I'm going to take a shot. Fruit Loops I will take Malort if you ask me to. Are you kidding me? Malort? Of course. Twist my arm. Fruit Loops vodka, Kraken rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, tequila reposado, tequila blanco, or apple pie moonshine. What are we taking a shot of? But welcome in, Raiders. Let me say hi to everybody. What's up, Tim England? What's up, Orphans Whiskeys? What's up, Fritzers Fritz? What's up, This May Contain Nuts? What's up, Heel Matt? Welcome in. Welcome in. What's up, Slaughter FM? What's up, Kazuya? Welcome in. Hope you guys are doing so good. What's up, Mikey? Did you just say reposado? Piss shot. Oh my god, speaking of the most beautiful women in the world, hi, Ghost Host Lauren! A shot of whiskey for me? I do love that your name has whiskey in it. I do love it. Oh my god, so you say tequila reposado? I asked the guy at Benny's. I said, what's the cheapest tequila that, like, won't make me, like, what's happening? What's the cheapest tequila that won't make me, like, blech? And he told me this one. I don't know what I'm doing here, okay? I'm just a white girl that doesn't like drinking liquor, and he told me to do this one. So if you guys think this is a bad tequila, blame the Benny's Beverage Depot guy. Also, thank you guys so much for the follows. I do have anonymous follows on. Oh, okay, you're a seal approval? I like that. I do have anonymous follows on, but thank you guys so much for the follows. Also, Kazuya! Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Also, Dangos, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, what's up, Jer? Yeah, sure. And, oh, Lauren, I could just kiss you on the lips right now. Dangos, thank you for the 130 stream streak. Hold on. I love it. I love it. What about liquid vibes instead of solid vibes? Oh, she thinks she's funny. I hope you guys had the best time hanging out in Eileen's stream. I know you did. Oh, I made a mess everywhere. But if you guys need to go right and run, get the heck out of here. Get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. We're about to go play some Dead by Daylight. Not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time.
Queen.
Thank you for the 26 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Canada!
Hello.
Tequila! Yay! I love tequila! Yay! Tequila! Yay! Yucky! I had to wash it down with something. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Welcome in. Oh my God, Orphan's Whiskeys, it's a pleasure to have you here. I was gonna say, no chaser? No Chick-fil-A sauce? Oh my God. No, this is so good. I got this on sale from Woodman's. Do you guys want to see a raid trailer? Do you guys want to see me do a shoey? I'm not going to do one right now. But do you guys want to see my raid trailer of me doing a shoey? Dane goes, be nice to me one more time. Don't look at my goddamn shade.
Merry Crisis. Merry Crisis.
It went everywhere! Why is the music like this? I can't stop looking at my cleavage, I'm sorry. It squirts in your mouth, not in your hands. By the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. My mouth tastes like barf and stink bug. Who wants a lick? Thank you so much for the... Also, Dankos, thank you so much for getting the sub to...
I want lick. IO.
Oh, what's up, Stalgar? W channel trailer, thank you. I made that like 3 years ago. Also, thank you for the hype train. Shabby. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, it is an emo. Isn't that cursed? I actually just bought hair dye for Amazon Prime Day, so... Yippee! You'll never guess what color. Everyone's probably gonna guess the color. But that's fine. I won't confirm nor deny it. Do you guys want to see what Pokemon cards we pulled today? Nobody asked, but I'm going to show you anyway. Purple, I will not confirm nor deny. So we open up Pokemon cards a lot on my channel because I have a problem. That's what credit cards are for. Oh my god, don't spend credit card money on Pokemon cards. Don't be like me and be dumb. Be like not me and be smart and don't... Yeah! Lauren! Yeah! I got this, I got balls, which we opened. I got really lucky at Walmart yesterday. I got really lucky. So these are, we opened 15 packs of Pokemon, and we got 9 hits, which is a pretty good ratio for me.
Help is on the way, dear!
What is happening? Please! Thank you so much for the raid! I did it again! Who's gonna stop me? Oh my god, Nolies, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in! Yo! Welcome in, Raiders. I'm about to show off the Pokemon cards I opened. Or the hits. Okay, Lauren, do you want to... Lauren, not only did I get a full art Bruxish, but I got a full art Bruxish. Wait, hold on. I just had a shot. Hold on. Chill on it. Chill. Alright, hold on. Let's do that again. Fuck! Alright, you guys know Vanilla Mace, right? Not 1, 2. There you go. There's the clip. Nolies, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. If you like what you see, I have some social medias if you guys want to follow. I'm so sorry. Double fishing I see is the craziest thing I've ever seen, by the way, Slushy. I'm marking that. I want to make a clip of that. Oh my god, Nolies, how was your stream? Were you doing DBD? We like to have fun here. Oh my god, yes. God's favorite princess is here. Bravo, Penguin! Thank you for the forehead kissy. I haven't even started playing DBD yet. I literally have the game open, and that's it. And for some reason, it's like off. It's like, look at the aspect ratio. What happened? I'll have to fix that. Shabby, thank you for the 110 stream streak, Demon King. Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Banguini. God's favorite princess. No, not me. Bravo, Penguin. Just got to work. Ew. Oh my god. Well, I hope work is okay. I'm sure it's not. What's up, unavailable? 2039432. Welcome in. I'm showing off what Pokemon cards I got in today. Pixel's always the queen. Don't be nice to me. I'm gonna get a complex. So we got double Bruxish from Surging Sparks. We got Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. We got Hydreigon EX. We got another Ursaluna EX. Lapras EX. Mimikyu EX. Alchemy, who's one of my favorite Pokemon ever! Alchemy EX. And Flygon EX. So we got 9 hits out of 15 packs. Shabby, one might say, they weren't too shabby. Not me, I wouldn't say that. But I would. Oh my god, my whole body is sore, I need rest. I'll take care of you, don't worry. What if I don't know how to be mean to Pixel? Ask my brother, he knows. Still a big of a lucky turkey. I'm so sorry, though. Hugs for anybody who needs one. And if you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it. Oh my god. It looks like I'm flipping you off. I swear to god I'm not. You guys can double it and give it to the next person. It looks like I'm flipping you off. I'm not. I swear to god. I swear to god. I wouldn't. Probably think about the 30th stream streak. Oh my god. Stalgar, which one was it? I'm gonna guess. The Talita one. Was it Talita? Or was it Scooby-Doo? That's what I'm guessing. Those are my guesses. I'm so sorry. Alright, how do I fix my game? Oh, whoa! Why is my game... What? I'm gonna Alt F4 my DBD. Oh, my DBD opened with the large aspect ratio change. What the fudge? Soon dropping gifted subs I'm saying my next paycheck. No, buy yourself something nice, sweetheart. It's Amazon Prime deals. Get yourself something nice for Amazon Prime. You're so sweet, though. I don't know DBD enough to say the name, but you were checking out some... Oh, Talita. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's been making its rounds on Facebook. That's an old clip, too. Demon King, you're so sweet. Okay, but why is DBD opening, like, huge? Huge. Ah, the shot is starting to hit me. I know, because my lips feel a little tingly. Do you guys want to feel my lips? They're tingly. I'm whole! How high are you? Okay, but DBD, can you open, like, normally, though? Because I don't know how to fix it if it opens big again. Oh, no. Okay. So I don't know how to fix this. Well, at the moment, none, Dankos, because my game opened, and, okay, what you guys see right now is what I see. This is literally how I see my screen. I don't know how to fix this. This is literally how I see my screen. What you guys see is what I see. And I don't know how to fix this. Why is it so big? Oh. Everything just closed. Oh! I don't know if I'm still streaming, but while I have this, while I have everything broken. Oh, no, everything's broken again. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Can you guys see me? Is it fixed? Okay. So, I don't know what happened, but DBD opened in full screen, and in full screen, big size. And then all my windows closed. So it got me scared. So we're good now. But that was scary. Perfectly normal. Oh my god. Bladed Cicada. 100%. Is this normal now? Okay, that's normal again now too. Okay. Nothing to see here. What's up the gaming mom? Damn. That was that was an ordeal, but we're good. We're Gucci as a coochie. Right? Read all. I've read them all. Messages. Dr. Killswitch? Login reward? Claim. Thank you. Login reward? Claim. Thank you. Twitch shirts? Claim. Oh, thank you. Banquet coins compensation. Claim. Thank you. Oh. Go. Get in my belly, Shane! Shane, let me unlock you! Yeah! Right, great gaming mom, wasn't that crazy? Shabby. Let me do some solo QAways first, and then I'll hit you up. Let me do some solo QAways. I'm a level with you. I have no idea what the fudge is happening in this game anymore. Ooh, a new indigenous survivor. That's pretty dope. So that's good. I feel like the community is fighting to give him his flowers, though he's overshadowed by literally everything right now. Yeah, but that's okay. Because, like you said, we're going to give him his flowers. Oh, what cosmetic are we going to roll with him, though? I kind of like his base one. I'm not going to lie. His, like, base one is really fuego. Ooh, this one's really nice, too. Thank you, Behavior, for the RXLs. I love you. Ooh, wow! Wowza! Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! Oh, they are Bladed Cicada. They are. I heard that. And that's so annoying. Oh, enjoy your errands! Thank you so much for Lurky Turkey. I really appreciate you, orphans. They're so sweet. Also, David! 373743. Welcome in. You're so sweet. Welcome in. I love this emote. It's so cute. You're actually legally not allowed to sacrifice Shane, because if you do, the little people are gonna come and take your socks. Oh, okay. Cool, so I get to survive. I like that. I like this one. I think I like the red. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit tipsy. Take me, socks, I dare ye. I dare ye. Yeah, I like this one. Joke's on you, I don't wear socks. I do wear socks. I wear socks and Crocs. Unironically. Unironically. Okay, so we have the Black Banquet. Whoa! El Doctor. Oh, the Legion skin is so sick, obviously. Obviously. Oh, and it's for Julie, too! Julie keeps eating. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Seriously, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Sampire. Socks with Crocs. Oh, did you really? Dankos, I hope you have the breast stream. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Gecker earlier. You're so sweet. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, idiot. I'm the idiot, by the way. Not you guys. I'm the idiot. I wish I liked Crocs. My friend's brother, wait, hold on. What? My friend's brother and boyfriend have a tradition of wearing Crocs to concerts. Ew. So I don't wear shoes in my house. I'm very, very like strict on no shoes in my house. So I have Crocs that I wear that are like indoor Crocs. So I wear Crocs on the inside and then I wear shoes outside. And I love my Crocs, but I cannot possibly imagine. I cannot fathom. I truly cannot fathom. Okay, did we not just buy this though? Am I stupid? Okay, well, let's just pretend that I bought them. So I cannot possibly fathom wearing Crocs outside. I'm sorry for the ads. Oh, ads. The ads, by the way. Y'all can buy my socks and Crocs for my cold, fat ass, truly. Deer foams? I don't know what that is. I raw dog my house. I can't do that because all my cats and dogs, I don't know, I can't. Cause I'm the part of okay, so there's two tisms, right? There's two autisms. And one autism is they can't have anything on their feet. They hate wearing socks, they hate wearing shoes. It's barefoot or die. I am not that tism. I am the tism that, like, I have to wear socks all the time unless they get wet. And then, of course, obviously I change them because I'm a normal human. But my socks and Crocs till I die because I need to have my feet covered. Oh. There we go. Okay, sorry. My PC is acting super weird right now. Whoa! What? Eclipsed! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Eclipsed?
Oh hey.
Twixtra?
Over 50 hexas peepers Pixara.
Thank you for the tier 3 sub for 52 months. Enjoy your 110. Count them. Your 110 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Eclipse Trickster, I have a very important question for you. Dog or cat? I have 4 pairs. I used to be a slippers. I used to wear slippers all the time until I discovered Crocs. The other day I picked up a butter knife to butter my toast with, but it was like, wait a minute, this isn't right. The handle is like 1 millimeter thicker than usual. It turns out it was indeed a different butter knife. Yeah, okay. So, Tom. That's like, I can't even count that high. David! Think of the forehead, kissy. I can't even count that high. Dog or cat? Eclipse. Dog or cat? It's like almost 2 years. Stop, Alice. Stop. That's so funny. You know what? I'll take a pussy. Yes, you will. Oh my gosh. That's our second tier 3 resub today. I'm gonna actually like poop myself. Alright, Eclipsed Trickster. Eclipsed Trickster. No, it's funny. Don't I have something else on your wall right now? On my wall right now that says Eclipsed Phoenix. Oh no, Aurora. So I have another resub up there for Eclipsed Aurora. Let myself for hours of things I don't understand. Myself dancing. I can hold my own hand. Alright, you can tell with this cat that I've been drinking a little bit. Because the lines are not straight. They are gay. Just say, yeah, eclipsed. No, so I have an Eclipsed Aurora up here for, I think your other tier 3 resub. And then this is for your other tier 3 resub. I don't know. Ooh, what am I gonna do for this kitty cat? Hi, hey, great! Oh, I don't have a creator code. They don't have creator codes for the new creators yet, but soon. If you need a creator code person, let me know. I have recommendations, but I don't have one right now. But thank you so much for asking. You're so sweet. But soon, they say. What's up, Planet Autism? Thank you for the 7th streak. Thank you so much. Love me and you can. Alright. Ooh, these eyeballs are kind of cute. I'm so glad you love the squirrel. That makes me so happy. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your throat feels better. Get some nice R&R. R&R, clear the condensation. Alright, I'm gonna draw something. I'm not gonna use a reference photo, so who knows what it's gonna look like. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try to cheat a little bit. Love me better than you love me better than you can. Huh. Alright, Eclipse, I think you're gonna love this. Oh, you actually got it cute. I'm glad you put your favorite emotes because I use that as inspiration. Yes, you do. Whoa. You're holding a dog. Isn't that so cute? So cute. Yeah. Yeah. So cute. Thank you so much. The tier 3 resub. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so I have been told. Oh my god, David, you are so sweet. Don't be nice to me. I've been told that this event is kind of tricky. Who's the my first tier 3 sub ever? I don't think it was War. I don't know who it was. That's a good question. Oh, of the day? Oh, it was Cookie Dough. All right. Okay, so I'm about to spend 2.3 million blood points into the blood web for Shane. What is the over-under on how many event cakes we're gonna get? Should we do a prediction? Let's do a prediction. How many event cakes will I get? And this is just from this one blood web. 0 to 9 or 10 plus. Ew, I just sounded like Scooby-Doo. Alright. So you guys got a minute. Do you guys think... Oh, almost did it. Do you guys think I'm gonna get 0 to 9 or 10 plus. What's the quote of the day? What do you mean? Quote of the day? Quote of the day. Don't be nice to me, I'll come. Quote of the day. I don't know. I don't have anything clever. Yeah, but I'm not that kind of gamer though. I'm not that kind of gamer, Tom. I can't do it. I'm so very, 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 como se dice, lazy. You bet 25K? Wait, on 10 plus? Holy, exactly 9? Bravo Penguin, enjoy a lucky turkey. I hope work goes very well for you today. I hope it goes by like that. How's my drink? It's not bad. Not bad at all. It's giving me a little bit of dry throat, though. I gotta drink some agua. Alright, the thing's done, right? Alright, let's see how many we got. Oh! 17! Holy shite! That's way more than I expected. Whoa! We got so many more than I expected. No way! Okay. 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 Okay, so I have a question. Is his adept still borked? I heard his adept was borked. I'm just curious if that's true or not. That was awesome. Fuck yeah, Spades. Honestly, Spades, I thought you were going to lose 25,000 points. Ashley, back? No problem, Angel. Thank you so much for checking in. I appreciate you so much. I know that. Oh, so are you sick, Eclipse? What's up, Cam Show? Oh, they did? Okay, well then, I guess. Should we just try for his adept, then? I don't even know what his perks are. As in my first time. Oh, that's right! Thank you so much for letting me know who you are. I'm so sorry. I knew who you were, but, like, I didn't know who you were. Thank you for reminding me. Cam. Do you want to go by Cam or Jose? What's y'all's favorite holiday? It's a toss-up. Some days I'll tell you Halloween, and some days I'll tell you Christmas. So, it's between Halloween and Christmas. It's a good question, though. Cross-examination. Well, oh, no, we already know these perks. I totally forgot we know these perks. I totally forgot we did play as these already. Oh, is it? Okay, Jose. All right, if I call you Cam, though, that's a knee-jerk reaction. I'm so sorry. I'll do my best to remember Jose. So cross-examination, which I really enjoy, is while in the killer's terror radius, they leave light marks that last for 10 seconds that you can see. While in the killer's light marks, you gain elusive. This ends after 5 seconds. Lend a hand. Whenever you bless or cleanse one totem while healing another survivor, you only once per survivor. Use F to give them 4 permanent healing charges. Love that perk. Whenever you fast fall, oh, I do not like this perk. It'll be easier. Bet. Whenever you fastball the pallet, you gain 50% haste for 3 seconds. That pallet is reset, blocked for 60 seconds, and all survivors see its aura for that time. Alright. So we're gonna use... Alright, there we go. So we're gonna try it for his adept. Might as well. We'll see what happens. No promises, but I do really like his perks. Oh, should we... Here, let's do our charms. What charms are we doing? Where's my kitty cat charms? Okay. Hi, Irish Queen! The event is so fun. This will be my first game. Look at all the chains! Oh, this is dope. This is dope. Alright. Little screenshot there. Okay. Well, I do have my Twitch shirt. Let's put the Twitch shirt on, just so that they know. Because I don't want it to, like... I know sometimes, like, the killers get confused with, like, who they're chasing. Because, like me, for example, if someone has, like, the same cosmetics, I'm just like, ugh, I don't know, like, whomst you are? And, like, I don't want to tunnel. Like, obviously, people can see, like, who has what hooks, but, what, like, if you're chasing, like, 3 of them at the same time, you know? We were opening Pokemon cards. We're yapping for a little bit. I did like a sponsored thing for Jackass. The final show, I think is what it's called. And then we did open up some Pokemon cards. Now we're just getting to the game. So yeah, I'm a little late. I'm a little late to the party. Yes, the drops! Oh yeah, you just reminded me I need to open up my stream on my phone so that I can get my drops. Thank you so much for reminding me. Perfecto, perfecto. Pizza! Oh, what's the pizza? What's the kind of pizza that you ordered? I hope you had a good day at work today. Ew! Ew! What? Baked camembert, chef special, portal items, invisibility. Set a table, main ingredient portals. What? Eat morsel? Do I eat it now? Oh! What? So I'm just invisible? Oh, excuse me, lovely. Oh, thank you, love. What? No morsel carried. What am I? What? 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 Why you hold it like that? I haven't gone against a single Larry in a very long time. Stretch! Don't let me forget after this game. Pepper jalapeno. My feet hurt. Yeah. It is a single Larry. You almost got all your drops? How long's the longest drop? Oh, thank you, David. David, no you. No you, David. Also, Irish Queen, thank you for the 65 stream streak. What the fudge? Thank you so much. Okay, so there's no Jen there. Oh. Oh, okay, he makes sounds. I don't want to triple... What is this? Whisk away? What? What? I just teleported. What is happening? I'm a nice guy. I agree. I definitely agree. You're very sweet, David. Welcome in. Alright, don't let me forget. I have to do a stretch after this game. So many emails to catch up on. What is happening? I have like 6 emails. 7. What? Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Swipe those notifications away. Oh, hello, lovely. Would you like me to rub your bum? Oh, I have to cleanse a totem so I can do my perk. Yeah, I should do a totem, so I should do this perk. Yeah. That should be my first thing that I do. And he does have that add-on where he makes us all, like, icky. Alright, I'm gonna go cleanse a totem. And there's usually one... Oh, hello. There's usually one... Aha! Aki. What's up, Apocalypse? Almost tricked me. I remember. You almost got me. Ah. Fool me once. I want to do this because this is so interesting. Look at this, and now I'm all the way to the other side of the map. That's so cool. That whisk away is so neato. No. Hey. No. No. Meow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have an anonymous follow, son. Oh, I forgot about that. But I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Okay. There's my elusive. You don't get that. Oh, good boy. Oh, would you get that? Oh, that's okay. If I start playing DBD. No way! This is my first game. My first game of the night.
Gene integrity, 96%.
So far, so good. But it was my first game of the night. My first time playing Shane, trying to get his adept. It is. So this is one of the community created skins for him. Isn't it so cool? I'm still trying to see what all of the event perks there are. It does look like someone mentioned poison earlier. I'm like, oh, okay. No, you're totally good, Irish guy. I'll get it as soon as the game's over. Oh, right, Apocalypse? Oh my god. I used them earlier, unfortunately, because I used them for I used them earlier. I'm not a very patient man. But ooh. 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 Interesting. Oh, what was this? Grab morsel. Set a table. Okay, I want to see what this does. What is happening? Yeah, but 10 million blood points? That was insane. Hey, stop it. Place morsel. Find dining car. Oh, it's just doing that over and over again? Oh, I love the twins. The twins are my favorite killer. I think he's got double eerie add-ons. I think. Ha! I'm afraid to go anywhere right now, just because of the no healies. Stalemate, better play this game. Michaela! Heal me! Yes! Thank you! I was seeing that you need to manually click to get more cake. Apparently you don't. Oh, yeah. So I am a very impatient person, and I did the auto spend, and I spent 2.3 million blood points, and I got 17 cakes, which is a lot better than I had expected. I did not expect to get 17 cakes. I expected less than 10. So, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with 17 cakes. For sure. And without, like, what did you want to do? Like, sub 100 hours, right? What is happening? Portals, refill, give items, brief invisibility for, what? Refill, give items, brief invisibility. Oh, interesting. Can I go back in? This is weird. Is this like a fire sale? What the hell? Hello. What the hell? Spring Trap and Ghoul. I only played Kaneki once to get his adept, and that was the only time I ever played him. But Spring Trap is in my top 5. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, no. No way. Ah, no way that still worked. Boo, tomato, tomato. I wonder if he can still see his, like, gubbins when I'm invisible. Because that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? But it's twins, Nemesis, Jason, and Springtrap are my favorites. This unknown is, or not unknown, this singularity is very good, by the way. Annoyingly good. No, my god, you are so good. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with me, though. Like, so heckin' sweet of you. Ah! Oh, there's that poison again. Am I, like, hindered? Oh, whoa! Am I, like, hella hindered? Is that what that is? Holy shit nipples! I, like, hella hindered you. Whoa. Nice flip!
Prepare for the
And if you don't mend, I wasn't in the deep state though. Or not that deep state, deep wound. Unless I was and I just didn't notice. Are you checking me out? I checked me out too, shit. Oh. See, I'm like slower. You see that? Whoa! So if I run, it goes down. Oh, I see. How long does this last for? Oh, I see, on the right side. So if I run, that goes down, and if that meter goes down, then I get completely, like, fucked, is what you're telling me. That's so wild. Whoa. Whoa, what was the yellow line? That was it. That was the poison. Oh, I'm not gonna go over there then. Oof, I'm scared. Oh, bye. Goodbye! Bye-bye! Heal me. Thanks, guys! I need to heal one of you guys because I want to use my power on you. Lend a hand! Wow, look at that go. Hell yeah. I want to go back to other gen though. Oops, hello. The other gen had like a lot of progress. Yeah, it's permanent the entire game, but you can only do it once per survivor or something like that. Oh, something like that. Also, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're doing very, very well. Oh. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Good girl. Good girl, Lara. I'm getting nervous. I want to get my adept first try. This event has a lot going on. Dessert begins. Well, what does that mean? Do I do something here? Eat dessert. Endurance. Oh. What? Gain endurance is crazy. Oh, the door's about to be open. What? That's a long time to gain endurance, too. Oh, no, you haven't eaten yet? What are your options? Why do I hear so much hate on Sable? I don't know. People are weird. I know it's like not really like a good answer, but people are just weird. People like to hate things that are popular, I think. And she's a popular character. I'm not gonna lie, I could take hits for people, but I could also not take hits for people because woo! We got her adept first try! Let's go! On a Singularity who was very good at this game. Yo, that was a really good killer. Damn. GG's. No legit reason. People just like to, I don't know. Genuinely, I think the people who hate on things are just like, dumb. You don't know what we have? Well, hopefully you can get something to eat. Do you guys mind if I go pee? I have to pee. Do you guys mind? I'm gonna go piss girl, and then... Oh, I gotta make a build, because I don't need to do as adept anymore. Can't believe I got it first try! I totally mind. Let's too damn bad. Shabby, do you want to play? Alright, I'm gonna go be right back. I'm gonna play an ad
so
while I'm
he
be right
has-
back in, and...
he has Grims.
Go, oh,
I'm
and
gonna
I'll go
assume
stretch too. I'll
A-Res
stretch.
as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin! Thank you! I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please. I didn't have a beam! I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Fuck you. You ruined my funny. That's fine. Why is there no god palette? Oh, there it is. I found it. You guys are so dramatic for no reason. Ah! Ah, fuck me. I'm so scared, Mommy! Mommy! Help! Help! Help me! Help! 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 Help me! Oh man, I was scared
Somebody
that
help!
Jasper
Snuck his way down here. We'll see. Alright. Bathroom, check. Stretch, check. Shabby, check. Let's make a build. What build are we doing? I'm doing DBD. Is there a way to see your score from last match? Are you... On the Dead by Daylight website, you can actually see your, like, so-and-so most recent, matches. And you can see, like, your build, everyone else's builds, everyone's score. Welcome back. Thank you. It's on the DBD website, like the DBD stats. Backpain doesn't want to go away. Check. Yeah, it's really cool style. I'm a bad killer. I'm a bad player too. But you know, it's all about fun. As long as you have fun. Alright, what builds do we want to do for you? Actually, I do like Lend a Hand. I might keep that on. Let's do a totem build. Sure. Why not? Counterforce? Sure. Inner healing? Sure. My turn to pee. Perfect. No way! And he's Prestige 3? Hell yeah, Norvon. Hell yeah. Also, Norvon, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Urban? I'm not patient enough for that. Yo, one hook? Better than no hooks. Balanced landing? Balanced landing is fine. Oh, really? So right now I have lend a hand, counter force, and inner strength. I might do balanced. I'm away. Oh, perfect. Take your time. I low-key might start wearing. I love nowhere to hide. Nowhere to hide makes me so happy. I use it all the time. Also, Norvon, did I do a kissy for you? Mwah! Think about the forehead kissy. Oh, let me eat a snack while we wait. I brought all these snacks down here, but I didn't even like eat it. Oh, really? I'll play the event mode for a little bit. That's nice though. Chocolate coconut? You can keep that. I hate coconut. Yum. Cookie dough. Simple but effective. I'm eating my P3. Is that Dr. Pepper? Are you saying Dr. Pepper to me? I know, Shabby, I know. Let me put on his other outfit. Let's put on this outfit. Or maybe this one. How do you get the poison? Oh, I don't know. I haven't played Killer yet in the event. Does anybody know for Bladed Cicada? I love Dr. Pepper. Oh, really? I got lychees. They're 20 lychees for $1, and I got 40 of them. So I got 40 of them for $2. I ate a bunch yesterday. Oh, Spartan! Has anyone played Killer for the event that can answer a bladed question? I haven't played Killer yet so far. Ashley J. Williams, yuck. What is he normally, Norvon? Is he on sale? Ew, bye. Yeah. No, Ashley. I'll ping you when I'll ping you when the match is over. God, I love these snacks so much. Oh, really? Nice. So more than half off, eh? I'm trying to finish this before the match starts. I'm so hungry. I had a salad this morning, but it was like 8 a.m. It's 6 p.m. right now. Oh my god. Why am I so hungry? It's been 10 hours since I've eaten. Ew, Ash! Got it.
Nothing here makes sense.
Creamy pasta. Jason! Oh, you know what? Let's go find a totem. Let's just get that out of the way. You know what I mean? Nice, Norvon. That's awesome. That's dope. That's dope. Yo, how is he already dead? I didn't even see him get wounded. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Oh, totem. Cool. So we'll get 2 of our perks up and ready. I love playing JC, so much fun. Cookie dough, enjoy your chicken breast and everything else that you're gonna eat. Have a good rest of your day. Luffy, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Luffy, I was gonna message you, but I forgot. Have you gotten any hits recently? Or not hits, but restock. Restock hits, I guess. Hi, Jesse. Rebuild, reset pallets. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I can't do that. Oh, I guess I'll just cleanse his totem then. Because there's nothing else I can do. Nice, Luffy. Hell yeah. Oh, that's right. Target today. Cool. Athenion. Kyle. Thank you for the fire QC. Kyle, hope you're doing so good. I don't know. Should I assume that the Claudette is not gonna go? I don't know. Norfront, I got you. It'll have to be after this game if you don't mind. Kyle, hope you're doing so good, sweet summer child. Man, I wonder what this Claudette is doing if she hasn't, like, gone for the unhook. It's kind of annoying. I wonder where she is. Because that was all the way across the other side of the map. Bet. Yeah, don't forget. And since he's in chase, I'm actually just gonna go and heal him right now. Yeah. Looking forward to the weekend, and not just because of D&D, but mostly because of D&D. Ow, shugs. Well, something for me so bad I have to end up playing. Oh, really? Playing killer? Are you doing an event? If you're gonna go for the unhook, I might just do the Genoida. That sucks that the update got messed up, though. I'm sorry, Jesse. What game was it, if you don't mind me asking? Is it? Cool. Cool. We love instant QA ways. Claudette's going on a juicy chase, by the way. Like, this has been a long chase. Hell yeah. A good chase. Star Sand Island. That's a cute name. Oh, balanced landing. It is nice that we got to reset Shack Palette, too. Ah, it's Piggy 4K. Hell yeah. I love that for you. Hello, Claudie. Can you go on some more juicy chases for us? Please? Because that was really nice. I might go back over there for my gen. Maybe I'll just do this one here. We just need to get a gen done, eh? Eh? There he is. Oh, cool! Oh, I forgot about Killer Quests! Whoa! I forgot about Killer Quests. I forgot about just, like, event quests in general. There he is. No! You're so tall, Jason. This works out very well for me. Why? Whoa, I got so scared. Oh, who put that 90-degree angle there? Oh, poison. The poison for Cusco. The poison made specifically for Cusco. Cusco is poison. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Nice, he got the gen done. Period. Let's go. This is my second game? My second game of Survivor. Or my second game of the day. I think so. I have a sponsored Minecraft thing tomorrow, and then more DBD. How are you enjoying the food fight? It's so funny. Seems good so far. Ah, I see Jesse. I got Shane's Adept first game, which is crazy because the Singularity that we were playing against was very good. He was very, very good. Bitch. Alright, we're gonna pop in a locker. Will you play with friends? I'm not sure. We're gonna do open lobbies either Friday or Saturday. I'm not sure. So one of those days we're gonna do open lobbies. For sure, just not sure which day yet. You haven't faced single Shane yet? My first game on, there are three Shanes in the lobby. But one of them changed into a Lara. Bet, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Who do you like to play as, Luffy, if you don't mind me asking? They both left? Lame. Ah. We're doing alright with our gens. I was worried at first. Not so bad. Not so bad. Bye! Have a beautiful time! Woo! You thought I was gonna zig when I zagged. I'm gonna run him over here because it's away from the gens. Whoa! Oh, I didn't even see you! Oh, I didn't even know you went that way. Oh! Get me, Sable! Oh, I disagree. I think Sable, Shabby, I think you nailed that. I'm not gonna lie. Really? Oh, I'm getting Jason's like crazy, and I don't mind it. Jason's super fun to play as and go against. I don't mind it at all. Holy gems. I want to get this totem. That totem's just teasing me. Oh, she's got Urban. Yes, Claudette, come get me. You can bug her off if you want. You can go. Yeah, good girl. Cool. I like this Claudette. She knows a thing or two about a thing or two. Because I cleansed this totem. I do not get into a locker yet. I can't get into a locker yet. Oh, I'm healed. Why? Whoa! Whoa! Damn, I tried to throw the pallet. He's so fast. Damn. Damn, that was unfortunate. Damn, even if I didn't get healed right away, I would have gotten just like right off the hook. I think he had to tunnel me though, because if he didn't, then he would have lost all of his pressure. So he had to tunnel me there. 2 gens left. Really? That was nice. Damn, he's so strong. A lot of people think he's a lot stronger than he is. Not saying you are. I'm not saying that's you. I'm just you're reminding me of a separate conversation. A lot of people think he's like really super duper ridiculously overpowered and like they're calling for nerfs. I don't think he needs it. I truly don't think he needs it. I just played that super poorly, in my opinion. And plus, with the event multipliers, like, I can't really, like... The event is not a good place to, like, judge his gameplay or, like, Survivor gameplay, just because, like, the event is just so skewed, right? The game's still going okay. It's only our second game, Capricorn. I was a nursemaid. No way! I was playing as Huntress and Michael, Dwight, Jane, Lara, and Yoon Jin Lee. Yeah. And people need time to play as him, too. I've been having so much fun playing as Jason. Thanks to Spades, I've been using an aura perk build for him. Why am I not watching Shabby, by the way? There we go. 100% 100% adjacent is that people crouch walk around the moment he goes omnipresent evil and get no generators done. Newsflash, he can only chase one of you. If you're all repairing, he will get one. Yeah. I totally agree. I totally agree, Tom. I think like what was it? Like what Jesse said, once people start to learn like how to play against him, it'll be a lot different. Man, that flashbang that Shabby had on me earlier, I don't know. I thought it was perfect. Watch out! There's a cart there! I wonder why they die at 5 gens, yeah. That's why I was like so surprised that we had so many gens done as we did, because it took us a while to get even the first gen done. Oh my god, look at that. Whoa! Shabby! Capricorn, yeah. I love being chased, my favorite part. I'm not good enough this game for that. I like doing saves. Saves are my favorite. I like saves and blood points. I like to get as many blood points as I can. Bots are crazy? Like, what do you mean? Like, being juicers or with their flashlights? I have a few good ones now and then. I had at least 2 really good ones yesterday. Oh, really? Hell yeah. Oh, that gen's almost done. Get it, Shabby. Oh, adrenaline's great. Adrenaline is awesome. You get some really, like, fun moments and clips with that, too. Oh, he's gonna slug everybody, eh? Oh, he's mooring. Shabby's gonna go for the save. Yes. No. No! You can do this, Shabby. I believe in you. I believe in Harvey Dent. Those survivor bots can be really tricky, though. Oh, that's alright! Oh my god, I got so nervous. Woo! Get hatched, Shabby! Get hatched! I agree, Tom. Oh! I didn't even hear that, Kyle! Wait, did you guys hear it? I didn't either? Sound alerts is on. Let me, there we go. Channel? Oh! There's a promo going on for gifted subs. I'm not saying I'll take shots for subs. I'm not saying I won't take shots or subs. No, are you kidding me, Kyle? I'm sorry to you. Sorry, it takes me... It's still loading my Twitch channel. Okay, wait, hold on. It's loaded. Okay, it's loaded. Sorry. My PC is so slow. I'm so sorry. My alerts library. My alerts. No, because it worked. No, because it did work. Because I had it off for the gunner stream, but then I turned it on and Derpy played his dicks. Yeah. So it's on. It's off though. It didn't play. Let's see if I can. Yeah, because I just replayed it. Oh, it says it's queued. Is there a way that I can, like, just reset the overlay? Refresh browser source. Okay. Will that do it?
Shall not pass!
Did you hear that? I reset the, or refresh. Okay, cool! I refreshed overlay. Okay, we're gonna add this as a bookmarks. Oops. We're gonna add this as a bookmark page. Because hopefully that'll help me find this page earlier. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Alright, cool. GG's! Okay, everyone left. But GG's. And I have to do treats. Finally, RA mean today. What does that mean? Apocalypse. Hello, boo! Here, you gotta get up for that. Almost. That is the laziest motherfucker. Oh, it's raining. My bad. Do you want Ada? I would love to have an Ada. By the way, Spades, the game's what's his face is gone. Sorry. Shane has voice one with Jake. Oh, does he? I didn't even hear it. Also, I have to play an ad. Add now to end a game. Do you guys mind? Dicks! Cool. Alright. My new phone's keyboard is... Oh, no, you're so good. You're so good. Alright, add now to end a game. Okay. Alright, Space. No problem. No problem. Alright, add now to end a game. I'm gonna do this build one more time, and one more time, and then after that, I think I might change builds and do my normal one with Bond, Conviction, etc., etc. Maximus, mwah, thank you for the forehead kiss. Chat, I have a question. I'll wait until the ad's done. One's in chat if you're out of ads. So I have a question. He did talk to Jake. Yeah, you have to say it's Jake now, Shabby. Should I do breakout if you want? 2? Well, I mean, that works. Because I want to ask you guys, what day should we do open lobbies? Friday or Saturday? 8675309. So, should we do 1's in chat for Friday, 2's in chat? Oh, yes! I like Tom. See, this is why, Tom, I keep you around. 6 in chat for Friday, 7 in chat for Saturday. 8675309. Okay, so 6 for Friday, 7 for Saturday. Alright, 3 Friday, 1 Saturday. 2 Saturday. 3 Saturday. I like both days. I love ties. Ties make me so happy. I'm joking. Can I break it, please? With a fart? Yes. 6? Friday? Well, actually, I have an issue. So I should get 16 votes. Both of them? We'll see. I gotta do Minecraft tomorrow, too. So we're gonna do Minecraft and then DBD. I got to do it tomorrow. Oh, don't apologize, Rin. Rin, enjoy the rest of your day. Excuse the actual fuck out of me, Shabby. Gesundheit? Skoden. I don't know what that means. Oh, hello, love. Oh, I'm just like shoving this up your ass. Alright. Well, okay. Need a hand? Oh, it's a foot! Alright, well. Legion? Why do I have a healing build? Legion. Oh, thank you, Rin! Everyone say good night, Rin! Thank you so much for hanging out. Scatter! Oop. Hello, Totem. Thank you, Mr. Rare. You're so sweet. Ah, shit nipples! Who turns around like that? Like a nipple. Wait, what happens if I eat it? Why are there so many of them? Oh! I don't know, I just keep eating them. Ah, she got stuck. Whoa! Whoa! That's never happened to me before. I'll take it. Damn. I don't mind breaking the pallets because I know there's a rebuild pallet perk or something, so. My Steam Deck DVD got an update? No problemo, no problemo. I'm big chillin'. I'm just here to get blood points. Hello, love. That eating animation is disgusting. Oh, we gotta go. There we go, we're good. That's so gross! Thanks, love.
Go on now.
At least we don't have to worry about pain res with this one. Or not pain res, Alright, I guess we do. Woof! Thank you for the 3 stream streak, and she was a fairy. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kissy. Let me tell you what. I've been lurking listening to stream and you singing 8675309. Oh no! I'm so sorry. Pumpkin. Pumpkin. Thank you for the forehead kisser. Where are the tables? I only see like dining carts, not a single table. Can you knock that out of a survivor's hands? Oh my god, that would be so funny. I don't know. It's a good question. Oh, those eating sounds are really fudging gross. Oh, here, let me lend a hand. That's a really good question. My brain couldn't handle it. I'm so sorry. Because I'm the same way. Like, I can't, like, talk and type at the same time because, like, my brain no handle that. So I imagine doing the numbers is very similar. Waving? Waving with this in your hand is so funny. And here's pointing. I point. I wave. I point. I wave. There we go. It would be so funny if Franklin did that. seen a single table. Will they just like get rid of tables from this map or something? Ah! Sound is awful. Oh. He sounds like he's in so much pain. No, don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. I'm just gonna keep running, actually. Oh, alright.
Help is on the way
Whoa.
here! This is
What?
Help is on the way!
Banana Ball! Yo, welcome in, waiters.
Help is on
Welcome
the
in,
way
waiters.
here!
Whoa, double rainbow.
Help is on the way
What's up, Illuminix? Hi, Anarchy Plays. Hi, Banana Bell. Was this planned or is this totally random? Yo, welcome in, Raiders. How the French toast sticks was your streams? Welcome in. Hi, Sammy. Hey, hey. Double rainbow. I want French toast sticks. It wasn't planned. No way. Hell yeah, but us. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. We are currently playing some DBD with the event. What are you guys up to? What were you guys playing? Banana Bell, what were you doing? Sammy, what were you doing? The game's been super fun. We have not had the 1% follow alert in so long. So I have 5 different follow alerts. 4 of them are different meows. One of them is Gale from Baldur's Gate 3. And 1% of every follow. 1% of every follow. We get that meow. So thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. You said you're doing an anniversary? Just Annie? Hell yeah. Did you get a lot of blood points? Who are you working on P100 if you have anybody at all that you're working towards, Sammy? And I was shiny hunting. Rayquaza, he's black. Shiny, right? Chucky. What's your Chucky at right now? Hell yeah. No way! Hell yeah. I got him for my first game, and I was like, this never happens. I'll take it. 40? Oh, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You got this. I don't make that. Yup. No way. Boy. She's so patient, isn't he? I thought I was gonna fake it, and then she didn't fake it. She's so good. I just not until I get it. There. Yeah. Who are you working on? At the moment, Ghostface, because I have to, because it was a charity redeem. Ugh. Ghostface is my least favorite killer. And after Ghostface, I don't know. I haven't even thought about it. I've not even thought about it. I don't even know what Ghostface is. Ghostface is probably like 22, 23 right now. So he's not like too crazy. Oh. I don't keep count. I just hunt until I get it. Fair. That's totally fair. Thank you guys so much for the raids. If anybody needs to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go poo, go stretch, go drink. Please get your post-stream self-care. My name is PixelxKitten, for anyone who's new here. I'm gonna do a lot of Dead by Daylight. We are a Dead by Daylight creator. And so we just gave away a bunch of Jason DLCs the other day. Holy shite, we're all here. We just gave away a bunch of Jason DLCs the other day. Can I body block for anybody? I don't know if that's the play. I'm definitely not gonna... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter now. Oh, bye, Shabby. Bye, Shabby. Have a beautiful time. But what do? We open up a lot of Pokemon cards here. What else do we do? I'm doing my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate. I'm doing my first playthrough of Expedition 33, Clair Obscure Expedition 33. What else? What else we got? That was a rough game, wasn't it? Oh, she's right below me, isn't she? Whoa. Thank God that didn't hit me. I don't make that again. I don't get that! Whoa, 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 whoa! I love you! Damn. Alright. Well... They got like an extra 60 seconds on those gens. GG's. I feel like I min-maxed that TNL as best as I could. Especially since my first two chases were really bad, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Why is Gamora? I love Shane. I think Shane is fantastic. I think he's beautiful to look at. I think his perks are awesome. Noob Master 69! Noob Master. LOL. So good. I love it. Such good references. No, you're so good, Illuminix. So good. Only 50%? That's alright. We go again. I think I'm gonna make a new build though. And we're gonna do my normal build, I'm thinking. What is my normal build? Soul Guard, Overcome. Do we want Overcome? Lulu! Mwah. Heisenbergs. Mwah. What's up, Diamure? Yo, happy Thursday/Friday, everybody. So what's the new stuff? Well, they added Shane, forgive me, Wig-Wise? Also, Shabby, I'm not rushing you or pressuring you, but are we waiting for something? I wasn't sure if I missed a message. I'm not pressuring you or rushing you or anything, but, just curious. Also, Lumnix. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And then they added the event queue and the Black Banquet. Did Shabby say that he was going to be okay? That's right. I'll wait. We'll wait. Except if you don't answer right now, you obviously hate us all and have abandoned us. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Hey, I got my first drop! What's up, the fox? If that means you're lurking, enjoy your lurky turkey. Guide your offerings. Yeah, this build's okay, right? Watch, as soon as I play this build, we're gonna have someone who has, like a hex build, right? And always how that works. Are you guys lurking? Enjoy you guys lurky turkeys. Alright, we'll go to the same then. Waiting to get home and spend another 2 billion BP? Hell yeah. When do you get home from work? Goofy. What's the new perks? If you played in the PTB, they're the same perks as those. They are the lend a hand. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot. Idiot. Shane. Lend a hand, cross-examination, and wide open throttle. So the elusive with the white lights that go behind a killer's like path. Lend a hand where it's like a brand new part when healing a survivor. And then wide open throttle, which is you fast vault a pallet and it resets the pallet and blocks it from being set down again. So very cool perks. I'm not crazy about the full open throttle because I haven't used it in a way that's effective for me. But there are cool perks. Oh, really? Oh, my cat does that too. In like an hour? Oh, Fox, hell yeah. Oh, 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 it's over here. Oh, it's over here. Oh, it's down here now. Oh, yeah, it's definitely, I would classify full open throttle as a meme perk. With all due respect. Oh, yeah. Yeah, against Jason's, yeah. I've used it on accident. Against Jason's, and it's so funny. To be fair, the first time you use it, the killers definitely don't expect the pallet to raise, but then as soon as those like 60 seconds are over, they know that you have it, so they can play it a little differently, like force you to vault a pallet. Why is no one bringing the event? Why, like, literally no one's bringing the event thing. Shabby hasn't been bringing it. Shabby Spade said that they're gonna be like another game. Yeah, Shabby is our what, third game? Second game? Third game together? Third game together? Not a single toothy torch to be found. Creamy pasta! A totem. Oh, I don't even have the build. Welcome back, Max! That's what they said about last year's events, too, but I'm not holding my breath. I got 17 when I did it. I am very happy. I'm very pleased with how many toothy tortas that I got. 69! Oh, really, Max? Were you playing on the event? Or were you doing just regular queues? Oh, you're good, Shabby. I'll give you shit. Did I do that? 68? Slay. Slay. My eye! I wish I could move my head while on this. Like, I wish my head, maybe not like 360 like an owl, but like, I wish I could just move my head around and look around while I'm on the gen. Please don't have pain res, please don't have pain res, please don't have pain res, please don't have pain res. I'm thinking pain res. Ooh! There it is. A full lobby? Leon's Moans, of course. What's up, Kodiak? Kodiak, happy? Ow, poo. Happy Thursday/Friday. Happy DBD event day. Would you like my morsel? Oh. They can poison the tables? Do they know if I get poisoned? That's so cool they can poison the tables. I mean, that's annoying as shit. But it's cool. Are you going for the save? Alright, then I'll go here. Right! Food poisoning on top of everything. Did the graphics update drop this one? No, that's gonna be like next year, Fox. I believe this is gonna be like 2027. The graphics ones. Oh, ew! Leon's moans. That's rude as hell. That is rude as heck. If they poison the dish, it disappears when you place it, so it doesn't count. What? All I know is that I got poisoned from putting my dish down. Oh, they're over there, okay. Oh, Ada, you had that. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, Illuminix. Like, if it's poisoned, why would it count, right? Oh, good boy, not kicking this gen. Who's a good whisker? Who's a good Albert? Get it, Shabby, get it! I'm not gonna be able to finish this gen, though. Gotta learn closing as a force fit. That is. Ah, fuck me in the butt. I forgot about pain res. I was reading chat. And unfortunately, so those. Oh. Do your thing, chicken wing. Alright, I'm gonna go for it. 7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I have to come for you. I am gonna stop this from regressing, sweet Ada. If you don't mind. And then if I can finish a heal on you, ugh, which I don't know if I will be able to, because he's gonna use his power to come over here. Yeah, we gotta go. Sheboygan. Overcome. Alright, I'm not trying to go towards the hook, but, I'm sorry. And we throw. And we go. And we go back. He has the power, though. What? Whoa. There's a payette over here. Whoa! What was that? Where is he? 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 Whoa, shit! No! Shabby, run! Shabby, run! What was that? Did he just get? No way. No way. And we throw. I forgot I had a flashlight, by the way. I completely forgot I had a flashlight. Watch out, you. Watch out, V. Oh, I was like, I don't want to get down. I don't have conviction either. Damn, I just felt bad. But to be fair, she had no business spraying deodorant down right there while he was being chased. Unless she was oblivious, like she had the oblivious status effect. She had no business. So I don't feel bad. Despite the cakes I spawning very often, I spent my BP and land. Really? How much BP did you put in him? Because that's not bad at all, right? Not bad. I'd give up if I were you too. Your name is very fitting. Yeah, I'd give up if I did that too. Like, please don't see what I did. Oh, we saw it. We saw everything. Are you gonna heal me? Nope. Oh, maybe they're doing or something. Oh, you want to heal me now? Okay. 11 million? I don't know. 11 million and only getting 100 cakes is a little wild. You could have had the Ada. If she had healed me right off the bat, then we would have been fine. I can't wait till we have a full squad. Hello, lovely. Yes, hella stingy. Oh, I didn't mean to eat that. Oh, okay, I did not mean to eat that. I did not mean to eat that. I meant to heal you. Hella stingy. That's 100. I still don't have my conviction either. I wonder why he left the Ada. Well, she must have done a cute or something. You got the Woobat? Hell yeah. Yeah, they said it. They said that last year too about the year 9 cakes, but I ain't holding my breath. I wonder if he's letting us live. Maybe the Ada won the Wesker's favor. This time, make it 10 million BP. You all bullshit! I don't think I make this. Oh, even with the endurance, I still get picked up. That's alright. It was worth a try. It was definitely worth a try. Oh, Mama J! How'd it go? Welcome back, Mama J. Let me snooze this ad. There we go. Oh, bye, Shabby. Bye, Shabby. Oh, hello, Ada. Hello, lovely. Oh. Why is this tree like PlayStation? Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, why are we at PlayStation 1 graphics? 10 out of 10 experience. Here, let's I like that you can eat this while you're running, by the way. Let's get a deodorant and see if we can out-win the Ada. Let's see. Let's see if we can out-cute the Ada. Oh my god, remember when this gen was like, I don't know, 75% done? Because Pepperidge Farms remembers. What's up, Nyquist? Are you... Weren't you streaming? Cool. No! That sucks! That sucks. I had some really bad storms yesterday, which is why I'm glad I canceled stream yesterday, because I don't know if my power went out because I fell asleep. I slept for like 6 hours last night instead of napping. Oopsies! I don't know if, I don't have any storms today, but maybe you do up there. Ghouls, more 10 out of 10 would, really? Ryan Nyquist? I don't know if I know a Ryan Nyquist. But you guys should go follow Nyquist.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness
I love the song so much.
began to
Let's
grow.
go!
There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
Do you
Hey! 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 I don't have conviction yet. Thank you so much for
Woo.
the 5 gifted subbies. I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon, green, light blue, dark blue, or purple, and Nyquist! Thank you for the Prime for 47 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub. And oh!
let's fix this?
I haven't been worried by Albert in so long. Oh. GG's. Got me kicking my hair and twirling my feet. Yummy. Just one GG, no hearts? I'm joking, I don't care. Choke me harder! Perfect. Nyquist, do your thing. Now that I'm on the right scene, do your thing. Do the thing!
You're a bitch.
He did it! It's never not funny. You're a bitch. Oi, Shavoy. Shabby, do you mind if we wait? Ah, perfect! For the homies to join. Perfecto. Leon's Moans, I have another very important question for you. Fruit Loops Vodka, Kraken Rum, Pink Whitney, Malort, Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, or Apple Pie Moonshine. That's my boy. What? Leon's Moans. Wait, isn't today, like, National Leon Day or something? I saw on Twitter very briefly while I was peeing earlier. What do the eyeballs look like? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm keeping it simple, stupid. Remember to kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. It's it's always National Leon Day. You're sweaty? Did you really? That's so funny, Mama J. Ah, spades! There we go. The gang's all here. So, I don't know why, Leon's Moans, why this is the kitty that I chose for you. But it's not quite sus, but it's like, I'm done with your shit. Kind of like cat. You know what I mean? Like, Leon's Moans just kind of like done with my shit. And I feel like that's accurate. Thank you for 5. 5 gifted subs. Love it. Yippee! Also, we have to do an ad before the next game. I know, our streamer plays ads, and I'll do it again. Also, I saw a controller. If I suck, that's why. Okay.
That's really funny, Raven. Hex Hannah! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright. I'll take the shot, then we'll play the ad, then I'll ready up. Salud. Oh, Shabby, don't forget the event offering. You don't have to, but in case you wanted it. Alright, ad now. No ad in game. Ugh. Do we like this build, or now that I have a full lobby, should I do a different build? Bond, Flashbang, Conviction, and we'll make it. Yeah, we'll try that out. Oh, and we'll do a Sabo box, maybe? Sabo. Yeah, we'll do Sabo. Okay, we'll try that. If not, I might put Breakout on. Cool. All right. Yeah. Let's spend some BP on the boy. Holy. You know, we'll manually we'll manually pick stuff. I am coated in a thick layer of sweat and I hate myself for it. What were you doing? I worked out this morning, and it was so fudging hot. I don't know why. And I was just like dripping sweat. Also, I did the incline for the first time on my treadmill. Holy shiitake mushrooms. Kicked my ass. I only did the incline for like 20 minutes because I had already been working out for 40 minutes. And then the last 20 minutes I was like, oh, let's try the incline for the first time. And I did it, and it was amazing. Oh, I sweated so good. Okay, I looked up. Apparently Leon Day is because it is exactly halfway to next Christmas, so it's no... Shut up. I did not realize that Leon is Noel. So is today Leon Day? Because that is so funny. Happy Leon Day, Leon's Moans. Did anybody get Leon's Moans anything for his holiday? Vacuuming? That's enough for me. Clean up the couch. I moved some stuff around in the basement so there's more room. We got new to us TV, so I had to put the other one down there. Yeah, that's way too much. You lost me at vacuuming. That always makes me sweaty. Oh my god, because you just have to move so much crap. Because you always gotta like, oh, you gotta move this couch, you can move it back, you gotta move this table, move it back, move this box full of shit that's been there for like 6 months, then move it back. But thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. I lost my brother. Oh my god. Is everyone getting their Twitch drops? I've only gotten 1 drop so far. 4 sables dans un lobby. Safet and Kur. My French is really rusty. If there's 4 sables in a lobby, it's a party. It's a party of sables or something. I don't know. I can't see all the French. I'm learning Scottish Gaelic right now, okay? I got them all except the ones from last week. No! Apocalypse, no! The event art is crazy, right? Look at 3 games in a row I've had sweaty Jasons! No! Are you doing the event too? I swear, sometimes the event you get like some of like the coolest, chillest peeps, and then you also get like the sweatiest poops. Yeah. Yeah. Haku! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, thank you. That tickles my butt plug. Oh, really? Shut up. Oh, portals! I wish I had a portal gun. I wish I had a portal gun. Oh, come. I'm kind of in love with it. More narsy stuff like this behavior, please and thank you. I love it. Oh, can I not? Do I need this to get into it? Ah! Wait, why me? What did I do? Get the other one. Ah!
you? Yeah, I'm going down. Woo! Oh! I need someone to take a hit if someone's here. It's okay if you're not, but I just need like a hit. No, no one's here. It's alright. Yeah, I can't do anything because I'm poisoned. Yeah, I'm screwed. Damn. Looks like it. Ah! Oh, I'm based right here, so I'm cooked. Yeah, damn. That's alright. Damn. That was really unfortunate. The poison got me. Oh, Frenzy N, good comms, good comms. You're on a Steam Deck, right? I don't know. I haven't played a controller since 2020. Ruin 2? Okay. See, I told you. I take off the totem builds and we get a hex build. It's built like a brick. Shit. Oh my gosh. Haku, did I give you a kissy? Mwah. Hello, Leon. Big fan. Oh. Oh! Press the end! Why me? Leon's phone's went invincible, so now he can only get me. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. But I don't blame you at all. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But here I go again. I do not blame you for going invisible. You are self-preservation. I get it. Oh, and he doesn't know you went invisible, so he's still looking for you. Would you say you're down with the thickness? That was just really unfortunate. And then I got poisoned again too, so it's like there's nothing I can do. There was like literally nothing I could do. He's gonna come right back to basement though. Maybe not. Oh, you need to be healed. Which is great because I'll get my conviction. I'm so nervous. I know healing in a basement is so stupid and so risky, but I'm a very stupid and risky person. My first and second middle names are stupid and risky. No, you get the save. Not me. You go get it. Not me. I'm playing that card. I'm Death Hook. You go get it. You can carry me? Okay, so pretend like I'm an idiot. FS means... No, what does FS mean? Because I know FFS means for fuck's sake. So what does FS mean? For sure! I never knew that. I never knew that. Fun fact. Did Leon's mouse just go to second stage? I think they did. Oh no. Yeah. Not my fault! Not my fault. Not my fault. Wait, Leon's Moans, do you want to be healed? I'll find you. Hexen Library. Alright. Okay. Oh, damn, I was gonna try to, Sabo. I'll try to run away from the hook. In library. Library. Why you just moan like that? Maybe? Maybe that was ruined? Oh. Oh. You are not the person that— whoa, shit! Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm definitely dead. Oh. Not as dead as I thought I was gonna be, but still probably dead. Oh, okay, he has, that perk. The twins perk. Coup de grace. Yes, coup. Holy coup. Oh my god. So, coup de grace, friends to the end, ruin, and corrupt intervention. So that's his build. We know his build. Not that it matters, because probably not gonna last so long anyway. Man, that was really unfortunate. That was, I got the Hex Totem, but those first two downs were both really unfortunate. It's alright, this is GG's. We know you'll build. GG's. Alright. Are we caught up on everything I need to do, like, channel points and everything? I think I am. I got my stretch. I got the doggy treats. Also, I realized I put on Will Make It instead of We're Gonna Live Forever. Whoopsie. You be there and holding my hand. Ooh, let's do more Blood Web. Yes. Although, we've done the Blood Web for, what, 4 or 5? 4 or 5? Okay, now 6 Blood Webs. And we've gotten a lot of event items, but not a cake. Oh! We got a cake. But still, even if you do it manually, that's still not a lot. 1 every 6 to 7. Treats! I got you. Here, let's see if we can do a little scrumdiddlyumptious from this one. Hi, Boo! There's a couple. There's 3! Look at him, like, falling out of the bed. That bag! Holy! The weight of 100 streaks is turning me into a Pixel super fan. Thank you for the 100 stream streak. What the fudge? That's insane. Thank you so much, Nutmeg. That's insane. And tier 50 and higher, I think so. It's better to use those characters. Oh, so characters that you already have, like P100. Is that what you're saying? Nutmeg. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, hey, let's see. Ace, my love. So the last time I leveled up Ace was the Haunted by Daylight from last year. Whoop! There's a cake right there. And look at that. A cake already in the next one. And another cake. Well, well, well. What have we here? Very interesting. And another cake. So we are 3 for 3. Hey, Spades, let's go. 4 for 4. Wow. 5 for 5. Interesting. Alright, let's go back to Shane. Wow, 5 for 5. So I'm basically getting 1 cake per blood web for everyone that is like, that P100. Interesting. Oh, we finally got a cake. That didn't take 6 or 7 tries. That was like 3 or 4. We love cake. We do love cake! Oh, wow. No event ones in this one. But it's only prestige to a level 26, so. A BPS? I will take that. Heisenberg's the hottest, the tallest, the handsomest, and my favorite person this entire stream right now, that Heisenberg's. That Heisenberg's. The GOAT. I have to pee after this game. So remind me. I want to get into P3. I don't know. I don't know, Shabby. I heard cake. Ooh, now I'm getting it like every like 2 to 3 blood webs for a cake. That's not too bad. It does seem like the manual is better though. For sure. For sure, the manual definitely does. Oh, thanks, Bravo. Thank you, Angel. I like the symbols for the toothy torty. Torty. I think the symbol is really pretty. It's a very arachne. Yeah, this art goes very, very hard. This mask is so creepy in the top left. Looks like that was very arachne. It's stunning. Oh really? Oh, Heisenberg's anything for you, Angel. No, it's never not funny, Bravo Penguin.
Hello.
Like, you have to. Hey, remind me to do this. Or don't let me forget to do this. And you have to remind them to do it immediately. Oh, I see a spicy. Hopefully he doesn't see me. Maybe we'll go back to my Totemville. Shit. I did Destiny. Thank you. Oh, Ruin? Well, maybe this is Ruin and maybe this is something else. Please don't come to me. Alright, you can come to me now. Oh, Undyne? Alright. Oh, yeah, he's right here. Whoa, fuck me! Jesus. I have the worst luck when it comes to these killers. It's like, it's honestly, it should be studied. See, I disagree with that. It really should be studied. Hey, don't let me forget to swap my work clothes to the dryer. Yeah, 5 hours later, we both forgot. Yeah, but the thing is, you remind him at that moment, though. That's really funny. Five hours later. Yeah, my unluck should be, or like my lack of luck needs to be studied. Especially whenever I'm playing with the 3 of these guys like the luck needs to be studied. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome, man. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Ugh, I love this cosmetics. They're so pretty. The jacket, the rings, the tattoos, the weathered pants. It's stunning. Gift of pain. That's not gonna be annoying at all. We might be able to get this heal off before he comes over, though. Yeah! An almond and cheese snack pack and got a shell. Oh! No, it's funny. I didn't even see you type yuck until I got to the end of your sentence. I just knew. Yuck! Enjoy your lucky turkey. Also, Georgie March. W. Oh, are you being chased? Oh. I did not realize you're being chased. I think someone got a flashlight save. Because I thought someone was down. So I think someone got a save. Huge W save. Oh, wait. Didn't you say Undying, right? So Ruin is still up, right? Georgie March! Oh my god. Does War still not have Georgie March? Because we gotta get... Ooh. We definitely gotta get Georgie March for him. I go down again. Damn. I don't know what's wrong with me, man. I don't know why I keep finding the killer. Like, I don't, like, my unluck has to be studied. Oh no, and Rootsy neither. Oh man. That's so sad. Because Georgie March is definitely like peak of the hype train emotes. And we keep them forever, right? Like, it's not a times thing? You don't either? No! I think it's a level 2 hype train. So I think if you get to a level 2 hype train, try not to go higher than that. What's up, Lumpy? Lumpy, welcome in. I like emotes. I don't think we're gonna get this heal off. I don't think we're gonna get this heal off. Maybe. Maybe Jess, but then Spade's gonna go down. Yeah, George level 2. Okay. Yeah. 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 There's nothing I can do there. I want to try to Sabo, but I'm on death hook already. They may have moved it. Oh, really? They do that? Oh, nice. Mr. Rare, I love those emotes too. Those are so cute. Oh, there's no... Wait, what? Is he here? Wait, oh, he is here. What? Yeah, I think he's just telling me out just to get me out of the game. He's like, I got someone on death hook already, might as well get them out. I'm thinking's what it is. Oh, but he gave up. Alright. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Manifesting Georgie. Oh, thank you, Lumpy. Who are your favorite characters? Question mark S, or parentheses S, for there's no way you have pain res too. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. And this is the gen with the most progress. Oh, he's ruined still. Oh my god. Did the dicks go off? I didn't hear it. The sound alerts I think are bugged today, Derpy, because I've had to reset it already twice today. But Derpy, thank you for the daily dose of dicks. I'll replay it. Didn't hear it? Okay. Carlac, always Carlac real. Yeah. Because it did, I'm sorry. I've already reset it twice today, and it worked earlier. I'm so sorry. Guys, I might end stream early. Alright, I might just play some solo queue after this. I'm not feeling great right now. I think I'm gonna do some solo queue after this. It's like, I don't know. I want to play the event, and I just, like, I can't play the event. Like, I haven't gotten a flashbang once today, which means I haven't worked on a gen enough to get a flashbang once so far today. Yeah, I don't know. I might just end stream early. I don't know. I'm trying so hard, but I don't know. I'm so sorry, Jerpy. Jerpy, I hope you're doing so good. You were in my dream last night, by the way. You need a free mesh set, and I can see. No, it's okay. It's okay. She got enough for a flashbang? Well, I am just gonna go ahead and leave that right here, because I know I'm not gonna last for that. Oh, okay. I would have waited till I was back on the gen, but that's okay. No problemo. We get this gen done. Yeah, I had a dream about people at TwitchCon. Yep, there it is. I knew it. I knew we were gonna get pain res. I knew it. I knew it. Oh my god. So the thing is, if I were to run pain res, undying, ruin, and whatever this mystery like fourth perk is, I know that my totems would be found like immediately. Also, if anybody's new here and you guys are wondering like why I'm like in such a shit mood right now, I'm struggling with depression really badly. And before anyone's like, oh, you're not depressed, it's like I actually have diagnosed depression. So I'm just struggling really hard right now. I can't flashlight click you. Damn. But I'm just trying really hard to keep it together. I feel you. I wish I could feel you by hugging you. If you know what I mean. Where is this last totem?
You
oh my god.
big summer
At least that
blowout.
sound alert works. Hex! Hex, thank you for the 14 months! Holy! Holy. Yoo-hoo! Big some blowout. Was there not a gen up here? I could have swore I saw a gen up here. Oh shit, nipples. Yeah. What is that? Oh my god. What are those? Hex. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I see lobster too. Lobster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. How did that not hit him? Oh, I'm screwed. That's right. Oh, I didn't realize that was a fudging open window there. That's so suck. Yeah, that's Spades. That's my mod. That's my mod. Spades. Mwah. Or not Spades, sorry. But Spades. Mwah. Dirt face. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'll be right back. Okay, so he has Grim. I'm gonna assume pain res as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please, 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 please,
Stick in the
please.
damn thing.
Pix kiss pix bongo.
I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang! Ah! That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, a deli! Oh, purr! Okay. Something. Oh no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? Ah, I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pellet here, no pellet here on the right. No pellet here on the right. Shabby. Shabby. Oh. Wanna hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here.
Oh my
and
God,
I don't
sorry.
like this
I had to
palette,
pee
but that's
so
fine.
bad. Oh man. GG's. I don't know what his last perk was. Oh really? What is your first one, Lumpy? You might play some killer? Interesting. I'm gonna try some solo queue. It is of no offense. Like, I'm not, like, saying, like, oh, my squad sucks. I just want to try some solo queue. And just, like, see if I can survive longer than 20 seconds. Because I don't know what's wrong with me. I really don't know what's wrong with me. But Kiki, thank you for the prime sub. I'll if my mods are still on, friends are still on, after I get some, like, refresh games, I'll let you guys know, but I don't know what's going wrong. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel bad. Like, I feel completely worthless that, you know, I don't know. It's embarrassing. So I just want to not be, I don't want to be the weak link. You know what I mean? Oh, as a monk. Are you just going to be doing straight monk, or are you doing any multi-classes? And that's Boo. Boo's the best boy. Who's apparently very sleepy. But Kiki, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. And Kiki, thank you so much for the 8 months. Also, Derpy, I love you so much. Enjoy. I hope you have the best stream ever. Also, let me see if I could try to, like, I don't know what to do with sound alerts. Like, I don't know if they're just, like, broken across the board or what. Otter Gaming, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. What if I refresh again?
Works!
See, okay, so that worked then. But what if I refresh again? Maybe now the next one will work? I don't know. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. It's stressing me out. I'm getting stressed out. Alright, we have to do an ad now, no ad in game. Just straight monk. Cool. Cool. What's up, gangstay? Oh, really, Bravo? Yes! See, it still worked. It is Kiki. What's up, Bacon? I don't see that through perspective. Personally, playing with you and friends makes me happy regardless. It makes me happy too, but like it sucks when, like, you know, it sucks when you just feel like just a useless player, especially, like, not even just useless, but like not even just useless, but specifically I feel like a detriment. Like, it's one thing to be, like, useless, but it's another thing to be, like, oh, like, it's, like, a 2v3 is essentially, so, I don't like feeling like that, so I'm just gonna try to refresh or something. Painted my mug? What mug? What mug did you paint? And, that's how I feel like I'm playing. Let me get a refresh in. I'm doing okay, Bacon. Bacon, how are you doing? Happy Thursday. Oh my god, I still have my Unquestable. I forgot about my Unquestable. The chocolate hazelnut is so good. Oh my god. If I have like a sweet tooth, I go for these. It's so yummy. Yeah, it's like Nutella. Oh, it's so good. They're on sale with Amazon Fresh. And I got 2 boxes. Like, look at that. Look at that hole. It's kind of erotic. Hinkle McCringleberry, by the way. Who's your favorite? Gale Takarios of Waterdeep. I love him so much. Gale is my lover. Gale is my husband. I love him so much. He is my autistic wizard. Oh, my build for Jason is I stole it from Spades, but I altered it by 1 perk. What was it, Spades? I got rid of your Lethal Pursuer and I put on something else. Hex is like, fuck it. Nowhere to Hide. Barbecue and Chili. Fudge. The Wizard of Waterdeep, I'll have you know. Okay, I don't have to turn back the clock. What was it? I know it's Barbecue and Nowhere to Hide, for sure. Call it Brian. Yeah, Call it Brian. And then there was another one. A 4th perk. So it's Call it Brian. Oh, Brutal. I like Brutal Strength. I use Brutal Strength a lot. But Barbecue, Nowhere to Hide specifically is so good because a lot of people have been hiding a lot. So I've been using Nowhere to Hide a lot. Woof, woof. Yeah, but I pretty much use, like, I was running a build, and then Spades told me what they were running, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. AKA Lord Yapperton. Is there anything on my lips? Let me make sure. Okay. I was making sure I didn't have any, Nutella on my lippies. God, I love Gale. He's so handsome. He's so lovely. He's so smart. And tall and talented. Hello, Jill. Hello, Hingle McCringleberry. Oh my god. This is such a funny name. Basil. I still need to finish my Will romance playthrough. Okay, don't hate me, but I still need to finish the playthrough since they had patch 9. Was it 9? Whatever the patch is where they had, like, the extra evil add-ons. What the fudge, Mr. Ware? You're gonna get banned. Does Astarion have a nickname? I don't think I've ever seen one for him. I don't know. I 100% sacrificed Gale in honor mode. I did too. And I don't feel bad about it either. Hinkleberry! Let's go. I have an allergy. Testing 2 weeks. If it's not safe, that's going to be the first thing I try. Oh, Adri, I hope you are not allergic to. I hope you are not allergic to hazelberry. Hazelberry. Hazelberry! I hope you're not allergic to hazelnuts because that would break my heart for you. Fun fact, I'm still alive. Yippee. I think maybe it's my MMR. Maybe I get lower MMRs. Oh my god. Bravo, Penguin! I'm ovulating right now. You can't put that in the fun chat. You can't put a gift of Gail DiCarios with this long ass hair that just says kitten on it, which is a nickname of mine. You can't put that in the fun chat while I'm ovulating. Oh, here, I gotta open Halo 3, open up Tumblr. Oh, no. Don't delete that. I have to save that. Nobody talk to me. Oh, I'll show you. I'll show you. Me too. I'm actually like getting red. I have to lock in because there's burstless. What is happening in my budget? I gotta lock in. There's merciless storm. Oh my. Now there's a picture of Leon, not my mod, but Leon S. Kennedy, Leon Slutty Kennedy, half naked. My mod chat is making me wet. What is happening? Bath! Thank you for the forehead kiss. Lord. Oh man. Are there any tables around here? Oh, there's a generator. Oh my god. My chest is tight. Well, you know. I don't want to get excited. I don't want anyone to get excited about topless Leon. Peppa B. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Woo! I'll show you guys the mod in a second. What tome quest is the thing you can harvest? Ooh, I'll check after this. Don't let me forget Hex. Woo! Don't let me forget. Oh man, I love Gale. My phone home screen is shirtless, Leon as well. Is it that? Naughty, naughty. Meow. Oh man. Oh, I think he may have saw me. Oh, you got bamboozle. Is that bamboozle? I can't tell actually. Flake wins? Who uses flake wins? What do you? Oh my god, does he think it's still 2019? He might think it's still like 2019 Dead by Daylight. That's so cute. Million Bolt. Why you come fast? Why you come fast? Oh, I get down here. That's right. What? That's right. 10 years of Dead by Daylight. What is the plate they're carrying? So there are like dinner plate places. So if you bring the event item, you spawn with a plate, which you can consume, and it'll give you some sort of like buff. I think like a very small like miniature buff. But there are some like you see these little carts you can pick up. Whether you brought the event totem or event item or not, you can bring. Oh, sorry, I'm scared. You can pick up a plate. Whoa! Oh no. You can pick up a plate,
And you need to put it at like a dessert table. I don't know where there's a dessert table here, so I can't show you. But once you place it at a dessert table, you get you unlock like group quests. Here, I'll eat this here. So I eat that, and now I'm invisible. And I could grab that. Oh, I just keep eating. Oh, that's right, because dessert has started, but it's under my face cam, so you guys can't see it. I'm so sorry. No way you just went to basement. You're so fucked. Could I just keep eating this? Wait. Can I just keep eating this and getting points? Oh my god. No way! 250 points? Oh my. Oh, there we go. 250 points? Dude, it's a bubba. I'm not going down there. You guys can. I'm good. Oh, should I go get my beam? Oh, another 250 points. Dude, there's no way you're getting saved. Like, there's no way. I don't even have conviction on this class. Because if I had conviction and soul guard, like my usual build, we totally would be able to. Because I can go and save, unhook, make the play. But I don't have conviction, so tis not gonna happen. So I'm just gonna leave. Bye. Basement with a booba? Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. It does not hex, which is why I assume that this Bubba has this build on. I wonder if it's like an old build that he had. I'm looking disrespectfully is crazy. There's no way I'm doing this. Haku, thank you for the 15 stream streak! All I'm saying is that, respectfully, I could use an escape. Respectfully, I could use an escape tonight. Yeah, but Franklin's isn't the same anymore. GG's. GG's. Alright, do you guys want to see? Got me kicking my hair, turn them off me. This is what they put in the mod chat. How am I supposed to, like, focus while this is in my chat? And then, Leon's Moans posts this. Got me kicking my hair and twirling my feet. And then, is there any more slutty ones? We take our mad chat very seriously, clearly. Ugh, happy Leon Day indeed. Indeed. Okay, well now I want to put my conviction class back on, because... conviction's just so good. Alright, maybe we'll put on, I don't know. Is Overcome really that good? Yeah, it is, actually. Feral got me gnawing at the bars of my enclosure. I swear. What tome? Hold on. You asked me what tome. Tome 5. Tome 5 has 3, Tome 5, Hex, has 3 of the Bountiful Harvest, cankers. And I just have one that I just haven't, redeemed because why bother? It's fun. Yeah. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Should we use a different cosmetic for him? We should try this one. We haven't used this one yet. Ooh, it is a little pay to lose, isn't it? No. Okay, I don't hear anything. It's just the background music, okay. Yeah, we'll try this outfit. We haven't played this one yet. Yeah, Tome 5. Yeah, I put it on specifically for 2v8 mode. Because usually in 2v8 mode, there's a lot of players that haven't played in a while. Although, now's a good time, too, because the record keeps being broken for the highest concurrent viewers. The highest concurrent players for Dead by Daylight. So they probably haven't seen the Kinkers as well. Oh! No way! Hex! My goat. No way! Oh man! Hi Dangos. No, did it not work, Leon's? Hold on. I love you, boys. No, you're joking. There's no way it didn't work again. Hold on. Oh, I just realized I still have my display capture on, sorry. Refresh. What? Refresh? Why is it not playing? Refresh. None of the alerts are playing now. Should I just pause alerts? Hold on. Let's pause them. Because apparently the stream... I think the stream alerts just aren't working today. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'll have them paused. We'll see if, we'll see if, it works after next game. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry. So annoying. I should play it as penance, honestly. Oh man, that's funny. 7 years and still a noob. Is this the right one? Yes! Perfect. Cool. Alright. Who is... Oh, nice. She's playing as Shane as Vel. Ah! Ah! Yes, sir! That's my goat. That's my goat. That's my goat. No, Jason? You're gonna get us all wet from that? You're welcome. Oh. An unknown? What?
Somewhere deep inside
Whoa!
of these bones, an empty
Hey, take it!
began to grow. There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known.
That's fine. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Does crowd like musicals? Fuck yes. And if they don't spin lippy, then they'll get banned. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No, fuck! Take it! Thank you. I never said I was a smart man, alright? I never said I was a smart man. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Captain Dialysis, BB, AB, Baby, Reznov, and Purple Mayhem. Thank you so much. Really? What musical was it? What musical spin? Into the Woods, Shot O'Clock. What shot do you want me to take? Let me know if you want me to list them off. Oh. Oh my god. Not Hex taking a hook state for me. I'm like a good little girl. Something Rotten? Oh, I don't know that one. Oh no, I'm lame.
I've never known. I would like to get the unhook if that's okay. Circle of healing. Tequila? Okay, yeah. Blanco. Robert, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! Welcome in, Raiders! Knight's Tale? I've heard of that one. I haven't seen that one either. I'm so lame. Wait, no, don't tunnel. No, 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 no. Is she doing adept? Hey! Hey! What's up, Elysian Abyss? I love your name. Unknown, an unknown. Can you believe it? Unknown. Horror, how is history? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are currently playing DBD today. Not very well, but we're here for a good time, not a long time. We're playing a Shane all day, every day. And we got into a game with one of our homies, Hex Azrael, and she is currently getting a little bit of tunneled, unfortunately. So, Ruggy. What? That's right. Ooh, Killer ping? Killer has 344 ping. As long as he stays away from my goat, Azrael, I'm happy. Did a lot of killer and survivor. No way! What killers were you killerin'? What survivors were you survivoring? Don't let me forget Tequila Blanco, by the way. Don't let me forget. Is anybody, and this is for you, Horror, and for anyone else, what P100s are we working towards, if any at all? I need to see that. Okay, so is that the one that... Oh, so sorry, love. I'm not trying to take a hit. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Was not trying to be like, oh, let me take a hit for you. Oh, I was just running and reading chat. No! Hex, no! I'm currently working on Ghostface. Whoa, that heal was so fast. I loved it. Full throttle again is so funny. I want to see if I can help, though, you know? Unknown Hunter stretch. No way! P100's unknown? No way! Oh, so you this is your goat. Summon a motorcycle. Oh my god. Vroom, vroom. Vroom, fucking vroom. Hey. Oh, okay, like pretend. Pretend I didn't do that. Pretend like I didn't do that, but that's right. Are you hyped for the updates? Absolutely. Like the graphic updates next year? Abso-fucking-lutely. The cosmetic updates with the hair. Damn. The weather too. Damn. I finally get into a game with my goat, and the unknown said, "Fuck you, Goyle." Everyone should go follow her. We just shouted her out before the game started, so everyone should go follow her and tell her how hot she is. And how amazing she is, and how she got bullied. R.I.P. Oh! 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 Wait! What? Ah! What was that? They just burp on you? Yeah, so killers have a power to poison survivors. And they can poison those tables too. So if you bring a dinner plate to that table,
and it's poisoned, it'll poison you. Please go raid and run. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Enjoy your RuneScape. Nerd. I'm joking. Thank you so much for the raid. Everyone tell Horror how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have the best rest of your night. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. That was an accidental click. I didn't mean to do that. Me! I want the blood points for doing that. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. It does seem like he was kind of like playing with me. So it does seem like he was like trying to get Az out of the game because she has Twitch in her name. But I can't tell. Hex Azrael with a Z. But besides that, it's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Escape. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I shouted her out right before the game started. I think. Did I not? Oh, Dangos! Dango said hello, and I completely ignored him. Hi, Dangos! So right. That's the one! Thank you, Leon Smokes. Thank you, lovely. Let's see if he actually hooks him. What the? What was that sound? Why is it when I do solo queue we haven't gotten a Jason yet? Catch me getting my friends back into a lobby. The first game we're gonna get is a Jason. Not that I have anything wrong against Jasons. Like, not that I have anything wrong against Jasons. But I think it's funny. I feel like he's being a silly goofy goober. Oh, man. You got gifted and raided, so you were distracted and get the shout out. Oh, no! No, you were perfect. Very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome. Almost pressed the wrong button. That would have been embarrassing if I pressed this. Whoa! Take her, not me! Hey. Alright. Are we being cute or not? I can't tell with you. I can't tell. I can't tell if we're being cute or not. I can't tell. Piss me off. Let me snooze this ad RQ. Alright. Oh, that's second talk. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Life Unity. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, I see, said the blind man to the deaf dog. I did see. Our pathing is so, like, on point. Oh! Wait, what did I do? Run, run, run. As fast as you can. Can't catch me, I gingerbread. Man. So what if I go to basement? And whoa, dessert. You're gonna heal me? Nope. Elusive. What if I go to basement? And I find a health kit. And she said her new character is dating Gale, even though she's trying to run his house, and she said, thank the gods are polymods. Oh my god. I've never used a polymod.
but I would. Oh, that is not what I'm looking for. Abandon. Abandon? Why would I abandon? We're winning. Can't catch me. I gingerbread. Comma. Man. I can date Astarion and Halson. Halson's all for you guys. I don't know why, but like Halson don't do nothing for me. Which is funny because his body type is like I like big, buff. Can we go a little bit like in here? Like just like a little bit more in here. Yeah. Like I like bigger dudes when it comes to masculine bodies. But was that a dead hard? Was that a fucking dead hard?
Just what I needed.
I really feel like he targeted Blood Oak Weave. Oh my god. I really do feel like he targeted the Hex. I'm not gonna say GG's. Oh, okay, GG's. To Ada. To Ada and Talita and my fellow Shane. I'm gonna give Hex a thumbs up. I'll give all my survivors a thumbs up. Wait, where's the other one? Ada, you too. Oh no! She said good luck next match and I left! Which means she thinks that I hate her! Oh man! How embarrassing. I'm gonna have to see if I can stream tonight after I get done with work. Are you gonna do Baldur's Gate? Or are you gonna do, what are you gonna do, Lumpy? What are you gonna stream? Alright, let's do a shot. Oh! Of Tequila Blanco. That's 2 tequilas today. Because I did Tequila Reposado. And now a Tequila Blanco. Wow, the first one was better. Alright, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like, oh no, okay. I was about to, I thought, you only got one more. Raven, I don't know what it is. So you're always the funniest motherfucker in the room, right? But I need you to know, Raven, you're the funniest motherfucker in the entire room today. Like, you're always funny, but, like, there's something special about today with you. It was so, right? The first one was so much better. So, you were doing 1 tequila, 2 tequila, 3 tequila, 4. Is that what you're saying? Oh, my God. And I have sucked most of them. Ugh, me every day of my life, Lumpy. I mean, my tiefling monk. Oh, it's a tiefling! To make me feel better, real. Technically, this is only my 2nd tequila shot, but this is my... This will be my 3rd shot of the night. Yeah, because we did the Reposado, and then Malort, and then Blanco. Salud. I did eat. I have been eating. Yes. That almost didn't make it out. Yuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, hold on, Lance Bones. I need you to pick a color. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon. Green, light blue, dark blue, purple. I don't know why. I don't know why I do that with salmon. Like, I don't feel one way or another with salmon, but it's just funny to me. Pink! Pink pussy club. I wanna get into the pink pussy. Again, ovulating. When the joke hits, she hits. It was so funny. Because it's not just in stream, but like in Discord. Either today or yesterday. I don't know. My days have really been blending in together. Because my sleep schedule's been so messed up. Leon's moans. Yeah. Also, an ad is going to play in a minute, by the way. In bed. So, I'm reading that as like that one SpongeBob episode where he goes, I'm making Krabby Patties at night. Yeah, Kyle, agreed.
Did I remind you that you're my fave person on this platform? I don't believe that for a second. Was I funny yesterday? I'm just gonna say yes. I'm gonna say the last 48 hours. You've been particularly funny. I hope you're mad. Hi, Loki Ninja. Ninja, no you. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm doing okay. I've been playing like shite today. But that's alright. I got my adept, and that's all that matters. Loki Ninja. Mwah. Think of the story I can see. I hope you're doing so good. Stop. You stop. Alright, you know what? I have an idea. I'm gonna do something that I did earlier. But... Oh no, she's cute! Oh no. So I did this on a big dog earlier. Big dog? And I wanted to test it on a little kitty. And it's still just as cute. Oh, did you? Did you make it with all the gubbins that you mentioned earlier? The lime rice, whatever, that I can't pronounce? Don't be nice to me. I'll shit myself. Guys, I want to play Mecha Chameleon so badly. So I made the little doggy face. Guys, one's in chat if you'd watch. It is our song! One's in chat if you'd watch a mod stream, mod night of Mecha Chameleon with Pixel and mods. Would you watch? Yes or no? One's in chat. What? Yes, yes. I like what I see. Is Slasher Bunny live right now? Oh! They are. Everyone should go follow Slasher Bunny. And tell them to play Mecha Chameleon with us. I have to buy it, though. I don't own it. I think someone told me it's like $6. Mecha. Yeah, $6. What do we say we buy it right now, eh? Purchases made in the Steam store during the sale will earn you summer sale. Oh! Approximately $10 per card, so I have to wait until I make $10? Okay, well, then I'll wait, and I'll add something else to my card. No, I have it. Oh, really? Wait, Raven, can I buy it for you? Hold on. Can I buy it for me, and then can I buy one for Raven? This is a gift. This is a gift. How do I choose who to give it for? Continue gift options. Select gift recipient. What's your name, Raven? It's like Sable's. Oh no. Meow 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 meow. All right, but I'm gonna need you to check your Steam before you get it, because because I tried to buy you something before Raven, and I didn't get a chance to get it for you because I think you bought it before you could accept it. So this is something that, whatever it was I tried to buy you before, I don't remember what it was. Oh, did you, Ninya? That happens. Yeah, I remember what it was, but I was like, don't check your Steam. But you didn't have like your emails on, or your notifications on or something? Was it that? It was something that was like on sale or something, yeah. Either way, this makes up for the thing that I tried to get for you before and I couldn't get for you before, so. Yeah, okay, let me do one more game. The ad's done. Let me do one more game. It was not House Over 2. It was something. But yeah. Get shit on, Raven. Respectfully. But I just saw, like, literally right now that there's a Steam summer sale. On now through July 9th. Sons of the Forest, Helldivers, Red Dead Redemption 2, Cyberpunk? I don't own that.
Diablo 4, Call of Duty 7. Oh, Escape from Tarkov. What? Split Fiction. Ooh, Anno 117 Pax Romano. We got that for free from Ubisoft, and it is a very fun game. I actually really enjoyed that game. So I would recommend that one. A Plague Tale is 90% off. Add to wish list. Far Cry 4 is 90% off. Oh my god. I'm like, Plague Inc. I used to play that on my phone all the time. Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god, we're adding so many stuff to my wish list. Holy shit. Jay! Mwah, thank you for the 4 kissy. All the stuff is 90% off. Watch Dogs? Don't Starve. Bendy? Oh my gosh, I really need to play Bendy. Dead Space is 90% off. Holy shite. There's a lot of really good discounts. Alright, we'll have to look at that later. So we're streaming. Good evening, Jay! Everyone say hi, Jay! I want to play Sons of the Forest so bad, but I can't play it alone. I'm so scared. Well, it's on sale now. Wait, oh please, my solo queue games are awful. Dude, I just have full squad who's refusing to heal me against an Oni. What? You what? How are you? I haven't missed opening. Yes, I did open up all the Pokemon cards. If you remind me after this game, I can show you the hits that we got because we opened 15 packs and I got 9 hits, which is an unusually high hit rate for me. Oh. I love to see. That's fantastic. I got you. Holy dinner carts, Batman. Jay, I'm gonna make a guess. Fallout 76. Ooh, I wonder who the killer is. It's not a Talbot, unfortunately. But yeah, after this game, if you guys want to play again, I'm down. Shabby, Leon's Moans, Spades. Whoa, oh man, these cheesy bacon mashed potatoes are exactly what I wanted. So happy for you. Oh really? If I can play the Switch 2? I don't have a Switch 2, so it must be nice. Me being peanut butter and jealous. Yeah, kick that Jen. Kick that fucking Jen! Ah! I have been playing... Oh, actually, I haven't. I was playing Animal Crossing every single day for a couple months, and I stopped for a while. I haven't played for a minute. You know what? We just had an unknown, and I had a singularity earlier, Loki Ninya. So I feel like some variety is in the mix, but not a lot. It's still a lot of Jason. Oh, you can. I could get my friend code, whatever it's called. However, I don't have, what's it called? The Steam, like, online thing. If you know, like, I can't play online because I don't have the, I said Steam, but you know what I mean. I don't have the Switch. Okay, girl, get up the fucking window. What the fudge was that? I don't have, yeah, I don't have Nintendo Online. Yeah, I know. She's a broke bitch. I know. So I can't, like, visit people's islands or anything. So I'm lame. Whoa! Okay, pretend like for a second. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I was dead either way, but the thing is I threw a pallet, which is unfortunate.
Is that pain res? I feel like a gen decreased a little bit. Yeah, I don't have Nintendo Online. I know, she's so lame. Hi, lovely. I feel like I've gotten, oh, yeah, shut the fuck up. I feel like I've gotten a Shane in almost every single game I played today. I'll take it. Rebuild pallets? Don't mind if I do. I fixed my mistake. I fixed my mistake from earlier. Yes, sir. Yeah, I just saw that too. Gojo's cream pie. Yeah. Oh, you saved them. Oh. Oh. Man, I think it's the dirty Shirley Temple that's making my throat all messed up. I want to go back to my gen. Holy! Whoa! Look at all those booty emotes! Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Oh, pain res, maybe? Yeah, he's gonna go to his friends to the end. I'm gonna let them get over there. And then I'll pick him up. Yeah. And then we get our conviction. You know what, though? Valid. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is that like a Jujutsu Kaisen reference? That's my best guess. That's a lot of really good emotes, by the way, Remy. And we have conviction. It is! I'm not gonna say that I'm the most, like, cultured person in the world right now, but I'm not gonna say that I'm not the most cultured person in the world right now. I have my phone in my car for 5 seconds. All I come back is to Gojo's cream Gojo's cream pie. Someone's already dead? I didn't know they've been hooked twice. Well. C'est la vie. Yeah. Oh, really? I'm unawares of the sauce. Gojo is the blonde, blue-eyed twink who flirts with everyone. Don't talk about yourself that way. I'm joking. I know you're neither blonde nor blue-eyed. But I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm sorry. Thank you for laughing. I got scared for a second. I got scared. Does anybody Spades, Shabby, / Lance Moans, you guys want to play after this? I think I got a nice like mental reset from the havoc from when I was playing. You guys don't have to, but if you want to. Yeah. Down? Okay, cool. Slay. And I think Shabby's down too. Slay. But yeah, either tomorrow or Saturday will be open lobbies. I'm thinking like slightly more people voted for tomorrow. It'll be after Minecraftio, though. Oh. Wah! Oh no. He didn't break the pallet. Oh, I see. Okay, he did break the pallet now. Yoink! Huh? Well. Yummy. Yummy. He has no idea I'm here. That's amazing. Oh, Leon's moans. Absolutely. L work. Agreed. Wait, chew on it, chew on it, chew on it. That's right. That's all right. Why do you just walk through it? Why do you just walk through it? Yes. Oh my god, they're on my gen too. Perfecto, perfecto, perfecto. Oh my god, I had conviction in Soul Guard. I could have made a play there. That's alright. We can save it for endgame. I could have made a play there. Damn. Damn you, runny nose. Damn. I could have made a conviction Soul Guard play, but that's okay. I probably would have just like died anyway, so this is probably the play. Yeah, okay, oh, if you want to. I mean, oh my god. Okay, but this outfit, I've never seen Jujutsu Kaisen, but this outfit looks like an outfit that I would see in Jujutsu Kaisen. Like, this screams anime waifu. No? Yeah. Thank you, lovely. Oh no, I got hit. Hot and then I love that for them. Left. He's gonna go back and forth between the doors. Micah! Micah, mwah. Thank you for the floor, kissy. Oh, perfect timing. Either I die or I live. Feel free to get the other door. I'm joking. It's fine. You actually stay there, princess. And I'm not being facetious about it. Hey! Hey! I'm not being facetious. I swear to God. She's such a good little girl. Look at you. Yunjin. Honestly, I'm just gonna run Deja Kind of Force Inner Strength because I'm not getting bangs on controller. Yeah, I'm gonna
Arise, fighters of Theoden! Spears shall be shaken!
What happened to
Shields
hi?
shall be splintered!
Hello.
A
How are
sword
you?
day, a red day, and the sun rises!
I'll take it off. I'll make a new build. I need you guys to participate. I need you guys to all type death in a few seconds. I'm gonna turn my volume up a little bit. No, space. I'm good. I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Death! 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 Let's go! Yes! I'm not gonna lie, I'm a gay cop. This is literally, not only is it like
Are we
my
about to
favorite
kiss
alert
right now?
because it's Lord of the Rings, but I love the chat interaction that we can get from it. That one gay cop. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs! Oh, actually, I can read it. Hold on. I can read them. Hold on. Jim's Legacy, Ravi, Scorpion, Jonesy, Baby J, J Diz Gaming Life, Unity, Goncher Gaming, Terror the Bear, Lockdog, J Zone, Copper Kid, Solar Strat, Slay, Bursher, Fruit, Rat, Bat, Thrat, Smoked Doot, Moon Yvonne, Oni Harlotti, Zalfira, Look at an Otter, Gaming, sorry. And Mad Eye, thank you for the tier 2 subby. Thank you so much for the tier 2. Enjoy your 100. Count them. Your 100 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Third tequila shot? Okay, hold on. Chill. Time out. Chill. Gay cop. I have a very important question for you. 2 important questions for you. Dog or cat? Mad Eye. I have a very important question for you. Pink, orange, yellow, salmon. Green, light blue, dark blue, or purple. Pink, Whitney!
Help is on the way, dear! This is Delphi!
I love it. He just knew. He knows what to do. Oh, Brian!
Yellow Belly Fox, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome, welcome. What were you playing, Yellow Belly? Tell us everything. Welcome, welcome. We're playing some DBD. Double welcomes as far as I'm concerned. That's okay. That's alright, Destiny. Death is all around us. All around me are familiar faces. Worn out faces. Oh, type it one-handed? Bear and breakfast? What the fudge is that about? Levels? Oh, okay, I didn't even notice that we had hype train. Oh, God. What the fuck? Okay. Holy Yellow Belly, how was your stream? How was Bear and breakfast? What kind of game is that? Mad 2000. What kind of kitty cat are we gonna do for you? Oh, that's right. Your rice bowl. Also, Leanne's Moans and Shabby, if you're here, get your asses in this lobby. But like, no pressure or anything. What do I want to do for you? Who? Oh. Did I do something wrong? Boo! Ah! Who's building hotels across the forest for people to come visit? Shut up. It's very cutesy. Would you say cutesy cozy? Speaking of cozy, look at you hacky cutie pie. Oh, that's right. You have so much time. What's up, Seth? Hello? Okay, that's like 12 emotes. 12 emotes. 12 bits. It's like 12 subs today. Calm down. Seth, aren't they the cutest though? Thank you for the gift of subs to Crispy Chaos and Gizmo Dad, Chloe Mom. You're about to get punished though. I don't know what to do. What kitty cat should I do? Both hands are back. Boo looks so goofy right now. He's a goofy boy.
Go on.
Leon's Mo's YouTube?
Leon's
Should we
Mo's
just...
YouTube
Oh my
while
God.
you're at it too.
Should we play that in the background while I'm, trying to find kitty cats to do? Whoa! Did he just fall out of his bed? Bye, have a beautiful time. Where's my 12 hours of Leon's Moans? Oh, I have 11 minutes. Oh God. Okay. Oh wait, you can hear it. All right, here we go. Do you guys just like how I had this ready? Alright, Mad Eye, you're going to the side because I don't know what to do for you yet. Hold on. What? I heard nothing. It took me so long to realize it was get injured feeling. I can't see what I'm writing! Coral! Why are you blowing into your mic? Stop it, please. I can't. Somebody sedate me. Oh my god. Hi, Tyler! Tyler, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. I'm sorry. There's so many tear balls in my eyes right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. First time fisting? Could you tell? What? Oh my gosh, Tyler. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Jade. What is that? Oh my god. That is a big booty bitch. Me after talk about 3 a.m. Shut up. Gizmo. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. I'm coming back. Alright, let me have my game open. Oh. Anyone have the link? Yeah, let me get the link for you. This is what I'm watching right now. Holy. Oh my god, I'm like lightheaded from this. Oh my god. What? What did you say? Oh god, Lumpy. Are there gill moans? Someone find out for me. Is it Jenna? Oh my god. Welcome in. This is like 11 minutes of Leon's moaning from Dead by Daylight. It is Leon Day. My favorite song. That was Leon's moan typing that, I'm sure. Turning my headset back down again. Hold on. Hold on. Alright, gay cop. I have yours. I have yours. Wait, one more detail. Alright, gay cop. Another doggy cat, and you're holding a squirt bottle to calm Chad down. Gay cop says, Chad, calm down. I like to imagine someone opens a stream in the public place. I sure as shit hope they do. Oh my god. Ooh, oh, I'm glad I have earbuds. Oh my god. Oh my god. you part. Holy. All right, I have an idea for Mad Eyes now. Hold on. I have an idea. No, Bumpy, no! I saw it, Leanne. I saw it. So here's Mad Eye's kitty cat, who is shocked and awed at everyone listening to this, by the way. Shocked and awed and concerned. Oh my god. Holy. How long have we been listening to this? We're 8 minutes in. Woo! Must have been the wind. That must have been the wind. Oh wait, I didn't make a build yet. That's going in the private folder. Jesus fuck. Actually, I'm gonna keep this build, I think. Yeah, this build is fine. Oh my god, how long is this? 11 minutes, I think, isn't it? 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Whew. That was funny. Oh my god, I just realized an ad was playing when I showed that. Oh, I have to do a shot! I forgot I have to do the Pink Whitney. Sorry, gay cop. Alright. He's so sparkly. Ooh, that's good in my tummy. Alright, someone remind me to pee after this game. DM me for more. Oh, I have to do a tarot pull? I do! Gizmo, thank you so much for reminding me. Oh my god. Oh my jeeper golly gee whiz. Now, you are such a messy slut. Ooh, epic. You're as old as he was when I left for war. Oh, thank you, Pablo. My days, every night I pray. Yummy! Oh, did you? Well, I hope you loved it. What I know, I'm just a man. Mark? The Xbox is free? I've never played this Coral Island that you speak of. Does a comet become a meteor? When does a candle become a blaze? When does a man become a monster? Terrible. The 10 of Wands. Coral. You're almost there. Oh, living on a... You may have unconsciously or consciously taken on extra responsibilities, but you know that the blood, sweat, and tears you've put in are about to pay off. So all of the hard work, every little bit of you that you've poured into something is about to pay off. Almost there. Are you really Ghost of Sword? No way. Sorry, I just used your full government name. Do you mind? Holy! Griff. Griff, what are we gonna do about you? Thank you for the 3 months in advance, Griff! How hope you're doing so good. Everyone say hello to young Griff. I'm alive. I look pretty good for a dead bitch. He's alive. Griff, thank you so much. Thank you for the 22 months. I hope you're doing so good. Your whole ass government Twitch name. Fruitsy! Wait, Gizmo! It's your birthday on Wednesday? What the fudge are you gonna do for your birthday? Tell us everything. Oh my god, listen, Griff, that is such a, what's the word? That's a very good self-care thing for you to do. Are you romancing him too, Lumpy? Rootsy! Mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Whoa! 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 Oh, I got poisoned. L Pixel. Whoa! This is so pretty. Alright, Shane, calm down. You're ruining the vibes. I'm joking. It's so pretty. Oh, hello, lovelies. Ooh, let's run. Honestly, re-downloaded it to support an IRL friend, but I saw you on. Oh, no way! Well, shout out to your friend. That's awesome. I hope you're doing very well, Griff. Ooh, oh, no. And Ruin? Oh, no. Time to find the totem. I forgot to change this outfit. Ooh, hello, love. I never said. Oh, that's right. You're romantic Carlac. That's right. That's right. I never sent him before. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, you're doing Oreo, April's Lucky, and a guess? Oh, were you doing that for your birthday? No way! Lord Pixel. Ah, that feels so right, Griff. Oh, yes. Ah, that was really cool. A rake? Oh my god, I still need to read my Bridgerton books that were gifted to me. But I've been okay. I've been struggling a little bit recently, Griff, but today, it's not a great day, but it's definitely not a terrible day, and I think that that's a win. It not being a terrible day, I feel like is a win. You know what I mean? Yes, Jenna! Okay, I just got gifted the entire Bridgerton collection, and I'm antsy to start I'm so sorry. I'm antsy to start reading them. You know what I mean? Oh, did he see me? He may have seen me. He probably saw me. So he definitely saw me, fun fact. Oh no! Oh, okay. Luckily he had his eyes closed. Alright, I'll leave. I'm so excited! I'm gonna start reading. I'm gonna read it when I'm like working out. You know what? Chill! Ah, poops. I love the show. I am such a Bridger bitch. I don't know, what do they call us? I love Bridgerton. Oh, it makes me so happy.
I need some help.
It's always a win. I've been doing great, but I'm a bit of a downturn recently. Not a bad one, but I'm doing better. I hope all my homies in chat are doing amazing too. Well, I'm glad you're doing better. That's what's important here. I need to find a book series to get into. I'm spending too much time on technology. Bridgerton, mayhaps? Watching is accurate when your neurodivergent can see it play out in your mind while you read. Oh. ACOTAR. I still need to do that too. Yeah. You're maxing? I've never heard that term. But, yeah. 100%. Harem books? You don't surprise. That doesn't surprise me, Kyle. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, Girly Pop, did you see me again? He did see me again. Oh! Oh my god! Alright, well that's unfortunate. But I didn't get hooked. Well, I did get hooked! Oh. I'm screwed. I was about to say something. Oh, yeah, I haven't had good sex in
about 10 years. So I would really like to have, like, you know, some good fantasies, you know what I mean? Oh, really? It's the 10-year anniversary, Griff. It just started today. So if you desire to play, now is a good time, for sure. Nothing but misery, sloppy butcher, no ed. Oh my god, and no holds barred on top of his constant slugging. Oh no! Just ghoul things. Also, Seth, thank you for the 3 stream streak. I just noticed that. I'm not a smart man, I'm sorry. Dungeon Crawler Quarrel books are amazing if you're like, oh! Zombie books? Oh. Woo! Oh, okay. Sorry, I was reading chat. Sorry. I know, Griff, we're so happy to see you. It's hella spicy. Good section. There's gotta be. Listen, I'm not saying. Oh, I'm not gonna say this. I'm not gonna say the sentence. I'll say it in the mod chat, but I don't think I could. I should respectfully say it in the chat. Oh, they've done some updates to mobile, if that's what you're on. Mod privilege. It's just not something I think I should say on, like, line. So I'm so glad that you noticed that. I do have soul guard, so if he hits me, oh, sorry, love. I may have been hitting my button. Hit me. Perfect. Perfecto. I'll take an extra speed boost. Oh, Griff, never. Never. My goat. So it looks like it's not just me. So every time you walk through these event palettes, you just see I stuttered and the Oni stuttered too. So these event palettes create a wee bit of stuttering. Did you notice that? I gotta crawl out from it, honestly. So the event palettes cause, because that's not the first time I've stuttered, but I noticed the killer stutter too. I thought, okay, no, it's not just you. You are not alone. But yeah, I've said that a couple times. Rootsy Night, I'm so glad you noticed. That makes me so happy. I'm so happy. No, not you, just the event palettes. I do have soul guard, so I can take a hit. Perfect! Yes! Yes! I gotta go to a real pallet. Oh shit, they're all pallets. Fuck. Oh, here's a real pallet. There we go. Oh, why are you so fast? Ah, damn, that's right. That's right, because now Winchester should be able to get up now. So that's good. This is good. Damn, this Oni said nobody gets to live in my game. You notice? That's my girl. That's my girl. Really couldn't throw an event pallet. Oh, really? I actually haven't tried throwing an event pallet yet. I did once, but it felt like a normal, weird throw pallet for me. So I didn't notice anything different from that. Loves her dark romance book. She gets spoiled around Christmas time. The year before, I bought her. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Let her lock in for a mo. Oh! No way that hits. Damn. That's egregious. I brought her recently 20 dark romance books. Yummy. Excellent partner. Boo, I know. I'm almost fully slugged, by the way. I'm almost full slugged. Yikes. GG's. Alright, I gotta change my cosmetic. I forgot about that. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, dude. There we go. Oh! Oh! Jenna, you're my favorite. Thank you so much. I forgot that I had to pee. Alright, I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna go piss, girl. I'm gonna go... Yes, I am. I will be right back. He has Grim. I'm gonna assume Payres as well. And I'm assuming that was Blood Favor, maybe? I don't know. No, it wasn't Blood Favor. What was that? Okay, I'm gonna heal you, because I have Botany. Oh, is this? Oh, thank you. I can't wait to mess this up. Alright, that's their second stack of Grim. I'm gonna go for the save, I think. Oh, Birkin, thank you. I could not remember his name. Oh, please pick towards me. Please pick towards me. Please. I didn't have a beam. I forgot I had the flashbang. That's what you get for giving me that's right, redemption. Thank God for redemption. Oh my God. Oh, and Deli! Oh, purr! Okay. something. Oh, no. Do we hold him? God damn. We don't hold him, right? I fucked up. That's right, he fucked it up too. Meow. No pal in here. No pal in here. On the right. No pal in here. On the right. Shabby. Oh. Want to hear something funny, guys? Bye. Oh! Get shit on. Alright, I did not boon a totem because I forgot to boon a totem. So I'm just gonna get as far away as I can and then die. Oh, I'm gonna get as far away as I can. Alright, I'm gonna die in this pallet. Do you guys mind? I'm so sorry. Not to be dramatic or anything, Sable, but... Oh, jeez. That was very funny. Thank you. Don't throw that pallet. Alright, let me get out of the way a second. Oh! W mods. W mods. Is this where I want to go? I don't think this is where I want to go, but this gen is done, so there's no palette here, and I don't like this palette, but that's fine. Oh, you wanted that so bad, Birkin. Watch this. Oh, fuck you. Alright. Are you ready? I'm being bumblebeed. Yes. Oh my God. Johnny! Say hello to Lauren.
Don't pretend like you don't see me. So shy. So shy. No! I leave the door open for 10 seconds and this fat fuck comes in. Come here. Come here. I ain't talking about myself. Come here. Come here. Oh, the fan is on. It was like the fan. You're such a baby. Come here, Jojo. Jojo, come here. Jojo, come here. Come here, Jojo. Come here. What if I turn off the fan? Will you come? Alright. The scaredy fan is gone. Come. Come on. Come. Come in. Come here. See, scary fan is gone. Come here. Yeah, you're a good boy. Ooh, good boy. I know. Here's the fat fuck. My choice? These are cat treats, Charlie. You're gonna turn into a cat. No. No. My scary teeth and me. Alright, are you gonna stay here? Are you gonna leave? Fluffy! Ah! I have 2 puppies. I have 2 puppies and 3 kitties. Oh, you're gonna stay? Alright. Alright. Alright, you stay. I'm doing alright. Creamy pasta. How are you doing, Zombie? Are you still streaming? Oh, I meant to show. Oh, okay, bye. I meant to show my pole. Ah! Ah! I meant to show my poles. I forgot. I'm so bad against wraiths. So bad. Oh, you wrapped up good. How was your stream? 10 hours. Jesus. I don't know how you do it, homie. Bing bong. Fuck your life. Also, Kishu. Kishu. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I saw that while I was pissing. Yeah, no, girl, I don't know how you do it, but good fudging luck. I'm being Bumblebee. Mime Junior. I think that's like one of Tom's favorite Pokemon. Stamina for days. Yeah, girl, I don't have those staminas, so good for you. Hey, chill. Chill on it, alright? Chill. Chill. Oh, I don't have a beam. Oh, man. Shaq is a filler palette. In case you guys didn't know. Shaq is indeed a filler palette. Oh, I thought while I was pissing. Have a good night, Gizmo. Also, Gizmo, if I don't see you, have a very happy early birthday. I hope you have the best birthday ever. Well, I have my stream my phone for 2 reasons. 1, because I want to get my Twitch drops by watching, and then 2, I sometimes I can't see the chat, and so it's easier for me to scroll my chat on my phone instead of like clicking off the game and like clicking over here and you know find it that way. So I have my phone on, and so I just happen to take it with me while I'm going beep beep. Of course, Gizmo, thank you very much for hanging out and enjoy your summer. Also, thank you very much for the shout out. Yeah. Is someone on hook? No. Okay. What's up, AK?
my name. Everybody scream. I'm gonna snooze this ad. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want him to look at me, but the Jasper is being such a good boy right now. Hi, Kels! Kels, what am I being proud of you about? Did you stream again? You didn't give me forehead kisses? AK, did I not? AK, mwah, thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, Zombie Magic, thank you for the 5 streak. Is he? He was actually pissing me off so much earlier today that I had to close my basement door to keep his fat ass out of my basement because he was pissing me off so much. He was being so naughty. You did 3 streams this week? Decided not to do 4 days because my health can handle it. Good girl. But I think I can at least do 3 days now. I'm very proud of you. Not only for streaming, but also for knowing that, like, hey, I know I can't handle doing an extra day. So I'm very proud. I'm very, very proud of you, Kels. Incredibly proud of you. Everybody scream! And there's a cat hair already in my mouth. Thank you for the shout out for Kels! No way! Spades, that's huge. When is it supposed to be scheduled? Jasper is never mean kidding. What? You met that fucker? You were so tired? Did you have a good day today? Good, busy day? Thank you so much for all the shout-outs, guys. You guys are so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Thank you so much. You know, I haven't been hooked yet. Let me go. Oh, work today? Whoa, hello. Oh, okay. Alright. Waits for me, I have little legs! Alright. Really slow? Ugh, lame. Oh. To heal myself? So I'll just, because there's Sloppy Butcher, so I'm not gonna use half the med kit. Wait, oh. There's a styptic in there. I'll keep that. I'll keep your styptic. It was really slow. I'm so sorry. Slow work sucks. I was like, yeah. 3 is good, you know? 3 is good. I do have a throne, and people have been so fudging generous. It's overwhelming. Ooh. You can grab off of that! I thought we had a moment. I thought we were being cute. I thought we were flirting. So I've been single for so long. I don't know how to flirt. Bam, 3 gen around main. Who didn't only stream once in April and probably haven't streamed since January. Not too shabby, right? Now, yeah, now I know. Imagine knowing how to flirt. The extent of what I know about flirting is just what you guys see on stream. Where's Spades? Is Spades gonna get the unhook? Someone save Spades. Need to check the message I sent you. I got questions. Oh, really? Was that on Discord? Oh, Space. Okay. Yeah, I've never flirted ever. Okay, there's a pallet here. What are the odds that I can heal myself with this? I'm not sloppied. Ooh, great skill check. Favorite class? Wizard. I know, she's so lame. I know. I know. I love a slutty little wizard though. Wizard and rogue. Oh, touch me bum. Touch me bum. Touch it. Touch it. Oh man, that's so sad. Oh! Leon! And I know that was, oh. Oh, that was Winchester! That's alright, I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I'm joking. Oh, I'm not dead! Oh, I'm not dead! I think most of them come off as cringe. Yeah, I feel that with me too. I have never known how to flirt. Just apparently adorable and funny at people until they fall in lust with me. Oh, wait! Shove your wrist to me. Barbarian or monk? I tried monk once for one of my honor mode runs, and I died. I got my honor mode run with my wizard class, and it was just straight wizard. I'm pretty sure. I think it was straight wizard. Yeah. I think just I love magic. You know, magic makes me so happy. Okay, yeah, we'll do on this. We have a paletta here. Paletta? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do on this. I think that's safe. Stellar, thank you. His damn asked me for a pick as a joke. Almost 8 years later. It's about to be 3 years married. Yeah, that's a humble brag, right? Like, that's super effective. Good boy. Damn it. I wanted to see what would happen. Because we had a moment. I knew I was gonna die anyways. It's so worth it. I'm not upset at all. It was worth it. Oh yeah! So I normally stream on Wednesdays. But are you in the Discord, Griff? It's okay if you're not. And why would you be? Like, you got your own life. So I did a stream on Amazon. So I streamed on Monday. So to answer your question, let me answer your question. To answer your question, no, my stream schedule hasn't changed. But I streamed on Tuesday for an Amazon stream for Gunner Optics. And I wanted to take Wednesday off because if I streamed Wednesday and then streamed today for the Dead by Daylight event and then streamed on normal on Friday and Saturday, I'd be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And my neurodivergent ass cannot fucking handle that. So I'm streaming Monday, Tuesday, and then off on Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So yes, my stream schedule is the same, but I know today's different because yes, today is Thursday. I think I have an honor run with a Dragonborn monk. We've made it Act 2 so far. Are you doing like a duo one, Lumpy? For a serial story we both enjoyed. I made a random joke. She liked it. We started talking, and I think being funny is the sexiest thing. Like, I don't care what someone looks like. I don't care like how much money they make. I don't care what they do for a living. If they're funny, that is so sexy. And I think that's why all my relationships sucked, because no one's ever fucking funny. No one who's funny falls in love with me. And I need someone who's funny to fall in love with me. I knew this was what it was going to be. Alright, autocorrect. Like, try to at least pretend like you're working. Is there, like, my phone dirty or something? Bold of you to assume not already in love with you, and you are a funny motherfucker, aren't you? Ranger, rogue. Yeah, no, I that's too complicated for me. I went straight wizard. It was my 3rd or 4th attempt. Ah! Kyle, wait, hold on. Let me like. I want to like wiggle my glasses. I can't do it with my headset though. I moved to frickin' Michigan for him. Yeah, that's. You can't say you don't love that man when you moved to Michigan for him. Where did you move from, Kels, if you don't mind me asking? I only care about looks when it comes to my type, which is silver foxes. Ah, I see. Oh, solo run! Who was in your party, Lumpy? Carlac, obviously. California. Yeah. At least it's cheaper. Ish. Monk, Carlac, Lae'zel, and Gale. That's a really good team, I think, in my humble, uneducated opinion. Massachusetts. Wow. Let's see, SMH. You can't see him, but there's a certain JASPER that is loafing. Just out. He's like the perfect loaf here. Let me see if I can sneak a picture. He's loafing right off camera. Loaf. He wants to be a family man about to put a ring on it! Are we about to have a gay couple wedding? Roasted chicken looking at. He's just a baby. Did the lizard work? I don't remember if I did the lizard today. I don't think I did lizard.
Lizard.
Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I just want to smack your booty.
Lizard.
You want me to smack? Oh, he's looking.
Lizard.
He's looking at me. He
Lizard.
knows.
Lizard.
He knows we're talking about him.
Lizard.
Jasper, you're such a fat ass. Oh, okay.
Lizard.
It works! Hello, Jasper! Come here!
Lizard.
Oh, my headset just like screeched a little bit.
Lizard.
Oh my god! My Spirit Halloween is already setting up. I totally forgot about that. My local Spirit Halloween, when I went out shopping with my dad yesterday, is already setting up. Can you fudging believe it? Yours is too? What is happening? It's already setting up. I didn't see what day it's like I didn't see what day it's like opening yet, but it's already set up. It's fucking June. Also, Leanne's Moans, I'm not rushing you. I'm just asking. I'm just curious if you're here or readied up. It's okay if you're not. I'm just curious what the schedule's like. My home needs the court. Yeah, my dad already asked me if he wants to go to At Home with me tomorrow, or not tomorrow, next week. Did Leon's Moan say that they were going to be right back? Because I was not paying attention if they did. And I blame all the lizards, by the way. Get your ass. Get your ass. Get his ass.
Lizard.
y'all gotta go piss? No problem. I'll wait. Yeah, I at home is great.
Help is on the way, dear! Mrs. Doubtfire! Help is on the way!
I'm taking this as a proposal. Leave her alone! No. You get to say hi to Orion now. You say hi to Orion and Knight right now. You say hello. You say hello. Say hi, Orion. Hi, Knight. Yo, thank you so much for the raid. And yes, I will marry you. I am taking this as a proposal. Hi, Bob. Hi, Toots. What's up, Alpaca Tetchers? Hi, Belong. What's up, Dweeb? What's up, Ultimate Annihilator? Hot Punk Rob. What's up, Tiny Wiper? Yo, welcome in. Oh, you got your drop. Let's go. There's 3, right? How long is the longest one for? What's up, Alejo? Welcome in. Really? Wait, were you doing Survivor or Killer? 6 hours the longest one? Okay, bet. Oh my god, I keep closing it on my phone. Oh my god, welcome back, Raiders! Wait, tell me about the game. I've been watching you. In a totally non-creepy way. But I've been watching your streams. Now, I was, yeah, so I've been watching you do your achievements, right, for your adepts. And I had just watched you do your Onryo game, right? And this fuck-ass bitch-ass comments in Orion's game going, oh, you were going for an adept. I see that's why you were playing the way that you were. Like, go fuck yourself. Like, that was so mean. I was so pissed. I was like, she played fine, actually. But yeah, I was just like, But did you get any other adepts? Oh, yeah! Oh my god, I still need to, oh my god. You know what achievement I'm dreading? Because I still need to do that too, Orion? Leave Boo alone!
Lizard.
I mean, leave Jasper alone. You're Boo. You're Boo. Huh? Oh, he's a good boy. I still need to get that annoying-ass nurse.
Lizard.
Bye, Griff! Griff, have the best night ever. Everyone say bye, Griff. I hope you have the best night. It's so good to see you. Oh my god. Jasper, just scratch him! Teach him a lesson! Jasper, use your claws! You have so many! What was I saying? Oh, I still need to get that nurse achievement where you blink 3 times and you grab somebody. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to do that achievement. Someone do it for me. Spades. I hope you have the best night. Also, if anyone needs to go raid and run, please make sure you do so. Please get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nammies, and babbies. Go eat ka-pee-ka-poo, go stretch, go drink in the Dark Lord. Oh, Dark Lord's easy peasy. Because his powers are just so nice, right? Hey, yo, why this Nuka-Cola flavored G Fuel actually good? It's good, right? I'm glad you like it. Time for me. Oh, have a good night, Kyle! Everyone say good night, Kyle. Wait, Spades, would you really? Oh, what do you want from me? What do you want? Because, could you please do the nurse challenge for me? Please do the nurse challenge for me. Oh, okay. So sometimes the powders on G Fuel smell, suspicious AF. And, they don't smell nice. But then some powders smell really good. It's like a 50-50 on the powders smelling good or bad. Because sometimes the powders smell like ass, but then end up tasting okay. It's a spring trap! Oh, it's another ruin. Well. Oh. Anyways. Really? And wait. Woo! Oh no. Cleo, the condensation. I don't really know the totems on this map, so I'm just gonna guess. Okay. I'm really proud of you, though. Adepts aren't easy. Ah! Also, I've been drinking a little bit tonight. I'm so sorry, lovelies. Yikes, L streamer. Don't come through that door. Don't come through that door. Don't come. Kind of forest totem hunt? Okay. Oh my god, Orion, I'm not, if that was your last game that you were talking about, I understand completely. The shaking and adrenaline. A nice sombrero. So killer games in general make me nervous AF, right? But then add like the stress of achievements and things of that nature. Yeah. And then getting to that clutch endgame like you're mentioning, yeah, that's just, it's too much. It's too scary. I've been having a good time. So, I'm not, like, super crazy about the powers. Like, I'm not really, like, utilizing the powers or, like, the extra stuff. And the poison sucks when you're playing against the killer. The poison's ass. But the event is fun. Like, I don't know. I like the blood points. But the event, I'm gonna say it adds nothing for me. Like, I'm not trying to be like a Debbie Downer. I'm just trying to say, like, it doesn't really add any sort of like benefit to me. The blood points are nice, but besides that, it adds no benefit to me. Have a good night, Max. The killer, yeah. So so of the things I've noticed, I've only been healed once in the middle of a game, which was annoying, I'm sure, for the killer. But it was against a Wesker, and I was already like hindered with his power. So I'm sure he didn't care too much. Oh, okay. What? Yeah. So he still got me with like one hit. Oh, hey friends. Hi friends, this is Otz. Sorry, I'm just trying to avoid my friends that are here. Oh, I'm poisoned. Well. Hello friends, this is Otz. Enjoy your lurky turkey, gay cop. Enjoy your coral. Whatever game it was. It was like coral something. I don't know. I'm just trying to make a Walking Dead reference. I love Springtrap. Or Glitch Trap, I guess, technically. Coral. But thank you guys so much for the raid. If you guys need to go raid and run, please get your post-stream self-care. If you guys are new here, hello. I'm autistic, so that's why I use a lot of accents. It's a... I wouldn't say it's a coping mechanism or a masking thing. It could be a masking thing, I suppose. I use it to deflect and have people pay attention more towards the voice as opposed to what I look like or what I'm doing. It's a distraction. Ooh. Dweeb, respectfully. No, you. Oh, hello. Hello. And we are playing with two of my mods. Ada's Hooter is Spade System, and Winchester Pendragon is Leon's Moans. So we're getting some mod action in today. Yeah. Hey, don't touch me there. That's my no-no square. I keep forgetting to bring an item. In a gremlin fashion. Oh! Oh! But I never. Have a good night, Tunes. Tunes, thank you so much for coming over the raid. I very much appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And if everyone, I'm so sorry. If anyone is playing the DBD event, may your blood points be plenty. May your lobbies be blessed. May your ping be low. May your sables be half naked.
The double Volter Wolter! Respect. I too am a double Volter Wolter enjoyer. I very much respect that. Poison me. Stop. Stop it! You're making me nervous. The rando just gave up, yeah. 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 It's not our first random that did that too. Tonight. It's only Thursday. I love you. Say you're back. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, and we've been taking some shots tonight, and I've also been drinking this Dirty Shirley classic cocktail, 5.9% alcohol content, extra fancy. I'm almost done with it. Actually gonna finish it right now. I'm coming. I was drinking. I believe in Harvey Dent. I believe that we'll win. But I just finished that. And we had Tequila Reposado, Tequila Blanco, Malort, and Pink Whitney shots tonight. What the fudge? I believe in Pixel. I believe in Pixel too. I think we'll get all our gens done and we'll escape. Easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. What's happening over there? Oh, okay. Holy speed boost! This guy plays a lot like me. Like, a lot like me. It's scary. And so I find it easy to counter him a little bit. Because we gotta remember, I'm also really terrible at this video game. And so I find it slightly easy to counter him, only because he plays so much like me. It's actually a little scary how similar our playstyles are. I also believe in Harvey Dent. See, you get me. Oh, hello, pallet. I'm so glad I noticed eventually. No break? No break. This is a good, like, LOS for him, though. I gotta break that. That works. He gave me no first. But Spade's got a gen done! My win condition is there. My win con is there. Listen, as long as we don't get 5 genned out, we're good. GG's! And, you know what? For what it's worth, I will say this every day till the day I die. I don't care if the killers kill me. I love a little connection. I love a little personality, you know? So, like the Wesker earlier, murdering the fudge out of me. But, like, he did, like, a little, like, looky-loo. Like, I was on the floor, and he was just staring at me. Super cute. Oh, P100 glitch trap. I love you. GG's. But, and this guy gave me, like, little nopers. Like, I truly don't mind dying. Like... Trust me, it's expected from me. But I love a little, like, you know, little action, little here and there. Oh, okay, for anyone who wanted to see my hits from the Pokemon packs earlier, here we go. I got you. All right,
I'm not gonna include the promos because the promos are just like whatever. Maybe you don't know how to play the game. Oh, is that what happened on one of your threads or something, Rootsy? I saw you post about how like people are like it's the DBD community with all the love in the world. Rocket Rebel, mwah, think of the forehead kissy. Yeah, on YouTube, yeah, it's pick and choose who's gonna be a dick to you that day. Say something nice to me. GG's. I'll take it. I'll take it. He said GG's. I'll take it. Hi, Rocket Rebel. How are y'all enjoying the anniversary event? It's okay. I'm enjoying the blood points. 17K! People are wild. I think I saw some of the comments on it. It was like when you finished a gen and you were confused about it. Yeah, people on Instagram are not only are mean, but they're dumb too. Alright, so here are the hits that I got on my Pokemon packs today. Flygon EX, Alchemy EX, Mimikyu EX, Lapras EX, Ursaluna EX, Hydreigon EX, Ursaluna EX, but full art. Or, not full art, but yeah, full art. Bruxish 1 and Bruxish 2. Yeah, people on YouTube are ignorant. People on Instagram are mean. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a hacker comment, but I saw it when the video had, like, 4 views. So I think I saw it when you, like, had just posted it. And, like, one of the comments already was, like, one of the comments was, like, if the gen got completed like that, you could tell she's hacking. And I was like, she's so stupid. Yeah. Oh my god. See, I know a lot of people get comments like that. I don't get comments like that, but to be fair, I don't post good clips because I don't get good clips or good gameplays. So I don't have that issue. But I know a lot of people comment staged, fake. Yeah. I see. I know that's a very popular one. Go look at the VOD. Like, girl, like, people are just so dumb. Like, it hurts that these people can be, like, if you're, my dad tells me this all the time, if you're ever wrongfully accused of a crime, these are the kind of idiots that can sit on your jury. Like, doesn't that scare you? It scares me. It scares me a lot. Like, these are the kind of morons and illiterate twats that will sit on your jury. God forbid you're ever wrongfully accused of a crime. Yeah. And my dad said that to me for, like, the past, like, 33 years of my life. Chesky! Mwah! Think about the forehead kissing. And they just terrify you. Just, like, the sheer ignorance and stupidity in this world. And these are the people that could potentially control your fate. And not only that, but a lot of them are also registered voters. And that's so scary. Yeah. Scares me. I didn't even notice till people started commenting on it. Oh, really? Oh, well. Oh, well, nothing to do about that. I got told to go off myself yesterday because a guy couldn't get a kill on me. Listen, I'm a full supporter of... Oh, an item. I need to put an item on. I'm a full supporter of, you know, Darwinism. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm a full supporter of Darwinism. But I'm a firm believer in karma. Like, if you can't take it, don't dish it, you know? Like, if you're not ready for someone to retaliate rudely to you, then don't be rude to begin with, right? So I'm a firm believer in, like, you get what you put out. You know what I mean? And I'm a firm believer in Darwinism. I can go on about the cynicism that is in my brain, but I probably won't because, you know, people, whatever. But to say to kill yourself to somebody because you didn't play the video game the way that you wanted them to, you wanted them to play, or because you couldn't kill them, or what did you say, Jade? Because they couldn't kill me. So because you're better at them in the video game, it's like, chill? Like, that's your knee-jerk reaction? Oh shit, add now to end a game, I'm so sorry. Whoa, ads down to ends game. Sorry. I lost in the video game, yeah. Yeah, my gen popped at like 70 and I was too wrapped up in comment to realize, which is another reason why it's staged, because why didn't I see other survivors doing the gens on the left side as if it wasn't ranting in the chat? I think that's another thing too. I've had a lot of comments that I get are, how did you not notice this? And how did you not see this? How did you not know this? How are you so bad or whatever? And I think people really, oh my god, it's Orion and they're playing as Dracula. Trying to get their adapt. And I think people really don't, I think it's the lack of empathy. And I think, honestly, that is a whole reason for this entire world being shit, is the lack of empathy. And that just goes for, that could be the answer for so many things in the world, is the lack of empathy and understanding. Like, the fact that they can't put themselves in your shoes and understand that you're a streamer. So, of course, you're not going to be able to pay attention to every, like, small detail, because you're trying to maintain conversations and maintain, like, entertainment and all this other shenanigans. It's just, like, it's honestly ridiculous, like, the lack of empathy. And then, like, I'm sure a lot of people who are on Twitter, if you're not on Twitter, sorry, but if you are on Twitter, I'm sure a lot of people saw that one person, because this went, like, super viral, that this one person posted a tweet about how they had an autistic meltdown at their job, and they got, like, not fired, but they got, like, punished for it. And they had a meltdown, and it wasn't an auditory meltdown. Like, they were just silently crying on the floor. They're just crying on the floor, you know, like a normal person does. That hits through rocks. That's fine. I'll let you have it that one time, Dracula. And this person, like, was having a quote unquote an autistic meltdown. Oh, hello. I was dead either way. The poison really, like, is like an automatic down. And a lot of people were, like, saying, it's like, well, if you can't handle working in the workplace, don't work a job. But then, being someone who is autistic and doesn't work a real job, how many times a day do I get, like, I don't get it a lot on stream, but I get it a lot on my social medias, like, why don't you work a real job? Why don't you work a real job? Why don't you work a real job? Oh, because these jobs aren't built for people like me, and people treat me like shit when I work these real jobs. And so it's, you know, it's a thing. Because I'm dumb, my chat is cute, and I'm bad at the game. Yeah, all of the three! Pick one or all of the above. I had someone tell me I shouldn't ever play DBD because I sucked at the game. I was the last one standing. Okay, and Lumpy, that bothers me too, because, like, I don't understand why people think that you have to be good at the game or you have to be the best at the game in order to play it. Why can't people just play the video game because they enjoy it? Why can't people play the video game because their friends are playing it? Why can't people just play the video game? End of sentence. I don't understand, like, there's no reason nor expectation for why someone should be able to play the game. And I don't care how many hours you have. Exclamation point DBD hours. I don't care how many hours you have. There's no reason for why you should expect to be good at the game. I've been alive for 33 years, but that doesn't mean I know how to live life well. Like, I don't understand it. Why is there a little butthole? Oh, this is like a teleportation thing. You can whisk away. So it's like the Haunted by Daylight, and you just, like, you teleport Tato away, and you whisk away. Oh, goodbye, love. Did I just screw you? Did I just screw you over? See, I helped. I helped-ish. I hate everything and above, and I sell legal stuff all day long. Ugh. Sales. I've been in sales. Sorry, hold on. Oh, fuck! Yeah. Oh, I forgot he has plaything. That's why I can't hear you. Oh. Oh, good! I was like, why can I see you or hear you? Oh, it's because I plaything. Also, hi, Mrs. Gothic. I responded to your message, but I didn't say hello to you. I'm sorry about that. Anybody need to be healed? Oh, there's a killer there. Dog, turn off the channel. Overwatch. Oh my god, real, Lauren. If you can handle sucking my dick, then stop gargling my balls. Holy shit. My meds prevent that? Which probably wasn't the best reaction, but I laughed. You know what? I don't know. People just suck. People suck. We learn and we adjust to the challenge. Yeah, people just suck. And then again, it's like, people hate their own lives so much. People hate and have this deep and really deep and horrible self-loathing for themselves that they really feel the need that they have to take it out on other people. And I think that screams the weakest person to me. Like, you are so weak and pathetic and everything in between. If you take out your own self-loathing and your own misery on other people, in my opinion, you are the weakest of them all. Like, I'm not gonna put myself on a high horse here, but I am gonna use myself as an example, and I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm just saying that how do I say this without triggering anybody? Hello! So I struggle with wanting to kill myself daily, and you don't see me taking that out of people. Like, I don't take out the feelings that I have that make me feel like shit on other people. You know? And I think, and it's so easy. It's so easy to not take it out on other people. I don't understand, like, oh, sorry. I hit my wrist guard instead of my space bar. I feel like it's super pathetic when someone is like, well, I had a bad day, so I'm gonna take it out on you because you're some anonymous bitch on the internet, and I can hide behind my keyboard and I can hide behind my monitor and make you feel like shit because I hate my life. It's like, you are the weakest person, and as far as I'm concerned, Darwinism will take care of you. I can get getting annoyed at the game, to be honest, but I've never understood when people take it out. Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, you could be like, you're a bitch. Fuck you. Like, in a video game. But, like, because that's not personal. Like, you're not saying, like, oh, like, go fuck yourself. Like, that's not personal, you know? You going to the person's Steam account, or you going to endgame chat and telling this person to kill themselves, or if you're saying, like, hey, delete the game. Hey, like, all this other stuff, targeting this person just because they didn't play the way you liked or because they outplayed you is pathetic and weak. People say that stuff so serious. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh, that's right. I will take that speed boost and save spades, and I'll do a trade. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'll gladly trade that. Was that he got banned from the game? Jade. I love that very much for all of us. Can I recover? Oh, damn. If I just didn't crawl away, I would have gotten up with conviction. That's okay. I will save it for next time. I was angry once. It's a lot more tiring than it's worth. Just, like, be chill, you know? Exactly. I'm gonna catch this watch hog because I got a really cool illustration rare from it the other day, so I'm gonna try to catch it. But hey, I saved two of my I healed the teammate and I unhooked the other two. I'm happy with that. I'm totally happy with that. Yeah, people just take things, I don't know. I think people don't understand that, like, their actions have consequences. I think the anonymity of the internet has really cursed that. And now people think that they could just say whatever they want or do whatever they want without consequence. I think I might die in her. Well, I think she dies, chat. Oh, do Poke Start. Exclamation point Poke Start and you'll get your Pokemon. Help me! Krilo the Bard, help! Oh, he gets me. Yeah, he gets me. We're good. We're good. I got scared for a second. Oh, yes! And I got the Watch Hog. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, we should go, actually. Because he's right here. I have an idea. Let's leave! Oh shit! Does he see me when I'm invisible still? That's alright. Oh, someone. Oh, he used his ability on me. Damn, I can't conviction either. Damn, that's alright. That is alright. GG's. GG's. Hey, at least I didn't die at 5 gens. I'll take it. We didn't get perk value, but at least we didn't die at 5 gens. I'll take it. Oh, you got a Turt wig! Turt wig is cute. How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours? Should we call it there? Because we are going to be live again tomorrow, too. I forgot I still have this on. Butt nut. This is 11 minutes and 20 seconds of Leon Kennedy sounds. Oh, there's a loud one coming up.
One of those sounded a little scared.
Cass, thank you so much for the 2 buddies. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes to ad-free viewing and your sub badge. I was just talking to chat about how I was gifted these Bridgerton books. I haven't started reading them yet, but I think I've been starting working out again. Yippee! Proud of me, and I'm gonna start reading them while I'm working out. So. I know, Destiny! Can you believe that? Isn't that, like, crazy? So, they sent me an email, like, as soon as I started streaming, Gunnar sent me an email asking me if I could go live with them tomorrow, and it's like, girl, I'm streaming right now. You can wait. But, I don't know, I might be going live again tomorrow. We'll see. We shall see. Ugh, don't be nice to me. I'll come. How are you doing, Cass? Cass, happy Thursday. Jasper, why are you the naughtiest boy? You're the naughtiest boy. But I did work out this morning. I'm very proud of myself. Also, Shadowhawk, I hope you're doing very well, lovely. Oh, Nerling, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to, lovely? I just did the opposite. I just gave my walking pad to my mom. She got it for me for Christmas because I never used it. No way! Oh, man. That's all right. At least it's like stays in the family, right? Also, Shadowhawk, thank you for the 45 butters. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. Oh, did you? Jasper's so cute. He's such a good boy. Ish. I'm doing alright. Adulting is trying to overwhelm me. And a stronger dose of meds are messing my tummy. Oh. I'm so sorry. Are they helping other places of your body, though? Like your brain? Because I think, depending on, like, the level of stomach pain, I would be okay with it. But it depends. Because sometimes stomach pain is just, like, no matter how good you're feeling mentally, it's crippling, you know? Some stomach pain can be really crippling, so doesn't matter how you're feeling. Stream was awesome. Just some more Mecha Chameleon. Awesome. I just bought that. I just bought it today. So I'm going to play it sometime. I don't know when, but soon. I wish I had been subscribed for every month of... Oh, no, you don't worry about that. I appreciate you, Destiny. Thank you. Because I was still in the office and very stagnant. Oh, yeah, but I started this job in January and I walk about 5 miles a day. Yeah, so it's like, what's the point? You're going to have a blast? I cannot wait. Yeah, they're just the GLP-1 meds. Need to cut the food noise so it's easier to do all the other things. So it's like I need to... It's like I need to throw up and I'm trying to find a small snack to keep from that happening. Oh my god. No, you're so good, Shabby. Shabby, you're so good. I don't know if I'm going to play anymore, though. I might sit here and yap for a little bit. It's not that I don't want to keep playing, because I do want to keep playing, because I've been having a lot of fun. It was just like those like 2 or 3 games that just like pissed me off. Oh, what is this? Dearest Blank, your works in service of the Black Veil these past years have proven invaluable to our cause. For your efforts, you are cordially invited to join us this year's banquet. Remember your vows. A broken silence will be punished. Oh, good. Wait, really, Bravo Penguin? No way. Why do you let us zoom in like that? Huh. 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 What are the challenges, by the way? Black Banquet. Collect 20 morsels. Oh, I have not been doing that. Please, I have not been doing that. I have not been interacting with the morsels at all. Poison, poison. Oh, those are all killer. Those are all killer. Oh, escape when trials are the hatch? Well, I guess I'll go fuck myself. If I was still alive, I don't care. It is so pretty. It's almost as pretty as you are. Wait, really? Damn. So it sounds like it just be rough on everybody. Damn, that sucks. Well, hopefully it's worth it. But if you don't eat, you'll get sick. Oh my god, you're right. Started and back after McDonald's. No way! Damn, good for you guys. That's dope. Well, I'm very happy for you guys. That's very cool. What's up, Mav? Nerdling, thank you so much, Raid. I really appreciate you. I was shining all alive. Don't care. I don't care. Oh, so many cosmetics are on sale right now. Oh my. Oh my. And I do have so many RX cells that have been gifted to me. Should I use them all? I kind of want to use them. What should we buy? Oh, 25 minutes? Not too bad. No, I'm so proud of you, and you should be so proud of yourself. Really? Ugh. See, I wish I had that problem. Food is like my only comfort. But I think that stuff is only covered by like your insurance, and I am not insured, unfortunately. I want to get bundles, but chapter bundles? Oh, I have to do that. Okay, no, it's fine. There you go. Really? I did, Revel. Yeah, as soon as it came out. I don't think I got the sweaters though. Oh, I see, I see. Well, then never mind. So insurance, because sucks ass no matter what. Whether you have it or you don't. Did you get it, Rebel? I was dead and still alive. Oh, should we spend some BP? Let's spend some BP on Ghostface. Ugh, I know. Disgusting. What meds? GLP-1? Question mark? It is 22. I was like, is it 22 or 23? 14 cakes, not bad. Not too shabby. Yeah, they still won't accept it? That's crazy, Jade. Oh, wait, Bravo, that's dope. I love that for you. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it's Ozempic, right? And too small to get on GLP. Interesting. I'm on the pill version of it though. Ooh. That's always nice. What's the word? Shots or needles scare me. Like I'm talking about inconsolable crying and shaking and like passing out whenever they have to do like a shot. it's kind of like embarrassing and pathetic, but I can't do it. I can't do it. If I was trying to stay alive. Is this the twins? Why did I not buy this immediately? Oh, and now I can afford that. I'll save my monies. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. I think we got a lot done today. Hi, Alice. Good stream? Oh, only because you guys were here. Oh man, thank you guys so much for the raids. 7 hours. Holy moly. I did start stream early. I did start early. Yeah, I'm very, very tired. Je suis fatigué. Holy. I was gonna see if Slashy was online, but I forgot he said he's not streaming on Thursday or Friday. Oh, we could raid Israel, cause she's still live, and she was in her. I don't know. My future husband's online. I think we might have to raid my future husband. Do you guys mind? Don't tell him I said that, by the way. Wait, really? That's so good. We're gonna raid Scrubski. Scrubski is very hot, very tall, very talented, very handsome, and he has done an Ace cosplay. And you know, obviously, I love Ace Visconti, and he is like my Ace Visconti. What are you gonna tell him? Just leave me this. Oh my God! Whatever. Don't tell him I said that. Wait, hold on. I want to make sure that he's still going to be live, because he just died. I want to make sure, because he's been streaming for
you can see
4 hours.
Oh, Squall, thank you for the heads up.
I can just make him just stay live, right? Yeah, it checks out. But we're going to raid Scrubski. I will be live again tomorrow at like 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to play Minecraft, and then we're going to do DBD. If you guys want to swing by my stream, say hi, have a good night. Have a good night, Lumpy. Have the best time doing your Baldur's Gate. Also, make sure you guys tell the mods how hot and talented and handsome they are. But we are going to raid the bestie, Scrubski. Use whatever raid commands or raid emotes you guys have. Don't forget to follow me socials. And I'll see you guys in the Discord. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for the subbies, the wubbies, the titties, the bitties, the raids, the waits, the follows, the wallows, the lurkies, the turkeys. But we're gonna send the love over to Scrubsy because he deserves it, and you guys are gonna fall in love with him. I sure did. Hi, Shmee. Bye, Shmee. Bye, seriously. I hope you guys have the best night ever, Shmee. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. And he's also playing Dead by Daylight, so you guys can keep getting your Twitch drops. Oh, please, 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 please. Oh, little baby crack. That's fine. I hope you guys have the best night ever. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the stream. I had so much fun. Ghoulishly. Mwah. Hi, Ghoulishly. Bye, Ghoulishly. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. From the bottom of my butt, because it's bigger than my heart. I love you guys. Bye-bye. Ah! Well, time for a new game. That's a really... So, I